Text sourced from the public domain edition of Edward Gibbon's The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, available via Project Gutenberg, ebook 2055-17. History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Edward Gibbon, Esquire. With notes by the Reverend H. H. Milman, Volume 1, Part 1, 782, written, 1845, revised, Introduction. Preface. By the editor. The great work of Gibbon is indispensable to the student of history. The literature of Europe offers no substitute for the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. It has obtained undisputed possession, as rightful occupant, of the vast period which it comprehends. However, some subjects which it embraces may have undergone more complete investigation. On the general view of the whole period, this history is the sole undisputed authority to which all defer, and from which few appeal to the original writers, or to more modern compilers. The inherent interest of the subject, the inexhaustible labor employed upon it, the immense condensation of matter, the luminous arrangement, the general accuracy, the style, which, however monotonous from its uniform stateliness, and, sometimes, wearisome from its elaborate architecture, is throughout vigorous, animated, often picturesque, always commands attention, always conveys its meaning with emphatic energy, describes with singular breadth and fidelity, and generalizes with unrivaled felicity of expression. All these high qualifications have secured, and seem likely to secure, its permanent place in historic literature. This vast design of Gibbon, the magnificent whole into which he has cast the decay and ruin of the ancient civilization, the formation and birth of the new order of things, will of itself, independent of the laborious execution of his immense plan, render the decline and fall of the Roman Empire an unapproachable subject to the future historian in the eloquent language of his recent French editor, M.R. Guizot. The gradual decline of the most extraordinary dominion which has ever invaded and oppressed the world, the fall of that immense empire, erected on the ruins of so many kingdoms, republics, and states, both barbarous and civilized, and forming in its turn, by its dismemberment, a multitude of states, republics, and kingdoms, the annihilation of the religion of Greece and Rome, the birth and the progress of the two new religions which have shared the most beautiful regions of the earth, the decrepitude of the ancient world, the spectacle of its expiring glory and degenerate manners, the infancy of the modern world, the picture of its first progress, of the new direction given to the mind and character of man, such a subject must necessarily fix the attention and excite the interest of men, who cannot behold with indifference those memorable epochs, during which, in the fine language of Corneille, un grand destin, comme ainsi, un grand destin s'achève. This extent and harmony of design is unquestionably that which distinguishes the work of Gibbon from all other great historical compositions. He has first bridged the abyss between ancient and modern times and connected together the two great worlds of history. The great advantage which the classical historians possess over those of modern times is in unity of plan, of course greatly facilitated by the narrower sphere to which their researches were confined. Except Herodotus, the great historians of Greece, we exclude the more modern compilers, like Diodorus Siculus, limited themselves to a single period, or at least to the contracted sphere of Grecian affairs. As far as the barbarians trespassed within the Grecian boundary, or were necessarily mingled up with Grecian politics, they were admitted into the pale of Grecian history, but to Thucydides and to Xenophon, excepting in the Persian inroad of the latter, Greece was the world. Natural unity confined their narrative almost to chronological order. The episodes were of rare occurrence and extremely brief. To the Roman historians, the course was equally clear and defined. Rome was their center of unity, and the uniformity with which the circle of the Roman dominion spread around, the regularity with which their civil polity expanded, forced, as it were, upon the Roman historian that plan which Polybius announces as the subject of his history, the means and the manner by which the whole world became subject to the Roman sway. How different the complicated politics of the European kingdoms. Every national history, to be complete, must, in a certain sense, be the history of Europe. There is no knowing to how remote a quarter it may be necessary to trace our most domestic events from a country, how apparently disconnected, may originate. The impulse which gives its direction to the whole course of affairs. In imitation of his classical models, Gibbon places Rome as the cardinal point from which his inquiries diverge, and to which they bear constant reference, yet how immeasurable the space over which those inquiries range. How complicated, how confused, how apparently inextricable the causes which tend to the decline of the Roman Empire. How countless the nations which swarm forth in mingling and indistinct hordes, constantly changing the geographical limits, incessantly confounding the natural boundaries. At first sight, the whole period, the whole state of the world, seems to offer no more secure footing to an historical adventurer than the chaos of Milton, to be in a state of irreclaimable disorder, best described in the language of the poet, a dark, illimitable ocean without bound, without dimension, where length, breadth, and height, and time and place are lost, where eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, hold eternal anarchy amidst the noise of endless wars, and by confusion stand. We feel that the unity and harmony of narrative which shall comprehend this period of social disorganization must be ascribed entirely to the skill and luminous disposition of the historian. It is in this sublime Gothic architecture of his work, in which the boundless range, the infinite variety, the, at first sight, incongruous gorgeousness of the separate parts, nevertheless are all subordinate to one main and predominant idea, that Gibbon is unrivaled. We cannot but admire the manner in which he masses his materials and arranges his facts in successive groups, not according to chronological order, but to their moral or political connection. The distinctness with which he marks his periods of gradually increasing decay, and the skill with which, though advancing on separate parallels of history, he shows the common tendency of the slower or more rapid religious or civil innovations. However, these principles of composition may demand more than ordinary attention on the part of the reader, they can alone impress upon the memory the real course and the relative importance of the events. Whoever would justly appreciate the superiority of Gibbon's lucid arrangement should attempt to make his way through the regular but wearisome annals of Tillemont, or even the less ponderous volumes of Lebeau. Both these writers adhere almost entirely to chronological order. The consequence is that we are 20 times called upon to break off and resume the thread of 6 or 8 wars in different parts of the empire, to suspend the operations of a military expedition for a court intrigue, to hurry away from a siege to a council, and the same page places us in the middle of a campaign against the barbarians and in the depths of the Monophysite controversy. In Gibbon, it is not always easy to bear in mind the exact dates, but the course of events is ever clear and distinct, like a skillful general. Though his troops advance from the most remote and opposite quarters, they are constantly bearing down and concentrating themselves on one point, that which is still occupied by the name and by the waning power of Rome. Whether he traces the progress of hostile religions, or leads from the shores of the Baltic, or the verge of the Chinese Empire, the successive hosts of barbarians, though one wave has hardly burst and discharged itself before another swells up, approaches, all is made to flow in the same direction, and the impression which each makes upon the tottering fabric of the Roman greatness connects their distant movements and measures the relative importance assigned to them in the panoramic history. The more peaceful and didactic episodes on the development of the Roman law, or even on the details of ecclesiastical history, interpose themselves as resting places or divisions between the periods of barbaric invasion. In short, though distracted first by the 2 capitals and afterwards by the formal partition of the empire, the extraordinary felicity of arrangement maintains an order and a regular progression. As our horizon expands to reveal to us the gathering tempests which are forming far beyond the boundaries of the civilized world, as we follow their successive approach to the trembling frontier, the compressed and receding line is still distinctly visible, though gradually dismembered and the broken fragments assuming the form of regular states and kingdoms. The real relation of those kingdoms to the empire is maintained and defined, and even when the Roman dominion has shrunk into little more than the province of Thrace, when the name of Rome confined in Italy to the walls of the city, yet it is still the memory, the shade of the Roman greatness, which extends over the wide sphere into which the historian expands his later narrative. The whole blends into the unity and is manifestly essential to the double catastrophe of his tragic drama. But the amplitude, the magnificence, or the harmony of design are, though imposing, yet unworthy claims on our admiration unless the details are filled up with correctness and accuracy. No writer has been more severely tried on this point than Gibbon. He has undergone the triple scrutiny of theological zeal quickened by just resentment, of literary emulation, and of that mean and invidious vanity which delights in detecting errors in writers of established fame. On the result of the trial we may be permitted to summon competent witnesses before we deliver our own judgment. M. Guizot, in his preface, after stating that in France and Germany, as well as in England, in the most enlightened countries of Europe, Gibbon is constantly cited as an authority, thus proceeds, "I have had occasion, during my labors, to consult the writings of philosophers who have treated on the finances of the Roman Empire, of scholars who have investigated the chronology, of theologians who have searched the depths of ecclesiastical history, of writers on law who have studied with care the Roman jurisprudence, of Orientalists who have occupied themselves with the Arabians and the Quran, of modern historians who have entered upon extensive researches touching the Crusades and their influence. Each of these writers has remarked and pointed out in the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire some negligences, some false or imperfect views, some omissions which it is impossible not to suppose voluntary. They have rectified some facts, combated with advantage some assertions, but in general they have taken the researches and the ideas of Gibbon as points of departure, or as proofs of the researches or of the new opinions which they have advanced." Guizot goes on to state his own impressions on reading Gibbon's history, and no authority will have greater weight with those to whom the extent and accuracy of his historical researches are known. After a first rapid perusal, which allowed me to feel nothing but the interest of a narrative, always animated, and, notwithstanding its extent and the variety of objects which it makes to pass before the view, always perspicuous, I entered upon a minute examination of the details of which it was composed, and the opinion which I then formed was, I confess, singularly severe. I discovered in certain chapters errors which appeared to me sufficiently important and numerous to make me believe that they had been written with extreme negligence. In others, I was struck with a certain tinge of partiality and prejudice which imparted to the exposition of the facts that want of truth and justice, which the English express by their happy term misrepresentation. Some imperfect Tronquoyes quotations, some passages omitted unintentionally or designedly cast a suspicion on the honesty, bon foi, of the author, and his violation of the first law of history increased to my eye by the prolonged attention with which I occupied myself with every phrase, every note, every reflection, caused me to form upon the whole work a judgment far too rigorous. After having finished my labors, I allowed some time to elapse before I reviewed the whole. A second attentive and regular perusal of the entire work, of the notes of the author, and of those which I had thought it right to subjoin, showed me how much I had exaggerated the importance of the reproaches which Gibbon really deserved. I was struck with the same errors, the same partiality on certain subjects, but I had been far from doing adequate justice to the immensity of his researches, the variety of his knowledge, and above all, to that truly philosophical discrimination, justice d'esprit, which judges the past as it would judge the present, which does not permit itself to be blinded by the clouds which time gathers around the dead, and which prevent us from seeing that, under the toga, as under the modern dress, in the Senate as in our councils, men were what they still are, and that events took place 18 centuries ago as they take place in our days. I then felt that his book, in spite of its faults, will always be a noble work, and that we may correct his errors and combat his prejudices, without ceasing to admit that few men have combined, if we are not to say in so high a degree, at least in a manner so complete and so well regulated, the necessary qualifications for a writer of history. The present editor has followed the track of Gibbon through many parts of his work. He has read his authorities with constant reference to his pages, and must pronounce his deliberate judgment in terms of the highest admiration as to his general accuracy. Many of his seeming errors are almost inevitable from the close condensation of his matter. From the immense range of his history, it was sometimes necessary to compress into a single sentence a whole vague and diffuse page of a Byzantine chronicler. Perhaps something of importance may have thus escaped, and his expressions may not quite contain the whole substance of the passage from which they are taken. His limits, at times, compel him to sketch. Where that is the case, it is not fair to expect the full details of the finished picture. At times he can only deal with important results, and in his account of a war, it sometimes requires great attention to discover that the events which seem to be comprehended in a single campaign occupy several years. But this admirable skill in selecting and giving prominence to the points which are of real weight and importance, this distribution of light and shade, though perhaps it may occasionally betray him into vague and imperfect statements, is one of the highest excellencies of Gibbon's historic manner. It is the more striking when we pass from the works of his chief authorities, where, after laboring through long, minute, and wearisome descriptions of the accessory and subordinate circumstances, a single unmarked and undistinguished sentence, which we may overlook from the inattention of fatigue, contains the great moral and political result. Gibbon's method of arrangement, though on the whole most favorable to the clear comprehension of the events, leads likewise to apparent inaccuracy. That which we expect to find in one part is reserved for another. The estimate which we are to form depends on the accurate balance of statements in remote parts of the work, and we have sometimes to correct and modify opinions formed from one chapter by those of another. Yet, on the other hand, it is astonishing how rarely we detect contradiction. The mind of the author has already harmonized the whole result to truth and probability. The general impression is almost invariably the same. The quotations of Gibbon have likewise been called in question. I have, in general, been more inclined to admire their exactitude than to complain of their indistinctness or incompleteness. Where they are imperfect, it is commonly from the study of brevity, and rather from the desire of compressing the substance of his notes into pointed and emphatic sentences than from dishonesty or uncandid suppression of truth. These observations apply more particularly to the accuracy and fidelity of the historian as to his facts. His inferences, of course, are more liable to exception. It is almost impossible to trace the line between unfairness and unfaithfulness, between intentional misrepresentation and undesigned false coloring. The relative magnitude and importance of events must, in some respect, depend upon the mind before which they are presented, the estimate of character, on the habits and feelings of the reader. Christians, like M. Jar, Guizot, and ourselves, will see some things and some persons in a different light from the historian of the decline and fall. We may deplore the bias of his mind, we may ourselves be on our guard against the danger of being misled, and be anxious to warn less wary readers against the same perils, but we must not confound this secret and unconscious departure from truth with the deliberate violation of that veracity which is the only title of an historian to our confidence. Gibbon, it may be fearlessly asserted, is rarely chargeable even with the suppression of any material fact which bears upon individual character. He may, with apparently invidious hostility, enhance the errors and crimes and disparage the virtues of certain persons, yet in general he leaves us the materials for forming a fairer judgment, and if he is not exempt from his own prejudices, perhaps we might write passions. Yet it must be candidly acknowledged that his philosophical bigotry is not more unjust than the theological partialities of those ecclesiastical writers who were before in undisputed possession of this province of history. We are thus naturally led to that great misrepresentation which pervades his history, his false estimate of the nature and influence of Christianity. But on this subject some preliminary caution is necessary, lest that should be expected from a new edition, which it is impossible that it should completely accomplish. We must first be prepared with the only sound preservative against the false impression likely to be produced by the perusal of Gibbon, and we must see clearly the real cause of that false impression. The former of these cautions will be briefly suggested in its proper place, but it may be as well to state it here somewhat more at length. The art of Gibbon, or at least the unfair impression produced by his two memorable chapters, consists in his confounding together, in one indistinguishable mass, the origin and apostolic propagation of the new religion with its later progress. No argument for the divine authority of Christianity has been urged with greater force or traced with higher eloquence than that deduced from its primary development, explicable on no other hypothesis than a heavenly origin, and from its rapid extension through great part of the Roman Empire. But this argument won, when confined within reasonable limits of unanswerable force, becomes more feeble and disputable in proportion as it recedes from the birthplace, as it were, of the religion. The further Christianity advanced, the more causes purely human were enlisted in its favor. Nor can it be doubted that those developed with such artful exclusiveness by Gibbon did concur most essentially to its establishment. It is in the Christian dispensation as in the material world. In both, it is as the great first cause that the deity is most undeniably manifest. When once launched in regular motion upon the bosom of space, and endowed with all their properties and relations of weight and mutual attraction, the heavenly bodies appear to pursue their courses according to secondary laws, which account for all their sublime regularity. So Christianity proclaims its divine author chiefly in its first origin and development, when it had once received its impulse from above, when it had once been infused into the minds of its first teachers, when it had gained full possession of the reason and affections of the favored few, it might be. And to the Protestant, the rationer, Christian, it is impossible to define when it really was left to make its way by its native force under the ordinary secret agencies of all ruling providence. The main question, the divine origin of the religion, was dexterously eluded or speciously conceded by Gibbon. His plan enabled him to commence his account in most parts below the apostolic times, and it was only by the strength of the dark colouring with which he brought out the failings and the follies of the succeeding ages that a shadow of doubt and suspicion was thrown back upon the primitive period of Christianity. The theologian, says Gibbon, may indulge the pleasing task of describing religion as she descended from heaven, arrayed in her native purity. A more melancholy duty is imposed upon the historian. He must discover the inevitable mixture of error and corruption which she contracted in a long residence upon earth among a weak and degenerate race of beings. Divest this passage of the latent sarcasm betrayed by the subsequent tone of the whole disquisition, and it might commence a Christian history written in the most Christian spirit of candor. But as the historian, by seeming to respect, yet by dexterously confounding the limits of the sacred land, contrived to insinuate that it was an utopia, which had no existence but in the imagination of the theologian, as he suggested rather than affirmed that the days of Christian purity were a kind of poetic golden age, so the theologian, by venturing too far into the domain of the historian, has been perpetually obliged to contest points on which he had little chance of victory, to deny facts established on unshaken evidence, and thence to retire, if not with the shame of defeat, yet with but doubtful and imperfect success. Paley, with his intuitive sagacity, saw through the difficulty of answering Gibbon by the ordinary arts of controversy. His emphatic sentence, "Who can refute a sneer?" contains as much truth as point. But full and pregnant as this phrase is, it is not quite the whole truth. It is the tone in which the progress of Christianity is traced, in comparison with the rest of the splendid and prodigally ornamented work, which is the radical defect in the decline and fall. Christianity alone receives no embellishment from the magic of Gibbon's language. His imagination is dead to its moral dignity. It is kept down by a general zone of jealous disparagement or neutralized by a painfully elaborate exposition of its darker and degenerate periods. There are occasions, indeed, when its pure and exalted humanity, when its manifestly beneficial influence can compel even him, as it were, to fairness, and kindle his unguarded eloquence to its usual fervor. But, in general, he soon relapses into a frigid apathy, affects an ostentatiously severe impartiality, notes all the faults of Christians in every age with bitter and almost malignant sarcasm, reluctantly, and with exception and reservation, admits their claim to admiration. This inextricable bias appears even to influence his manner of composition. While all the other assailants of the Roman Empire, whether warlike or religious, the Goth, the Hun, the Arab, the Tartar, Alaric and Attila, Mahomet and Zengis and Tamerlane, are each introduced upon the scene almost with dramatic animation, their progress related in a full, complete, and unbroken narrative. The triumph of Christianity alone takes the form of a cold and critical disquisition. The successes of barbarous energy and brute force call forth all the consummate skill of composition, while the moral triumphs of Christian benevolence, the tranquil heroism of endurance, the blameless purity, the contempt of guilty fame and of honors destructive to the human race, which, had they assumed the proud name of philosophy, would have been blazoned in his brightest words because they own religion as their principle, sink into narrow asceticism. The glories of Christianity, in short, touch on no chord in the heart of the writer. His imagination remains unkindled. His words, though they maintain their stately and measured march, have become cool, argumentative, and inanimate. Who would obscure one hue of that gorgeous coloring in which Gibbon has invested the dying forms of paganism, or darken one paragraph in his splendid view of the rise and progress of Mahometanism? But who would not have wished that the same equal justice had been done to Christianity, that its real character and deeply penetrating influence had been traced with the same philosophical sagacity and represented with more sober, as would become, its quiet course, and perhaps less picturesque, but still with lively and attractive descriptiveness? He might have thrown aside, with the same scorn, the mass of ecclesiastical fiction which envelops the early history of the Church, stripped off the legendary romance, and brought out the facts in their primitive nakedness and simplicity. If he had but allowed those facts the benefit of the glowing eloquence which he denied to them alone, he might have annihilated the whole fabric of post-apostolic miracles. If he had left uninjured by sarcastic insinuation those of the New Testament, he might have cashiered with Dodwell the whole host of martyrs which owe their existence to the prodigal invention of later days, had he but bestowed fair room, and dwelt with his ordinary energy on the sufferings of the genuine witnesses to the truth of Christianity, the Polycarps or the martyrs of Vienne. And indeed, if, after all, the view of the early progress of Christianity be melancholy and humiliating, we must beware lest we charge the whole of this on the infidelity of the historian. It is idle, it is disingenuous to deny or to dissemble the early deprivations of Christianity, its gradual but rapid departure from its primitive simplicity and purity, still more from its spirit of universal love. It may be no unsalutary lesson to the Christian world that this silent, this unavoidable, perhaps yet fatal change shall have been drawn by an impartial or even an hostile hand. The Christianity of every age may take warning, lest by its own narrow views, its want of wisdom, and its want of charity, it give the same advantage to the future unfriendly historian, and disparage the cause of true religion. The design of the present edition is partly corrective, partly supplementary, corrective by notes which point out, it is hoped, in a perfectly candid and dispassionate spirit with no desire but to establish the truth, such inaccuracies or misstatements as may have been detected, particularly with regard to Christianity, and which thus, with the previous caution, may counteract to a considerable extent the unfair and unfavorable impression created against rational religion, supplementary, by adding such additional information as the editor's reading may have been able to furnish from original documents or books, not accessible at the time when Gibbon wrote. The work originated in the editor's habit of noting on the margin of his copy of Gibbon references to such authors as had discovered errors or thrown new light on the subjects treated by Gibbon. These had grown to some extent, and seemed to him likely to be of use to others. The annotations of M. Guizot also appeared to him worthy of being better known to the English public than they were likely to be, as appended to the French translation. The chief works from which the editor has derived his materials are 1. The French translation, with notes by M. Guizot, 2d edition, Paris, 1828. The editor has translated almost all the notes of M. Guizot. Where he has not altogether agreed with him, his respect for the learning and judgment of that writer has, in general, induced him to retain the statement from which he has ventured to differ, with the grounds on which he formed his own opinion. In the notes on Christianity, he has retained all those of M. Guizot with his own, from the conviction that on such a subject to many, the authority of a French statesman, a Protestant, and a rational and sincere Christian would appear more independent and unbiased, and therefore be more commanding than that of an English clergyman. The editor has not scrupled to transfer the notes of M. Guizot to the present work. The well-known zeal for knowledge displayed in all the writings of that distinguished historian has led to the natural inference that he would not be displeased at the attempt to make them of use to the English readers of Gibbon. The notes of M. Guizot are signed with the letter G, 2, the German translation with the notes of Wenck. Unfortunately, this learned translator died after having completed only the first volume. The rest of the work was executed by a very inferior hand. The notes of Wenck are extremely valuable. Many of them have been adopted by M. Guizot. They are distinguished by the letter W. The editor regrets that he has not been able to find the Italian translation, mentioned by Gibbon himself with some respect. It is not in our great libraries, the Museum or the Bodleian, and he has never found any bookseller in London who has seen it. The new edition of Le Beau's Histoire du Bas Empire, with notes by M. St. Martin and M. St. Martin, Brosset. That distinguished Armenian scholar, M. St. Martin, now unhappily deceased, had added much information from Oriental writers, particularly from those of Armenia, as well as from more general sources. Many of his observations have been found as applicable to the work of Gibbon as to that of Le Beau. 4. The editor has consulted the various answers made to Gibbon on the first appearance of his work, he must confess, with little profit. They were, in general, hastily compiled by inferior and now forgotten writers, with the exception of Bishop Watson, whose able apology is rather a general argument than an examination of misstatements. The name of Milner stands higher with a certain class of readers, but will not carry much weight with the severe investigator of history. 5. Some few classical works and fragments have come to light since the appearance of Gibbon's history, and have been noticed in their respective places, and much use has been made, in the latter volumes particularly, of the increase to our stores of Oriental literature. The editor cannot indeed pretend to have followed his author in these gleanings over the whole vast field of his inquiries. He may have overlooked, or may not have been able to command some works which might have thrown still further light on these subjects, but he trusts that what he has adduced will be of use to the student of historic truth. The editor would further observe that with regard to some other objectionable passages which do not involve misstatement or inaccuracy, he has intentionally abstained from directing particular attention towards them by any special protest. The editor's notes are marked M. A considerable part of the quotations, some of which in the later editions had fallen into great confusion, have been verified, and have been corrected by the latest and best editions of the authors. June 1845. In this new edition, the text and the notes have been carefully revised, the latter by the editor. Some additional notes have been subjoined, distinguished by the signature M. 1845. Preface of the author, Volume 1, Part 2. It is not my intention to detain the reader by expatiating on the variety or the importance of the subject which I have undertaken to treat, since the merit of the choice would serve to render the weakness of the execution still more apparent and still less excusable. But as I have presumed to lay before the public a first volume only of the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, it will perhaps be expected that I should explain in a few words the nature and limits of my general plan. The memorable series of revolutions, which in the course of about 13 centuries gradually undermined and at length destroyed the solid fabric of human greatness, may, with some propriety, be divided into the three following periods. 1. The first of these periods may be traced from the age of Trajan and the Antonines, when the Roman monarchy, having attained its full strength and maturity, began to verge towards its decline, and will extend to the subversion of the Western Empire by the barbarians of Germany and Scythia, the rude ancestors of the most polished nations of modern Europe. This extraordinary revolution, which subjected Rome to the power of a Gothic conqueror, was completed about the beginning of the 6th century. 2. The second period of the decline and fall of Rome may be supposed to commence with the reign of Justinian, who by his laws as well as by his victories restored a transient splendor to the Eastern Empire. It will comprehend the invasion of Italy by the Lombards, the conquest of the Asiatic and African provinces by the Arabs, who embraced the religion of Mahomet, the revolt of the Roman people against the feeble princes of Constantinople, and the elevation of Charlemagne, who, in the year 800, established the Second, or German Empire of the West. 3. The last and longest of these periods includes about 6 centuries and a half, from the revival of the Western Empire till the taking of Constantinople by the Turks and the extinction of a degenerate race of princes who continued to assume the titles of Caesar and Augustus, after their dominions were contracted to the limits of a single city, in which the language as well as manners of the ancient Romans had been long since forgotten. The writer who should undertake to relate the events of this period would find himself obliged to enter into the general history of the Crusades, as far as they contributed to the ruin of the Greek Empire, and he would scarcely be able to restrain his curiosity from making some inquiry into the state of the city of Rome during the darkness and confusion of the Middle Ages. As I have ventured, perhaps too hastily, to commit to the press a work which in every sense of the word deserves the epithet of imperfect, I consider myself as contracting an engagement to finish, most probably in a second volume, the first of these memorable periods, and to deliver to the public the complete history of the decline and fall of Rome, from the age of the Antonines to the subversion of the Western Empire. With regard to the subsequent periods, though I may entertain some hopes, I dare not presume to give any assurances. The execution of the extensive plan which I have described would connect the ancient and modern history of the world, but it would require many years of health, of leisure, and of perseverance. Bentinck Street, February 1, 1776. P.S. The entire history which is now published of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire in the West abundantly discharges my engagements with the public. Perhaps their favorable opinion may encourage me to prosecute a work which, however laborious it may seem, is the most agreeable occupation of my leisure hours. Bentinck Street, March 1, 1781. An author easily persuades himself that the public opinion is still favorable to his labors, and I have now embraced the serious resolution of proceeding to the last period of my original design and of the Roman Empire, the taking of Constantinople by the Turks in the year 1453. The most patient reader, who computes that 3 ponderous volumes have been already employed on the events of 4 centuries, may, perhaps, be alarmed at the long prospect of 900 years. But it is not my intention to expatiate with the same minuteness on the whole series of the Byzantine history. At our entrance into this period, the reign of Justinian and the conquests of the Mahometans will deserve and detain our attention, and the last age of Constantinople, the Crusades and the Turks, is connected with the revolutions of modern Europe. From the 7th to the 11th century, the obscure interval will be supplied by a concise narrative of such facts as may still appear either interesting or important. Bentinck Street, March 1st 1, 1782. Preface to the first volume. Diligence and accuracy are the only merits which an historical writer may ascribe to himself, if any merit, indeed, can be assumed from the performance of an indispensable duty. I may therefore be allowed to say that I have carefully examined all the original materials that could illustrate the subject which I had undertaken to treat. Should I ever complete the extensive design which has been sketched out in the preface, I might perhaps conclude it with a critical account of the authors consulted during the progress of the whole work, and however such an attempt might incur the censure of ostentation, I am persuaded that it would be susceptible of entertainment as well as information. At present I shall content myself with a single observation. The biographers who, under the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, composed, or rather compiled, the lives of the emperors, from Hadrian to the sons of Carus, are usually mentioned under the names of Aelius Spartianus, Julius Capitolinus, Aelius, Lampridius, Volcatius Gallicanus, Trebellius Pollio, and Flavius Vopiscus. But there is so much perplexity in the titles of the MSS, and so many disputes have arisen among the critics concerning their number, their names, and their respective property, that for the most part I have quoted them without distinction, under the general and well-known title of the Augustan History, Preface, to the 4th volume of the original quarto edition. I now discharge my promise and complete my design of writing the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, both in the West and the East. The whole period extends from the age of Trajan and the Antonines to the taking of Constantinople by Mahomet II, and includes a review of the Crusades and the state of Rome during the Middle Ages. Since the publication of the first volume, 12 years have elapsed, 12 years, according to my wish, of health, of leisure, and of perseverance. I may now congratulate my deliverance from a long and laborious service, and my satisfaction will be pure and perfect if the public favor should be extended to the conclusion of my work. It was my first intention to have collected under one view the numerous authors of every age and language from whom I have derived the materials of this history, and I am still convinced that the apparent ostentation would be more than compensated by real use. If I have renounced this idea, if I have declined an undertaking which had obtained the approbation of a master artist, my excuse may be found in the extreme difficulty of assigning a proper measure to such a catalogue. A naked list of names and editions would not be satisfactory either to myself or my readers. The characters of the principal authors of the Roman and Byzantine history have been occasionally connected with the events which they describe. A more copious and critical inquiry might indeed deserve, but it would demand an elaborate volume which might swell by degrees into a general library of historical writers. For the present, I shall content myself with renewing my serious protestation that I have always endeavored to draw from the fountainhead, that my curiosity, as well as a sense of duty, has always urged me to study the originals, and that, if they have sometimes eluded my search, I have carefully marked the secondary evidence on whose faith a passage or a fact were reduced to depend. I shall soon revisit the banks of the Lake of Lausanne, a country which I have known and loved from my early youth, under a mild government, amidst a beauteous landscape, in a life of leisure and independence, and among a people of easy and elegant manners. I have enjoyed, and may again hope to enjoy, the varied pleasures of retirement and society, but I shall ever glory in the name and character of an Englishman. I am proud of my birth in a free and enlightened country, and the approbation of that country is the best and most honorable reward of my labors. Were I ambitious of any other patron than the public, I would inscribe this work to a statesman who, in a long, a stormy, and at length an unfortunate administration, had many political opponents, almost without a personal enemy, who has retained, in his fall from power, many faithful and disinterested friends, and who, under the pressure of severe infirmity, enjoys the lively vigor of his mind, and the felicity of his incomparable temper. Lord North will permit me to express the feelings of friendship in the language of truth, but even truth and friendship should be silent if he still dispense the favors of the crown. In a remote solitude, vanity may still whisper in my ear, that my readers, perhaps, may inquire whether, in the conclusion of the present work, I am now taking an everlasting farewell. They shall hear all that I know myself, and all that I could reveal to the most intimate friend. The motives of action or silence are now equally balanced, nor can I pronounce in my most secret thoughts on which side the scale will preponderate. I cannot dissemble that 6 quartos must have tried, and may have exhausted, the indulgence of the public, that, in the repetition of similar attempts, a successful author has much more to lose than he can hope to gain, that I am now descending into the vale of years, and that the most respectable of my countrymen, the men whom I aspire to imitate, have resigned the pen of history about the same period of their lives. Yet I consider that the annals of ancient and modern times may afford many rich and interesting subjects, that I am still possessed of health and leisure, that by the practice of writing some skill and facility must be acquired, and that, in the ardent pursuit of truth and knowledge, I am not conscious of decay. To an active mind, indolence is more painful than labor, and the first months of my liberty will be occupied and amused in the excursions of curiosity and taste. By such temptations, I have been sometimes seduced from the rigid duty even of a pleasing and voluntary task, but my time will now be my own, and in the use or abuse of independence, I shall no longer fear my own reproaches or those of my friends. I am fairly entitled to a year of jubilee. Next summer and the following winter will rapidly pass away, and experience only can determine whether I shall still prefer the freedom and variety of study to the design and composition of a regular work, which animates while it confines the daily application of the author. Caprice and accident may influence my choice, but the dexterity of self-love will contrive to applaud either active industry or philosophic repose. Downing Street, May 1, 1788. P.S. I shall embrace this opportunity of introducing 2 verbal remarks which have not conveniently offered themselves to my notice. 1. As often as I use the definitions of beyond the Alps, the Rhine, the Danube, and Ci, I generally suppose myself at Rome, and afterwards at Constantinople, without observing whether this relative geography may agree with the local, but variable, situation of the reader or the historian. 2. In proper names of foreign, and especially of Oriental origin, it should be always our aim to express, in our English version, a faithful copy of the original. But this rule, which is founded on a just regard to uniformity and truth, must often be relaxed, and the exceptions will be limited or enlarged by the custom of the language and the taste of the interpreter. Our alphabets may be often defective. A harsh sound, an uncouth spelling, might offend the ear or the eye of our countrymen, and some words, notoriously corrupt, are fixed and, as it were, naturalized in the vulgar tongue. The Prophet Muhammad can no longer be stripped of the famous, though improper, appellation of Muhammad. The well-known cities of Aleppo, Damascus, and Cairo would almost be lost in the strange descriptions of Haleb, Damascus, and Al-Kahira. The titles and offices of the Ottoman Empire are fashioned by the practice of 300 years, and we are pleased to blend the 3 Chinese monosyllables Konfudzi in the respectable name of Confucius, or even to adopt the Portuguese, the eruption of Mandarin. But I would vary the use of Zoroaster and Zerdusht, as I drew my information from Greece or Persia, since our connection with India, the genuine Timur, is restored to the throne of Tamerlane. Our most correct writers have retrenched the Allah, the superfluous article from the Quran, and we escape an ambiguous termination by adopting Muslim instead of Musulman in the plural number. In these and in 1,000 examples, the shades of distinction are often minute, and I can feel, where I cannot explain, the motives of my choice. Chapter 1. The Extent of the Empire in the Age of the Antonines. Part 1. Introduction. The extent and military force of the empire in the age of the Antonines. In the 2nd century of the Christian era, the Empire of Rome comprehended the fairest part of the earth and the most civilized portion of mankind. The frontiers of that extensive monarchy were guarded by ancient renown and disciplined valor. The gentle but powerful influence of laws and manners had gradually cemented the union of the provinces. Their peaceful inhabitants enjoyed and abused the advantages of wealth and luxury. The image of a free constitution was preserved with decent reverence. The Roman Senate appeared to possess the sovereign authority, and devolved on the emperors all the executive powers of government. During a happy period of more than 80 years, the public administration was conducted by the virtue and abilities of Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, and the 2 Antonines. It is the design of this and of the 2 succeeding chapters to describe the prosperous condition of their empire, and afterwards, from the death of Marcus Antoninus, to deduce the most important circumstances of its decline and fall. A revolution which will ever be remembered and is still felt by the nations of the earth. The principal conquests of the Romans were achieved under the Republic, and the emperors, for the most part, were satisfied with preserving those dominions which had been acquired by the policy of the Senate, the active emulations of the consuls, and the martial enthusiasm of the people. The 7 first centuries were filled with a rapid succession of triumphs, but it was reserved for Augustus to relinquish the ambitious design of subduing the whole earth and to introduce a spirit of moderation into the public councils. Inclined to peace by his temper and situation, it was easy for him to discover that Rome, in her present exalted situation, had much less to hope than to fear from the chance of arms, and that, in the prosecution of remote wars, the undertaking became every day more difficult, the event more doubtful, and the possession more precarious and less beneficial. The experience of Augustus added weight to these salutary reflections and effectually convinced him that, by the prudent vigor of his counsels, it would be easy to secure every concession which the safety or the dignity of Rome might require from the most formidable barbarians. Instead of exposing his person and his legions to the arrows of the Parthians, he obtained, by an honorable treaty, the restitution of the standards and prisoners which had been taken in the defeat of Crassus. Dion Cassius, with the annotations of Reimar, who has collected all that Roman vanity has left upon the subject, the marble of Ancira, on which Augustus recorded his own exploits, asserted that he compelled the Parthians to restore the ensigns of Crassus. His generals, in the early part of his reign, attempted the reduction of Ethiopia and Arabia Felix. They marched near 1,000 miles to the south of the tropic, but the heat of the climate soon repelled the invaders and protected the unwarlike natives of those sequestered regions. The northern countries of Europe scarcely deserved the expense and labor of conquest. The forests and morasses of Germany were filled with a hardy race of barbarians who despised life when it was separated from freedom, and though, on the first attack, they seemed to yield to the weight of the Roman power, they soon, by a single act of despair, regained their independence and reminded Augustus of the vicissitude of fortune. On the death of that emperor, his testament was publicly read in the Senate. He bequeathed, as a valuable legacy to his successors, the advice of confining the empire within those limits which nature seemed to have placed as its permanent bulwarks and boundaries. On the west, the Atlantic Ocean, the Rhine and Danube; on the north, the Euphrates; on the east, and towards the south, the sandy deserts of Arabia and Africa. Note, it is this city of Merab that the Arabs say was the residence of Belkis, queen of Saba, who desired to see Solomon. A dam by which the waters collected in its neighborhood were kept back, having been swept away. The sudden inundation destroyed this city, of which, nevertheless, vestiges remain. It bordered on a country called Adramaut, where a particular aromatic plant grows. It is for this reason that we reel in the history of the Roman expedition that they were arrived within 3 days' journey of the spice country. The period of this flood has been copiously discussed by Reiske. Note 2, according to Strabo, the detailed account of Strabo makes the invaders fail before Marswaba. This cannot be the same place as Mariaba. Ukut observes that Aelius Gallus would not have failed for want of water before Mariaba. See M. Yoruba. Dizo's note above. Either, therefore, they were different places, or Strabo is mistaken. Ukut, Geographie de Griechen und Römer. Strabo, indeed, mentions Mariaba distinct from Marswaba. Gibbon has followed Pliny in reckoning Mariaba among the conquests of Gallus. There can be little doubt that he is wrong, as Gallus did not approach the capital of Saba. Compare the note of the Oxford editor of Strabo. Happily for the repose of mankind, the moderate system recommended by the wisdom of Augustus was adopted by the fears and vices of his immediate successors. Engaged in the pursuit of pleasure or in the exercise of tyranny, the first Caesar seldom showed themselves to the armies or to the provinces, nor were they disposed to suffer that those triumphs which their indolence neglected should be usurped by the conduct and valor of their lieutenants. The military fame of a subject was considered as an insolent invasion of the imperial prerogative, and it became the duty, as well as interest, of every Roman general to guard the frontiers entrusted to his care, without aspiring to conquests which might have proved no less fatal to himself than to the vanquished barbarians. The only accession which the Roman Empire received during the 1st century of the Christian era was the province of Britain. In this single instance, the successors of Caesar and Augustus were persuaded to follow the example of the former rather than the precept of the latter. The proximity of its situation to the coast of Gaul seemed to invite their arms. The pleasing though doubtful intelligence of a pearl fishery attracted their avarice. And as Britain was viewed in the light of a distinct and insulated world, the conquest scarcely formed any exception to the general system of continental measures. After a war of about 40 years, undertaken by the most stupid, maintained by the most dissolute, and terminated by the most timid of all the emperors, the far greater part of the island submitted to the Roman yoke. The various tribes of Britain possessed valor without conduct, and the love of freedom without the spirit of union. They took up arms with savage fierceness, they laid them down, or turned them against each other with wild inconsistency, and while they fought singly, they were successively subdued. Neither the fortitude of Caractacus, nor the despair of Boadicea, nor the fanaticism of the Druids could avert the slavery of their country, or resist the steady progress of the imperial generals who maintained the national glory when the throne was disgraced by the weakest or the most vicious of mankind. At the very time when Domitian, confined to his palace, felt the terrors which he inspired, his legions, under the command of the virtuous Agricola, defeated the collected force of the Caledonians at the foot of the Grampian hills, and his fleets, venturing to explore an unknown and dangerous navigation, displayed the Roman arms round every part of the island. The conquest of Britain was considered as already achieved, and it was the design of Agricola to complete and ensure his success by the easy reduction of Ireland, for which, in his opinion, 1 legion and a few auxiliaries were sufficient. The Western Isle might be improved into a valuable possession, and the Britons would wear their chains with the less reluctance if the prospect and example of freedom were on every side removed from before their eyes. Caesar himself conceals that ignoble motive, but it is mentioned by Suetonius, c. 47. The British pearls proved, however, of little value, on account of their dark and livid color. Tacitus observes with reason in Agricola, c. 12, that it was an inherent defect. Ego facilius crediderim, naturam Margaritis deesse quam nobis avaritiam. To Shaption Claudius, Nero, and Domitian. A hope is expressed by Pomponius Mela. He wrote under Claudius that by the success of the Roman arms, the island and its savage inhabitants would soon be better known. It is amusing enough to peruse such passages in the midst of London. See the admirable abridgment given by Tacitus in the Life of Agricola, and copiously, though perhaps not completely, illustrated by our own antiquarians, Camden and Horsley. The Irish writers, jealous of their national honor, are extremely provoked on this occasion, both with Tacitus and with Agricola. But the superior merit of Agricola soon occasioned his removal from the government of Britain, and forever disappointed this rational though extensive scheme of conquest. Before his departure, the prudent general had provided for security as well as for dominion. He had observed that the island is almost divided into two unequal parts by the opposite gulfs, or, as they are now called, the friths of Scotland. Across the narrow interval of about 40 miles he had drawn a line of military stations, which was afterwards fortified, in the reign of Antoninus Pius, by a turf rampart erected on foundations of stone. This wall of Antoninus, at a small distance beyond the modern cities of Edinburgh and Glasgow, was fixed as the limit of the Roman province. The native Caledonians preserved, in the northern extremity of the island, their wild independence, for which they were not less indebted to their poverty than to their valor. Their incursions were frequently repelled and chastised, but their country was never subdued. The masters of the fairest and most wealthy climates of the globe turned with contempt from bloomy hills, assailed by the winter tempest, from lakes concealed in a blue mist, and from cold and lonely heaths, over which the deer of the forest were, chased by a troop of naked barbarians. See Horsley's Britannia Romana, LIC 10. Note: Agricola fortified the line from Dumbarton to Edinburgh, consequently within Scotland. The Emperor Hadrian, during his residence in Britain about the year 21, caused a rampart of earth to be raised between Newcastle and Carlisle. Antoninus Pius, having gained new victories over the Caledonians by the ability of his general Lollius Urbicus, caused a new rampart of earth to be constructed between Edinburgh and Dumbarton. Lastly, Septimius Severus caused a wall of stone to be built parallel to the rampart of Hadrian, and on the same locality, see John Warburton's Valum Romanum, or The History and Antiquities of the Roman Wall. London, 1754, 4to. W. See likewise a good note on the Roman Wall in Lingard's History of England, Vol. E.P. 40, 4to edit. Mine. The poet Buchanan celebrates with elegance and spirit, see his Silva, vi.a., the unviolated independence of his native country. But if the single testimony of Richard of Cirencester was sufficient to create a Roman province of Vespasiana to the north of the wall, that independence would be reduced within very narrow limits, suis, see Appian in Proem, and the uniform imagery of Ossian's poems, which, according to every hypothesis, were composed by a native Caledonian. Such was the state of the Roman frontiers, and such the maxims of imperial policy, from the death of Augustus to the accession of Trajan. That virtuous and active prince had received the education of a soldier, and possessed the talents of a general. The peaceful system of his predecessors was interrupted by scenes of war and conquest, and the legions, after a long interval, beheld a military emperor at their head. The first exploits of Trajan were against the Dacians, the most warlike of men, who dwelt beyond the Danube, and who, during the reign of Domitian, had insulted with impunity the majesty of Rome. To the strength and fierceness of barbarians they added a contempt for life, which was derived from a warm persuasion of the immortality and transmigration of the soul. Decebalus, the Dacian king, approved himself a rival not unworthy of Trajan, nor did he despair of his own and the public fortune, till, by the confession of his enemies, he had exhausted every resource both of valor and policy. This memorable war, with a very short suspension of hostilities, lasted 5 years, and as the emperor could exert without control the whole force of the state, it was terminated by an absolute submission of the barbarians. The new province of Dacia, which formed a second exception to the precept of Augustus, was about 1,300 miles in circumference. Its natural boundaries were the Dniester, the Tis or Tibiscus, the lower Danube, and the Euxine Sea. The vestiges of a military road may still be traced from the banks of the Danube to the neighborhood of Bender, a place famous in modern history and the actual frontier of the Turkish and Russian empires. Trajan was ambitious of fame, and as long as mankind shall continue to bestow more liberal applause on their destroyers than on their benefactors, the thirst of military glory will ever be the vice of the most exalted characters. The praises of Alexander, transmitted by a succession of poets and historians, had kindled a dangerous emulation in the mind of Trajan. Like him, the Roman emperor undertook an expedition against the nations of the East, but he lamented with a sigh that his advanced age scarcely left him any hopes of equaling the renown of the son of Philip. Yet the success of Trajan, however transient, was rapid and specious. The degenerate Parthians, broken by intestine discord, fled before his arms. He descended the river Tigris in triumph, from the mountains of Armenia to the Persian Gulf. He enjoyed the honor of being the first, as he was the last, of the Roman generals who ever navigated that remote sea. His fleets ravaged the coast of Arabia, and Trajan vainly flattered himself that he was approaching towards the confines of India. Every day the astonished Senate received the intelligence of new names and new nations that acknowledged his sway. They were informed that the kings of Bosphorus, Colchos, Iberia, Albania, Osroene, and even the Parthian monarch himself had accepted their diadems from the hands of the emperor, that the independent tribes of the Median and Carduchian hills had implored his protection, and that the rich countries of Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria were reduced into the state of provinces. But the death of Trajan soon clouded the splendid prospect, and it was justly to be dreaded that so many distant nations would throw off the unaccustomed yoke when they were no longer restrained by the powerful hand which had imposed it. Chapter 1. The Extent of the Empire in the Age of the Antonines. Part 2. It was an ancient tradition that when the capital was founded by one of the Roman kings, the god Terminus, who presided over boundaries, and was represented, according to the fashion of that age, by a large stone alone, among all the inferior deities, refused to yield his place to Jupiter himself. A favorable inference was drawn from his obstinacy, which was interpreted by the augurs as a sure presage that the boundaries of the Roman power would never recede. During many ages, the prediction, as it is usual, contributed to its own accomplishment. But though Terminus had resisted the majesty of Jupiter, he submitted to the authority of the Emperor Hadrian. The resignation of all the eastern conquests of Trajan was the first measure of his reign. He restored to the Parthians the election of an independent sovereign, withdrew the Roman garrisons from the provinces of Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria, and, in compliance with the precept of Augustus, once more established the Euphrates as the frontier of the empire. Censure, which arraigns the public actions and the private motives of princes, has ascribed to envy a conduct which might be attributed to the prudence and moderation of Hadrian. The various character of that emperor, capable, by turns, of the meanest and the most generous sentiments, may afford some color to the suspicion. It was, however, scarcely in his power to place the superiority of his predecessor in a more conspicuous light than by thus confessing himself unequal to the task of defending the conquests of Trajan. Saint N. Augustine is highly delighted with the proof of the weakness of Terminus and the vanity of the augurs. See De Civitate Dei, EV 29. Note, the turn of Gibbon's sentence is Augustine's, plus Hadrianum regum hominum, quam regum deorum timuisse videatur. Mies 19. See the Augustine History, p5, Jerome's Chronicle, and all the epitomizers. It is somewhat surprising that this memorable event should be omitted by Dion, or rather by Schivelin. The martial and ambitious spirit of Trajan formed a very singular contrast with the moderation of his successor. The restless activity of Hadrian was not less remarkable when compared with the gentle repose of Antoninus Pius. The life of the former was almost a perpetual journey, and as he possessed the various talents of the soldier, the statesman, and the scholar, he gratified his curiosity in the discharge of his duty. Careless of the difference of seasons and of climates, he marched on foot, and bareheaded, over the snows of Caledonia and the sultry plains of the Upper Egypt, nor was there a province of the empire which, in the course of his reign, was not honored with the presence of the monarch. But the tranquil life of Antoninus Pius was spent in the bosom of Italy, and during the 23 years that he directed the public administration, the longest journeys of that amiable prince extended no farther than from his palace in Rome to the retirement of his Lanuvian villa. Dion. If all our historians were lost, medals, inscriptions, and other monuments would be sufficient to record the travels of Hadrian. Note: the journeys of Hadrian are traced in a note on Sauvet's translation of Hegewisch, Essai sur l'époque de l'histoire romaine, la plus heureuse pour Jean Romain, Paris 1834 p. Notwithstanding this difference in their personal conduct, the general system of Augustus was equally adopted and uniformly pursued by Hadrian and by the two Antonines. They persisted in the design of maintaining the dignity of the empire without attempting to enlarge its limits. By every honorable expedient they invited the friendship of the barbarians, and endeavored to convince mankind that the Roman power, raised above the temptation of conquest, was actuated only by the love of order and justice. During a long period of 43 years, their virtuous labors were crowned with success. And if we accept a few slight hostilities that served to exercise the legions of the frontier, the reigns of Hadrian and Antoninus Pius offer the fair prospect of universal peace. The Roman name was revered among the most remote nations of the earth. The fiercest barbarians frequently submitted their differences to the arbitration of the emperor, and we are informed by a contemporary historian that he had seen ambassadors who were refused the honor which they came to solicit of being admitted into the rank of subjects. We must, however, remember that in the time of Hadrian, a rebellion of the Jews raged with religious fury, though only in a single province. Pausanias LLI CL 43 mentions two necessary and successful wars conducted by the generals of Pius, first, against the wandering Moors who were driven into the solitudes of Atlas, 2dd, against the Brigantes of Britain who had invaded the Roman province. Both these wars, with several other hostilities, are mentioned in the Augustan History, pp. 19. The terror of the Roman arms added weight and dignity to the moderation of the emperors. They preserved peace by a constant preparation for war, and while justice regulated their conduct, they announced to the nations on their confines that they were as little disposed to endure as to offer an injury. The military strength, which it had been sufficient for Hadrian and the elder Antoninus to display, was exerted against the Parthians and the Germans by the Emperor Marcus. The hostilities of the barbarians provoked the resentment of that philosophic monarch, and, in the prosecution of a just defense, Marcus and his generals obtained many signal victories, both on the Euphrates and on the Danube. The military establishment of the Roman Empire, which thus assured either its tranquility or success, will now become the proper and important object of our attention. Dion, August in Marco. The Parthian victories gave birth to a crowd of contemptible historians, whose memory has been rescued from oblivion and exposed to ridicule in a very lively piece of criticism of Lucian. In the purer ages of the Commonwealth, the use of arms was reserved for those ranks of citizens who had a country to love, a property to defend, and some share in enacting those laws, which it was their interest as well as duty to maintain. But in proportion as the public freedom was lost in extent of conquest, war was gradually improved into an art and degraded into a trade. The legions themselves, even at the time when they were recruited in the most distant provinces, were supposed to consist of Roman citizens. That distinction was generally considered either as a legal qualification or as a proper recompense for the soldier. But a more serious regard was paid to the essential merit of age, strength, and military stature. In all levies, a just preference was given to the climates of the north over those of the south. The race of men born to the exercise of arms was sought for in the country rather than in cities, and it was very reasonably presumed that the hardy occupations of smiths, carpenters, and huntsmen would supply more vigor and resolution than the sedentary trades which are employed in the service of luxury. After every qualification of property had been laid aside, the armies of the Roman emperors were still commanded, for the most part, by officers of liberal birth and education, but the common soldiers, like the mercenary troops of modern Europe, were drawn from the meanest, and very frequently from the most profligate, of mankind. The poorest rank of soldiers possessed above £40 sterling, deniers, halicon, a very high qualification at a time when money was so scarce that an ounce of silver was equivalent to 70 pounds weight of brass. The populace, excluded by the ancient constitution, were indiscriminately admitted by Marius, c. Sallust, de Bell, Jugurth, c. 91. Note on the uncertainty of all these estimates and the difficulty of fixing the relative value of brass and silver, compare Niebuhr. According to Niebuhr, the relative disproportion in value between the two metals arose in a great degree from the abundance of brass or copper. Compare also Dureau de la Malle, Économie politique des Romains, 1845. Caesar formed his legion a lauda of Gauls and strangers, but it was during the license of civil war, and after the victory he gave them the freedom of the city for their reward. That public virtue which among the ancients was denominated patriotism is derived from a strong sense of our own interest in the preservation and prosperity of the free government of which we are members. Such a sentiment, which had rendered the legions of the Republic almost invincible, could make but a very feeble impression on the mercenary servants of a despotic prince, and it became necessary to supply that defect by other motives of a different but not less forcible nature, honor and religion. The peasant or mechanic imbibed the useful prejudice that he was advanced to the more dignified profession of arms, in which his rank and reputation would depend on his own valor, and that, although the prowess of a private soldier must often escape the notice of fame, his own behavior might sometimes confer glory or disgrace on the company, the legion, or even the army to whose honors he was associated. On his first entrance into the service, an oath was administered to him with every circumstance of solemnity. He promised never to desert his standard, to submit his own will to the commands of his leaders, and to sacrifice his life for the safety of the emperor and the empire. The attachment of the Roman troops to their standards was inspired by the united influence of religion and of honor. The golden eagle which glittered in the front of the legion was the object of their fondest devotion, nor was it esteemed less impious than it was ignominious to abandon that sacred ensign in the hour of danger. These motives, which derived their strength from the imagination, were enforced by fears and hopes of a more substantial kind. Regular pay, occasional donatives, and a stated recompense after the appointed time of service alleviated the hardships of the military life, whilst on the other hand it was impossible for cowardice or disobedience to escape the severest punishment. The centurions were authorized to chastise with blows. The generals had a right to punish with death, and it was an inflexible maxim of Roman discipline that a good soldier should dread his officers far more than the enemy. From such laudable arts did the valor of the imperial troops receive a degree of firmness and docility unattainable by the impetuous and irregular passions of barbarians. Tacitus calls the Roman eagles bellorum deos. They were placed in a chapel in the camp, and with the other deities received the religious worship of the troops. Note, see also Dio. Cass. Thee si Gronovius de pecunia vetere. The Emperor Domitian raised the annual stipend of the legionaries to 12 pieces of gold, which, in his time, was equivalent to about 10 of our guineas. This pay, somewhat higher than our own, had been, and was afterwards, gradually increased according to the progress of wealth and military government. After 20 years' service, the veteran received 3,000 denarii, about £100 sterling, or a proportionable allowance of land. The pay and advantages of the guards were, in general, about double those of the legions, and yet so sensible were the Romans of the imperfection of valor without skill and practice that, in their language, the name of an army was borrowed from the word which signified exercise. 36 military exercises were the important and unremitted object of their discipline. The recruits and young soldiers were constantly trained, both in the morning and in the evening. nor was age or knowledge allowed to excuse the veterans from the daily repetition of what they had completely learnt. Large sheds were erected in the winter quarters of the troops, that their useful labours might not receive any interruption from the most tempestuous weather, and it was carefully observed that the arms destined to this imitation of war should be of double the weight which was required in real action. It is not the purpose of this work to enter into any minute description of the Roman exercises. We shall only remark that they comprehended whatever could add strength to the body, activity to the limbs, or grace to the motions. The soldiers were diligently instructed to march, to run, to leap, to swim, to carry heavy burdens, to handle every species of arms that was used either for offense or for defense, either in distant engagement or in a closer onset, to form a variety of evolutions, and to move to the sound of flutes in the Pyrrhic or martial dance. In the midst of peace, the Roman troops familiarized themselves with the practice of war, and it is prettily remarked by an ancient historian who had fought against them that the effusion of blood was the only circumstance which distinguished a field of battle from a field of exercise. It was the policy of the ablest generals and even of the emperors themselves to encourage these military studies by their presence and example, and we are informed that Hadrian, as well as Trajan, frequently condescended to instruct the unexperienced soldiers, to reward the diligent, and sometimes to dispute with them the prize of superior strength or dexterity. Under the reigns of those princes, the science of tactics was cultivated with success, and as long as the empire retained any vigor, their military instructions were respected as the most perfect model of Roman discipline. Te exercitus ab exercitando varo de lingua latina lev. Cicero in Tusculan, Lii, 37:15. There is room for a very interesting work, which should lay open the connection between the languages and manners of nations. Note: I am not aware of the existence at present of such a work, but the profound observations of the late William von Humboldt in the introduction to his posthumously published essay on the language of the island of Java, Über die Kawi-Sprache, Berlin, 1836, may cause regret that this task was not completed by that accomplished and universal scholar. M. Square. The Pyrrhic dance is extremely well illustrated by M. Squem in the Académie des Inscriptions, tom. That learned academician, in a series of memoirs, has collected all the passages of the ancients that relate to the Roman legion. 9 centuries of war had gradually introduced into the service many alterations and improvements. The legions, as they are described by Polybius in the time of the Punic Wars, differed very materially from those which achieved the victories of Caesar, or defended the monarchy of Hadrian and the Antonines. The constitution of the imperial legion may be described in a few words. The heavy armed infantry, which composed its principal strength, was divided into 10 cohorts and 55 companies under the orders of a correspondent number of tribunes and centurions. The first cohort, which always claimed the post of honor and the custody of the eagle, was formed of 1,105 soldiers, the most approved for valor and fidelity. The remaining 9 cohorts consisted each of 555, and the whole body of legionary infantry amounted to 6,100 men. Their arms were uniform, and admirably adapted to the nature of their service: an open helmet with a lofty crest, a breastplate or coat of mail, greaves on their legs, and an ample buckler on their left arm. The buckler was of an oblong and concave figure, 4 feet in length and 2.5 in breadth, framed of a light wood, covered with a bull's hide, and strongly guarded with plates of brass. Besides a lighter spear, the legionary soldier grasped in his right hand the formidable pilum, a ponderous javelin whose utmost length was about 6 feet, and which was terminated by a massy triangular point of steel of 18 inches. This instrument was indeed much inferior to our modern firearms, since it was exhausted by a single discharge, at the distance of only 10 or 12 paces. Yet when it was launched by a firm and skilful hand, there was not any cavalry that durst venture within its reach, nor any shield or corselet that could sustain the impetuosity of its weight. As soon as the Roman had darted his pilum, he drew his sword and rushed forwards to close with the enemy. His sword was a short, well-tempered Spanish blade that carried a double edge and was alike suited to the purpose of striking or of pushing. But the soldier was always instructed to prefer the latter use of his weapon, as his own body remained less exposed, whilst he inflicted a more dangerous wound on his adversary. The legion was usually drawn up 8 deep, and the regular distance of 3 feet was left between the files as well as ranks. A body of troops habituated to preserve this open order, in a long front and a rapid charge, found themselves prepared to execute every disposition which the circumstances of war or the skill of their leader might suggest. The soldier possessed a free space for his arms and motions, and sufficient intervals were allowed, through which seasonable reinforcements might be introduced to the relief of the exhausted combatants. The tactics of the Greeks and Macedonians were formed on very different principles. The strength of the phalanx depended on 16 ranks of long pikes wedged together in the closest array. But it was soon discovered by reflection, as well as by the event, that the strength of the phalanx was unable to contend with the activity of the legion. Vegetius de Re Militari, L2C1. In the purer age of Caesar and Cicero, the word miles was almost confined to the infantry. Under the Lower Empire and the times of chivalry, it was appropriated almost as exclusively to the men-at-arms who fought on horseback. In the time of Polybius and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, LVCC, the steel point of the pilum seems to have been much longer. In the time of Vegetius, it was reduced to a foot or even 9 inches. I have chosen a medium. See Arrian's Tactics. With the true partiality of a Greek, Arrian rather chose to describe the phalanx, of which he had read, than the legions which he had commanded. The cavalry, without which the force of the legion would have remained imperfect, was divided into 10 troops or squadrons. The first, as the companion of the first cohort, consisted of 132 men, whilst each of the other 9 amounted only to 66. The entire establishment formed a regiment, if we may use the modern expression, of 726 horse, naturally connected with its respective legion, but occasionally separated to act in the line, and to compose a part of the wings of the army. The cavalry of the emperors was no longer composed, like that of the ancient republic, of the noblest youths of Rome and Italy, who, by performing their military service on horseback, prepared themselves for the offices of senator and consul, and solicited by deeds of valor the future suffrages of their countrymen. Since the alteration of manners and government, the most wealthy of the equestrian order were engaged in the administration of justice and of the revenue, and whenever they embraced the profession of arms, they were immediately entrusted with a troop of horse or a cohort of foot. Trajan and Hadrian formed their cavalry from the same provinces and the same class of their subjects, which recruited the ranks of the legion. The horses were bred, for the most part, in Spain or Cappadocia. The Roman troopers despised the complete armor with which the cavalry of the East was encumbered. Their more useful arms consisted in a helmet, an oblong shield, light boots, and a coat of mail. A javelin and a long broad sword were their principal weapons of offense. The use of lances and of iron maces they seem to have borrowed from the barbarians. Vegedi Militari L2C. His positive testimony, which might be supported by circumstantial evidence, ought surely to silence those critics who refuse the imperial legion its proper body of cavalry. Note, see also Joseph. The true sense of that very curious passage was first discovered and illustrated by M. de Beaufort, République Romaine, L2C 2M, as in the instance of Horace and Agricola. This appears to have been a defect in the Roman discipline, which Hadrian endeavored to remedy by ascertaining the legal age of a tribune. Note: these details are not altogether accurate. Although in the latter days of the Republic and under the first emperors the young Roman nobles obtained the command of a squadron or a cohort with greater facility than in the former times, they never obtained it without passing through a tolerably long military service. Usually they served first in the Praetorian cohort, which was entrusted with the guard of the general. They were received into the companionship contubernium of some superior officer, and were there formed for duty. Thus Julius Caesar, though sprung from a great family, served first as contubernalis under the praetor M. Thermus and later under Servilius the Isaurian. The example of Horace, which Gibbon adduces to prove that young knights were made tribunes immediately on entering the service, proves nothing. In the first place, Horace was not a knight. He was the son of a freedman of Venusia in Apulia, who exercised the humble office of coactor exauctionum, collector of payments at auctions. Moreover, when the poet was made tribune, Brutus, whose army was nearly entirely composed of Orientals, gave this title to all the Romans of consideration who joined him. The emperors were still less difficult in their choice. The number of tribunes was augmented, the title and honors were conferred on persons whom they wished to attack to the court. Augustus conferred on the sons of senators sometimes the tribunate, sometimes the command of a squadron. Claudius gave to the knights who entered into the service, first the command of a cohort of auxiliaries, later that of a squadron, and at length, for the first time, the tribunate. Sweat in cloud, with the notes of Ernesti, the abuses that arose caused by the edict of Hadrian, which fixed the age at which that honor could be attained. This edict was subsequently obeyed, for the Emperor Valerian, in a letter addressed to Murvius Gallienus, Praetorian Prefect, excuses himself for having violated it in favor of the young Probus, afterwards emperor, on whom he had conferred the tribunate at an earlier age on account of his rare talents. Vopisc, in prob, though already invested with the title of tribune, was contubernalis in Britain with Suetonius Paulinus, Tachy, Agier. 5. M. The safety and honor of the empire was principally entrusted to the legions, but the policy of Rome condescended to adopt every useful instrument of war. Considerable levies were regularly made among the provincials, who had not yet deserved the honorable distinction of Romans. Many dependent princes and communities dispersed round the frontiers were permitted for a while to hold their freedom and security by the tenure of military service. Even select troops of hostile barbarians were frequently compelled or persuaded to consume their dangerous valor in remote climates, and for the benefit of the state. All these were included under the general name of auxiliaries, and howsoever they might vary according to the difference of times and circumstances, their numbers were seldom much inferior to those of the legions themselves. Among the auxiliaries, the bravest and most faithful bands were placed under the command of prefects and centurions, and severely trained in the arts of Roman discipline, but the far greater part retained those arms to which the nature of their country, or their early habits of life, more peculiarly adapted them. By this institution, each legion, to whom a certain proportion of auxiliaries was allotted, contained within itself every species of lighter troops and of missile weapons, and was capable of encountering every nation, with the advantages of its respective arms and discipline. Nor was the legion destitute of what in modern language would be styled a train of artillery. It consisted in 10 military engines of the largest, and 55 of a smaller size, but all of which, either in an oblique or horizontal manner, discharged stones and darts with irresistible violence. Marcus Antoninus obliged the vanquished Squadi and Marcomanni to supply him with a large body of troops, which he immediately sent into Britain. Dion Cassius. Those who fix a regular proportion of as many foot and twice as many horse confound the auxiliaries of the emperors with the Italian allies of the Republic. Chevalier Follade, Polybe, he prefers them in many respects to our modern cannon and mortars. We may observe that the use of them in the field gradually became more prevalent, in proportion as personal valor and military skill declined with the Roman Empire. When men were no longer found, their place was supplied by machines. See Vegetius, EI. Volume 1. The Extent of the Empire in the Age of the Antonines. Part 3. The camp of a Roman legion presented the appearance of a fortified city. As soon as the space was marked out, the pioneers carefully leveled the ground and removed every impediment that might interrupt its perfect regularity. Its form was an exact quadrangle, and we may calculate that a square of about 700 yards was sufficient for the encampment of 20,000 Romans, though a similar number of our own troops would expose to the enemy a front of more than treble that extent. In the midst of the camp, the praetorium, or general's quarters, rose above the others. The cavalry, the infantry, and the auxiliaries occupied their respective stations. The streets were broad and perfectly straight, and a vacant space of 200 feet was left on all sides between the tents and the rampart. The rampart itself was usually 12 feet high, armed with a line of strong and intricate palisades, and defended by a ditch of 12 feet in depth as well as in breadth. This important labor was performed by the hands of the legionaries themselves, to whom the use of the spade and the pickaxe was no less familiar than that of the sword or pilum. Active valor may often be the present of nature, but such patient diligence can be the fruit only of habit and discipline. Whenever the trumpet gave the signal of departure, the camp was almost instantly broke up, and the Roman troops fell into their ranks without delay or confusion. Besides their arms, which the legionaries scarcely considered as an encumbrance, they were laden with their kitchen furniture, the instruments of fortification, and the provision of many days. Under this weight, which would oppress the delicacy of a modern soldier, they were trained by a regular step to advance in about 6 hours, near 20 miles. On the appearance of an enemy, they threw aside their baggage, and by easy and rapid evolutions converted the column of march into an order of battle. The slingers and archers skirmished in the front. The auxiliaries formed the first line and were seconded or sustained by the strength of the legions. The cavalry covered the flanks, and the military engines were placed in the rear. Such were the arts of war by which the Roman emperors defended their extensive conquests and preserved a military spirit at a time when every other virtue was oppressed by luxury and despotism. If, in the consideration of their armies, we pass from their discipline to their numbers, we shall not find it easy to define them with any tolerable accuracy. We may compute, however, that the legion, which was itself a body of 6,831 Romans, might, with its attendant auxiliaries, amount to about 12,500 men. The peace establishment of Hadrian and his successors was composed of no less than 30 of these formidable brigades, and most probably formed a standing force of 375,000 men. Instead of being confined within the walls of fortified cities, which the Romans considered as the refuge of weakness or pusillanimity, the legions were encamped on the banks of the great rivers and along the frontiers of the barbarians. As their stations, for the most part, remained fixed and permanent, we may venture to describe the distribution of the troops. 3 legions were sufficient for Britain. The principal strength lay upon the Rhine and Danube, and consisted of 16 legions in the following proportions: 2 in the Lower and 3 in the Upper Germany, 1 in Raetia, 1 in Noricum, 4 in Pannonia, 3 in Marcia, and 2 in Dacia. The defense of the Euphrates was entrusted to 8 legions, 6 of whom were planted in Syria, and the other 2 in Cappadocia. With regard to Egypt, Africa, and Spain, as they were far removed from any important scene of war, a single legion maintained the domestic tranquility of each of those great provinces. Even Italy was not left destitute of a military force. Above 20,000 chosen soldiers, distinguished by the titles of city cohorts and praetorian guards, watched over the safety of the monarch and the capital. As the authors of almost every revolution that distracted the empire, the praetorians will very soon and very loudly demand our attention. But in their arms and institutions, we cannot find any circumstance which discriminated them from the legions, unless it were a more splendid appearance and a less rigid discipline. The navy maintained by the emperors might seem inadequate to their greatness, but it was fully sufficient for every useful purpose of government. The ambition of the Romans was confined to the land, nor was that warlike people ever actuated by the enterprising spirit which had prompted the navigators of Tyre, of Carthage, and even of Marseille to enlarge the bounds of the world and to explore the most remote coasts of the ocean. To the Romans, the ocean remained an object of terror rather than of curiosity. The whole extent of the Mediterranean, after the destruction of Carthage and the extirpation of the pirates, was included within their provinces. The policy of the emperors was directed only to preserve the peaceful dominion of that sea and to protect the commerce of their subjects. With these moderate views, Augustus stationed 2 permanent fleets in the most convenient ports of Italy, the one at Ravenna on the Adriatic, the other at Misenum in the Bay of Naples. Experience seems at length to have convinced the ancients that as soon as their galleys exceeded 2, or at the most 3 ranks of oars, they were suited rather for vain pomp than for real service. Augustus himself, in the victory of Actium, had seen the superiority of his own light frigates. They were called Liburnians over the lofty but unwieldy castles of his rival. Of these Liburnians he composed the 2 fleets of Ravenna and Misenum, destined to command, the one the eastern, the other the western division of the Mediterranean, and to each of the squadrons he attached a body of several thousand marines. Besides these 2 ports, which may be considered as the principal seats of the Roman navy, a very considerable force was stationed at Frejus on the coast of Provence, and the Euxine was guarded by 40 ships and 3,000 soldiers. To all these we add the fleet which preserved the communication between Gaul and Britain, and a great number of vessels constantly maintained on the Rhine and Danube to harass the country or to intercept the passage of the barbarians. If we review this general state of the imperial forces, of the cavalry as well as infantry, of the legions, the auxiliaries, the guards, and the navy, the most liberal computation will not allow us to fix the entire establishment by sea and by land. At more than 450,000 men, a military power, which, however formidable it may seem, was equalled by a monarch of the last century whose kingdom was confined within a single province of the Roman Empire. We have attempted to explain the spirit which moderated and the strength which supported the power of Hadrian and the Antonines. We shall now endeavor with clearness and precision to describe the provinces once united under their sway, but at present divided into so many independent and hostile states. Spain, the western extremity of the empire, of Europe, and of the ancient world, has in every age invariably preserved the same natural limits, the Pyrenean mountains, the Mediterranean, and the Atlantic Ocean. That great peninsula, at present so unequally divided between 2 sovereigns, was distributed by Augustus into 3 provinces, Lusitania, Baetica, and Tarraconensis. The kingdom of Portugal now fills the place of the warlike country of the Lusitanians, and the loss sustained by the former on the side of the east is compensated by an accession of territory towards the north. The confines of Granada and Andalusia correspond with those of ancient Baetica. The remainder of Spain, Galicia, and the Asturias, Biscay, and Navarre, Leon and the 2 Castilles, Murcia, Valencia, Catalonia, and Aragon, all contributed to form the 3rd and most considerable of the Roman governments, which, from the name of its capital, was styled the province of Tarragona. Of the native barbarians, the Celtiberians were the most powerful, as the Cantabrians and Asturians proved the most obstinate. Confident in the strength of their mountains, they were the last who submitted to the arms of Rome, and the first who threw off the yoke of the Arabs. Ancient Gaul, as it contained the whole country between the Pyrenees, the Alps, the Rhine, and the ocean, was of greater extent than modern France. To the dominions of that powerful monarchy, with its recent acquisitions of Alsace and Lorraine, we must add the Duchy of Savoy, the cantons of Switzerland, the 4 electorates of the Rhine, and the territories of Liège, Luxembourg, Hainaut, Flanders, and Brabant. When Augustus gave laws to the conquests of his father, he introduced a division of Gaul, equally adapted to the progress of the legions, to the course of the rivers, and to the principal national distinctions, which had comprehended above 100 independent states. The seacoast of the Mediterranean, Languedoc, Provence, and Dauphiné, received their provincial appellation from the colony of Narbonne. The government of Aquitaine was extended from the Pyrenees to the Loire. The country between the Loire and the Seine was styled the Celtic Gaul, and soon borrowed a new denomination from the celebrated colony of Lugdunum, or Lyons. The Belgic lay beyond the Seine, and in more ancient times had been bounded only by the Rhine, but a little before the age of Caesar, the Germans, abusing their superiority of valor, had occupied a considerable portion of the Belgic territory. The Roman conquerors very eagerly embraced so flattering a circumstance, and the Gallic frontier of the Rhine, from Basel to Leyden, received the pompous names of the Upper and the Lower Germany. Such, under the reign of the Antonines, were the 6 provinces of Gaul, the Narbonnese, Aquitaine, the Celtic or Lyonnese, the Belgic, and the 2 Germanies. We have already had occasion to mention the conquest of Britain, and to fix the boundary of the Roman province in this island. It comprehended all England, Wales, and the lowlands of Scotland, as far as the friths of Dumbarton and Edinburgh. Before Britain lost her freedom, the country was irregularly divided between 30 tribes of barbarians, of whom the most considerable were the Belga in the west, the Brigantes in the north, the Silures in South Wales, and the Iceni in Norfolk. Suffolk. As far as we can either trace or credit the resemblance of manners and language, Spain, Gaul, and Britain were peopled by the same hardy race of savages. Before they yielded to the Roman arms, they often disputed the field, and often renewed the contest. After their submission, they constituted the western division of the European provinces, which extended from the columns of Hercules to the wall of Antonines, and from the mouth of the Tagus to the sources of the Rhine and Danube. The Ligurians dwelt on the rocky coast which now forms the Republic of Genoa. Venice was yet unborn, but the territories of that state which lie to the east of the Adige were inhabited by the Venetians. The middle part of the peninsula that now composes the Duchy of Tuscany and the ecclesiastical state was the ancient seat of the Etruscans and Umbrians, to the former of whom Italy was indebted for the first rudiments of civilized life. The Tiber rode at the foot of the 7 hills of Rome, and the country of the Sabines, the Latins, and the Volsci, from that river to the frontiers of Naples, was the theatre of her infant victories. On that celebrated ground, the first consuls deserved triumphs, their successors adorned villas, and their posterity have erected convents. Capua and Campania possessed the immediate territory of Naples. The rest of the kingdom was inhabited by many warlike nations, the Marsi, the Samnites, the Apulians, and the Lucanians, and the seacoasts had been covered by the flourishing colonies of the Greeks. We may remark that when Augustus divided Italy into 11 regions, the little province of Istria was annexed to that seat of Roman sovereignty. The European provinces of Rome were protected by the course of the Rhine and the Danube, the latter of those mighty streams, which rises at the distance of only 30 miles from the former, flows above 1,300 miles for the most part to the southeast, collects the tribute of 60 navigable rivers, and is, at length, through 6 mouths, received into the Euxine, which appears scarcely equal to such an accession of waters. The provinces of the Danube soon acquired the general appellation of Illyricum, or the Illyrian frontier, and were esteemed the most warlike of the empire, but they deserve to be more particularly considered under the names of Raetia, Noricum, Pannonia, Dalmatia, Dacia, Marcia, Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece. The province of Raetia, which soon extinguished the name of the Vindelicians, extended from the summit of the Alps to the banks of the Danube, from its source as far as its conflux with the Inn. The greatest part of the flat country is subject to the Elector of Bavaria. The city of Augsburg is protected by the constitution of the German Empire. The Grisons are safe in their mountains, and the country of Tyrol is ranked among the numerous provinces of the House of Austria. The wide extent of territory which is included between the Inn, the Danube, and the Save, Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, the Lower Hungary, and Sclavonia, was known to the ancients under the names of Noricum and Pannonia. In their original state of independence, their fierce inhabitants were intimately connected. Under the Roman government, they were frequently united, and they still remain the patrimony of a single family. They now contain the residence of a German prince who styles himself Emperor of the Romans, and formed the center, as well as strength, of the Austrian power. It may not be improper to observe that if we except Bohemia, Moravia, the northern skirts of Austria, and a part of Hungary between the Taus and the Danube, all the other dominions of the House of Austria were comprised within the limits of the Roman Empire. Dalmatia, to which the name of Illyricum more properly belonged, was a long but narrow tract between the Save and the Adriatic. The best part of the seacoast, which still retains its ancient appellation, is a province of the Venetian state, and the seat of the little republic of Ragusa. The inland parts have assumed the Sclavonian names of Croatia and Bosnia. The former obeys an Austrian governor, the latter a Turkish pacha, but the whole country is still infested by tribes of barbarians whose savage independence irregularly marks the doubtful limit of the Christian and Mahometan power. After the Danube had received the waters of the Teyss and the Save, it acquired, at least among the Greeks, the name of Ister. It formerly divided Marcia and Dacia, the latter of which, as we have already seen, was a conquest of Trajan and the only province beyond the river. If we inquire into the present state of those countries, we shall find that, on the left hand of the Danube, Temeswar and Transylvania have been annexed, after many revolutions, to the crown of Hungary, whilst the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia acknowledge the supremacy of the Ottoman Porte. On the right hand of the Danube, Marcia, which during the Middle Ages was broken into the barbarian kingdoms of Servia and Bulgaria, is again united in Turkish slavery. The appellation of Rumelia, which is still bestowed by the Turks on the extensive countries of Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece, preserves the memory of their ancient state under the Roman Empire. In the time of the Antonines, the martial regions of Thrace, from the mountains of Haemus and Rhodope to the Bosphorus and the Hellespont, had assumed the form of a province. Notwithstanding the change of masters and of religion, the new city of Rome, founded by Constantine on the banks of the Bosphorus, has ever since remained the capital of a great monarchy. The kingdom of Macedonia, which, under the reign of Alexander, gave laws to Asia, derived more solid advantages from the policy of the two Philips, and with its dependencies of Epirus and Thessaly, extended from the Aegean to the Ionian Sea. When we reflect on the fame of Thebes and Argos, of Sparta and Athens, we can scarcely persuade ourselves that so many immortal republics of ancient Greece were lost in a single province of the Roman Empire, which, from the superior influence of the Achaean League, was usually denominated the province of Achaia. Such was the state of Europe under the Roman emperors. The provinces of Asia, without excepting the transient conquests of Trajan, are all comprehended within the limits of the Turkish power. But, instead of following the arbitrary divisions of despotism and ignorance, it will be safer for us, as well as more agreeable, to observe the indelible characters of nature. The name of Asia Minor is attributed with some propriety to the peninsula which, confined betwixt the Euxine and the Mediterranean, advances from the Euphrates towards Europe. The most extensive and flourishing district westward of Mount Taurus and the river Halys was dignified by the Romans with the exclusive title of Asia. The jurisdiction of that province extended over the ancient monarchies of Troy, Lydia, and Phrygia, the maritime countries of the Pamphylians, Lycians, and Carians, and the Grecian colonies of Ionia, which equaled in arts, though not in arms, though glory of their parent. The kingdoms of Bithynia and Pontus possessed the northern side of the peninsula, from Constantinople to Trebizond. On the opposite side, the province of Cilicia was terminated by the mountains of Syria. The inland country, separated from the Roman Asia by the river Halys, and from Armenia by the Euphrates, had once formed the independent kingdom of Cappadocia. In this place we may observe that the northern shores of the Euxine, beyond Trebizond in Asia, and beyond the Danube in Europe, acknowledged the sovereignty of the emperors, and received at their hands either tributary princes or Roman garrisons. Budzak, Crim Tartary, Circassia, and Mingrelia are the modern appellations of those savage countries. Under the successors of Alexander, Syria was the seat of the Seleucidae, who reigned over Upper Asia, till the successful revolt of the Parthians confined their dominions between the Euphrates and the Mediterranean. When Syria became subject to the Romans, it formed the eastern frontier of their empire, nor did that province, in its utmost latitude, know any other bounds than the mountains of Cappadocia to the north, and towards the south, the confines of Egypt and the Red Sea. Phoenicia and Palestine was sometimes annexed to, and sometimes separated from, the jurisdiction of Syria. The former of these was a narrow and rocky coast, the latter was a territory scarcely superior to Wales, either in fertility or extent. Yet Phoenicia and Palestine will forever live in the memory of mankind, since America as well as Europe has received letters from the one and religion from the other. 83. A sandy desert, alike destitute of wood and water, skirts along the doubtful confine of Syria from the Euphrates to the Red Sea. The wandering life of the Arabs was inseparably connected with their independence, and wherever, on some spots less barren than the rest, they ventured to for many settled habitations, they soon became subjects to the Roman Empire. In regard to Phoenicia and Palestine, this comparison is exaggerated, with the intention, no doubt, of attacking the authority of the Bible, which boasts of the fertility of Palestine. Gibbon's only authorities were that of Strabo L16, 1904, and the present state of the country. But Strabo only speaks of the neighborhood of Jerusalem, which he calls barren and arid to the extent of 60 stadia around the city. In other parts he gives a favorable testimony to the fertility of many parts of Palestine. Thus he says, near Jericho there is a grove of palms and a country of 100 stadia, full of springs and well peopled. Moreover, Strabo had never seen Palestine. He spoke only after reports, which may be as inaccurate as those according to which he has composed that description of Germany in which Glaverius has detected so many errors. Gluv, Germ, 3, 1. Finally, his testimony is contradicted and refuted by that of other ancient authors and by medals. Tacitus says, in speaking of Palestine, "The inhabitants are healthy and robust, the rains moderate, the soil fertile." Hist. v. 6. Ammianus Marcellinus says also, "The last of the Syrias is Palestine, a country of considerable extent, abounding in clean and well-cultivated land, and containing some fine cities, none of which yields to the other, but, as it were, being on a parallel, are rivals." See also the historian Josephus, Hist. 4, 1. Procopius of Caesarea, who lived in the 6th century, says that Chosroes, king of Persia, had a great desire to make himself master of Palestine on account of its extraordinary fertility, its opulence, and the great number of its inhabitants. The Saracens thought the same, and were afraid that Omar, when he went to Jerusalem, charmed with the fertility of the soil and the purity of the air, would never return to Medina. Ockley, Hist. of Seric. I. 232. The importance attached by the Romans to the conquest of Palestine and the obstacles they encountered prove also the richness and population of the country. Vespasian and Titus cause medals to be struck with trophies, in which Palestine is represented by a female under a palm tree to signify the richness of he country, with this legend, Judea Capta. Other medals also indicate this fertility, for instance, that of Herod holding a bunch of grapes, and that of the young Agrippa displaying fruit. As to the present state of he country, one perceives that it is not fair to draw any inference against its ancient fertility. The disasters through which it has passed, the government to which it is subject, the disposition of the inhabitants, explain sufficiently the wild and uncultivated appearance of the land, where, nevertheless, fertile and cultivated districts are still found, according to the testimony of travelers, among others of Shaw, Mondreau, La Roque. The Abbé Guenet, in his Lettres de quelques Juifs amants de Voltaire, has exhausted the subject of the fertility of Palestine, for Voltaire had likewise indulged in sarcasm on this subject. Gibbon was assailed on this point, not, indeed, by Mr. Davis, who, he slyly insinuates, was prevented by his patriotism as a Welshman from resenting the comparison with Wales, but by other writers. In his vindication, he first established the correctness of his measurement of Palestine, which he estimates as 7,600 square English miles, while Wales is about 7,011. As to fertility, he proceeds in the following dexterously composed and splendid passage. The Emperor Frederick II, the enemy and the victim of the clergy, is accused of saying, after his return from his crusade, that the God of the Jews would have despised his promised land if he had once seen the fruitful realms of Sicily and Naples. Si già non è istor, sivi, del ar di Napoli, 2:245. This raillery, which malice has, perhaps, falsely imputed to Frederick, is inconsistent with truth and piety, yet it must be confessed that the soil of Palestine does not contain that inexhaustible and, as it were, spontaneous principle of fertility, which, under the most unfavorable circumstances, has covered with rich harvests the banks of the Nile, the fields of Sicily, or the plains of Poland. The Jordan is the only navigable river of Palestine. A considerable part of the narrow space is occupied, or rather lost, in the Dead Sea, whose horrid aspect inspires every sensation of disgust, and countenances every tale of horror. The districts which border on Arabia partake of the sandy quality of the adjacent desert. The face of the country, except the sea-coast and the valley of the Jordan, is covered with mountains which appear for the most part as naked and barren rocks, and in the neighborhood of Jerusalem there is a real scarcity of the two elements of earth and water. See Mondrell's Travels, p. 65, and Reland's Palestine. I. 238, 3095. These disadvantages, which now operate in their fullest extent, were formerly corrected by the labors of a numerous people and the active protection of a wise government. The hills were clothed with rich beds of artificial mold. The rain was collected in vast cisterns. A supply of fresh water was conveyed by pipes and aqueducts to the dry lands. The breed of cattle was encouraged in those parts which were not adapted for tillage, and almost every spot was compelled to yield some production for the use of the inhabitants. Pateris pecolendi, haud facilem esse viam voluit, primusc par artem movit agros, curis aquens mortalia corda, nec torpere gravi passus sua regna veterno. Gibbon misc. Works 4:540. But Gibbon has here eluded the question about the land flowing with milk and honey. He is describing Judea only, without comprehending Galilee or the rich pastures beyond the Jordan, even now proverbial for their flocks and herds. See Burckhardt's Travels and Hist of Jews, I. 28. The following is believed to be a fair statement. The extraordinary fertility of the whole country must be taken into the account. No part was waste. Very little was occupied by unprofitable wood. The more fertile hills were cultivated in artificial terraces. Others were hung with orchards of fruit trees. The more rocky and barren districts were covered with vineyards. Even in the present day, the wars and misgovernment of ages have not exhausted the natural richness of the soil. Galilee, says Moltebrun, would be a paradise were it inhabited by an industrious people under an enlightened government. No land could be less dependent on foreign importation. It bore within itself everything that could be necessary for the subsistence and comfort of a simple agricultural people. The climate was healthy, the seasons regular. The former rains, which fell about October after the vintage, prepared the ground for the seed. That latter, which prevailed during March and the beginning of April, made it grow rapidly. Directly the rain ceased, the grain ripened with still greater rapidity, and was gathered in before the end of May. The summer months were dry and very hot, but the nights cool and refreshed by copious dews. In September the vintage was gathered. Grain of all kinds, wheat, barley, millet, zea, and other sorts, grew in abundance. The wheat commonly yielded 30 for one. Besides the vine and the olive, the almond, the date, figs of many kinds, the orange, the pomegranate, and many other fruit trees, flourished in the greatest luxuriance. Great quantity of honey was collected. The balm tree, which produced the opobalsamum, a great object of trade, was probably introduced from Arabia in the time of Solomon. It flourished about Jericho and in Gilead. Milman's Hist of Jews. I. 77. The geographers of antiquity have frequently hesitated to what portion of the globe they should ascribe Egypt. By its situation, that celebrated kingdom is included within the immense peninsula of Africa, but it is accessible only on the side of Asia, whose revolutions in almost every period of history Egypt has humbly obeyed. A Roman prefect was seated on the splendid throne of the Ptolemies, and the iron scepter of the Mamelukes is now in the hands of a Turkish pacha. The Nile flows down the country, above 500 miles from the Tropic of Cancer to the Mediterranean, and marks on either side the extent of fertility by the measure of its inundations. Cyrene, situate towards the west and along the seacoast, was first a Greek colony, afterwards a province of Egypt, and is now lost in the desert of Barca. Edit, Ptolemy and Strabo, with the modern geographers, fixed the Isthmus of Suez as the boundary of Asia and Africa. Dionysius, Mela, Pliny, Sallust, Hietius, and Solinus have preferred for that purpose the western branch of the Nile, or even the great Catabathmus or descent, which last would assign to Asia not only Egypt, but part of Libya. Edit, the French. Editor has a long and unnecessary note on the history of Cyrene. For the present state of that coast and country, the volume of Captain Beechey is full of interesting details. Egypt, now an independent and improving kingdom, appears, under the enterprising rule of Muhammad Ali, likely to revenge its former oppression upon the decrepit power of the Turkish Empire. This note was written in 1838. The future destiny of Egypt is an important problem, only to be solved by time. This observation will also apply to the new French colony in Algiers, 1845. From Cyrene to the ocean, the coast of Africa extends above 1,500 miles, yet so closely is it pressed between the Mediterranean and the Sahara, or sandy desert, that its breadth seldom exceeds 80 or 100 miles. The eastern division was considered by the Romans as the more peculiar and proper province of Africa. Till the arrival of the Phoenician colonies, that fertile country was inhabited by the Libyans, the most savage of mankind. Under the immediate jurisdiction of Carthage, it became the center of commerce and empire, but the Republic of Carthage is now degenerated into the feeble and disorderly states of Tripoli and Tunis. The military government of Algiers oppresses the wide extent of Numidia, as it was once united under Massinissa and Jugurtha. But in the time of Augustus, the limits of Numidia were contracted, and at least 2/3 of the country acquiesced in the name of Mauritania, with the epithet of Caesariensis. The genuine Mauritania, or country of the Moors, which from the ancient city of Tingi, or Tangier, was distinguished by the appellation of Tingitana, is represented by the modern kingdom of Fez. Salé on the ocean, so infamous at present for its piratical depredations, was noticed by the Romans as the extreme object of their power and almost of their geography. A city of their foundation may still be discovered near Mekines, the residence of the barbarian whom we condescend to style the Emperor of Morocco, but it does not appear that his more southern dominions, Morocco itself and Segomessa, were ever comprehended within the Roman province. The western parts of Africa are intersected by the branches of Mount Atlas, a name so idly celebrated by the fancy of poets, but which is now diffused over the immense ocean that rolls between the ancient and the new continent. Having now finished the circuit of the Roman Empire, we may observe that Africa is divided from Spain by a narrow strait of about 12 miles, through which the Atlantic flows into the Mediterranean. The columns of Hercules, so famous among the ancients, were two mountains which seem to have been torn asunder by some convulsion of the elements, and at the foot of the European mountain the fortress of Gibraltar is now seated. The whole extent of the Mediterranean Sea, its coasts and its islands, were comprised within the Roman dominion. Of the larger islands, the two Baleares, which derive their name of Majorca and Minorca from their respective size, are subject at present, the former to Spain, the latter to Great Britain. It is easier to deplore the fate than to describe the actual condition of Corsica. Two Italian sovereigns assume a regal title from Sardinia and Sicily. Crete, or Candia with Cyprus, and most of the smaller islands of Greece and Asia have been subdued by the Turkish arms, whilst the little rock of Malta defies their power. and has emerged under the government of its military order into fame and opulence. This long enumeration of provinces, whose broken fragments have formed so many powerful kingdoms, might almost induce us to forgive the vanity or ignorance of the ancients. Dazzled with the extensive sway, the irresistible strength, and the real or affected moderation of the emperors, they permitted themselves to despise, and sometimes to forget, the outlying countries which had been left in the enjoyment of a barbarous independence, and they gradually usurped the license of confounding the Roman monarchy with the globe of the earth. But the temper, as well as knowledge, of a modern historian require a more sober and accurate language. He may impress a juster image of the greatness of Rome by observing that the empire was above 2,000 miles in breadth, from the wall of Antonines and the northern limits of Dacia to Mount Atlas and the Tropic of Cancer, that it extended in length more than 3,000 miles from the Western Ocean to the Euphrates, that it was situated in the finest part of the temperate zone, between the 24th and 56th degrees of northern latitude, and that it was supposed to contain above 1,600,000 square miles, for the most part of fertile and well-cultivated land. Chapter 2. The Internal Prosperity in the Age of the Antonines. Part 1 of the Union and Internal Prosperity of the Roman Empire in the Age of the Antonines. It is not alone by the rapidity or extent of conquest that we should estimate the greatness of Rome. The sovereign of the Russian deserts commands a larger portion of the globe. In the 7th summer after his passage of the Hellespont, Alexander erected the Macedonian trophies on the banks of the Hyphasis. 1. Within less than a century, the irresistible Zingis and the Mogul princes of his race spread their cruel devastations and transient empire from the Sea of China to the confines of Egypt and Germany. 2. But the firm edifice of Roman power was raised and preserved by the wisdom of ages. The obedient provinces of Trajan and the Antonines were united by laws and adorned by arts. They might occasionally suffer from the partial abuse of delegated authority, but the general principle of government was wise, simple, and beneficent. They enjoyed the religion of their ancestors, whilst in civil honors and advantages they were exalted by just degrees to an equality with their conquerors. 1. They were erected about the midway between Lahore and Delhi. The conquests of Alexander in Hindustan were confined to the Punjab, a country watered by the 5 great streams of the Indus. Note: the Hyphasis is one of the 5 rivers which join the Indus or the Sind, after having traversed the province of the Punjab, a name which in Persian signifies 5 rivers. The 5 rivers were: 1. The Hydaspes, now the Chelum, Beni or Bedusta, Yesis, the Atesia, Aro Swift. 2. The Assassines, the Chenab, Yisiez, Chandrabhag, Moongift. 3. Hydraotes, the Ravi, or Irauti, Sanskrit Iravati. 4. Hyphasis, the Bea, Sanskrit Vipasa, Fetulis, Sanskrit, the hundred, streamed, the Sutlejia, known first to the Greeks in the time of Ptolemy, with the travels of that very able writer. The policy of the emperors and the Senate as far as it concerned religion was happily seconded by the reflections of the enlightened and by the habits of the superstitious part of their subjects. The various modes of worship which prevailed in the Roman world were all considered by the people as equally true, by the philosopher as equally false, and by the magistrate as equally useful. And thus toleration produced not only mutual indulgence but even religious concord. The superstition of the people was not embittered by any mixture of theological rancor, nor was it confined by the chains of any speculative system. The devout polytheist, though fondly attached to his national rites, admitted with implicit faith the different religions of the earth. 3. Fear, gratitude, and curiosity, a dream or an omen, a singular disorder or a distant journey, perpetually disposed him to multiply the articles of his belief and to enlarge the list of his protectors. The thin texture of the pagan mythology was interwoven with various but not discordant materials. As soon as it was allowed that sages and heroes who had lived or who had died for the benefit of their country were exalted to a state of power and immortality, it was universally confessed that they deserved, if not the adoration, at least the reverence of all mankind. The deities of 1,000 groves and 1,000 streams possessed in peace their local and respective influence, nor could the Romans who deprecated the wrath of the Tiber deride the Egyptian who presented his offering to the beneficent genius of the Nile. The visible powers of nature, the planets and the elements, were the same throughout the universe. The invisible governors of the moral world were inevitably cast in a similar mold of fiction and allegory. Every virtue and even vice acquired its divine representative, every art and profession its patron, whose attributes in the most distant ages and countries were uniformly derived from the character of their peculiar votaries. A republic of gods of such opposite tempers and interests required, in every system, the moderating hand of a supreme magistrate who, by the progress of knowledge and flattery, was gradually invested with the sublime perfections of an eternal parent and an omnipotent monarch. 4. Such was the mild spirit of antiquity that the nations were less attentive to the difference than to the resemblance of their religious worship. The Greek, the Roman, and the barbarian, as they met before their respective altars, easily persuaded themselves that under various names and with various ceremonies they adored the same deities. 5. The elegant mythology of Homer gave a beautiful and almost a regular form to the polytheism of the ancient world. 3. Return. There is not any writer who describes in so lively a manner as Herodotus the true genius of polytheism. The best commentary may be found in Mr. Hume's Natural History of Religion, and the best contrast in Bossuet's Universal History. Some obscure traces of an intolerant spirit appear in the conduct of the Egyptians. See Juvenal, Sat, XV, and the Christians, as well as Jews who lived under the Roman Empire, formed a very important exception, so important indeed that the discussion will require a distinct chapter of this work. Note, M. Constant, in his very learned and eloquent work, Sur la Religion, with the 2 additional volumes, Du Polythéisme Romain, has considered the whole history of polytheism in a tone of philosophy which, without subscribing to all his opinions, we may be permitted to admire. The boasted tolerance of polytheism did not rest upon the respect due from society to the freedom of individual opinion. The polytheistic nations, tolerant as they were towards each other as separate states, were not the less ignorant of the eternal principle, the only basis of enlightened toleration, that everyone has a right to worship God in the manner which seems to him the best. Citizens, on the contrary, were bound to conform to the religion of the state. They had not the liberty to adopt a foreign religion, though that religion might be legally recognized in their own city, for the strangers who were its votaries. Sur la religion, v. 24, Du. Polith. Rum. E. 38. At this time, the growing religious indifference and the general administration of the empire by Romans who, being strangers, would do no more than protect, not enlist themselves in the cause of the local superstitions, had introduced great laxity. But intolerance was clearly the theory both of the Greek and Roman law. The subject is more fully considered in another place. M4 Return. The rights, powers, and pretensions of the sovereign of Olympus are very clearly described in the Exbeath book of the Iliad. In the Greek original, I mean, for Mr. Pope, without perceiving it, has improved the theology of Homer. 2. Note. There is a curious coincidence between Gibbon's expressions and those of the newly recovered De Republica of Cicero, though the argument is rather the converse. Lib. IC 36. Siv has ad utilitatem vita constitut sint a principibus rerum publicarum, ut rex puteretur, onus esse insilo, qui nutu, uta et Homerus totum Olympum converteret, idemque et rex et pathos haberetur omnium. M5 Return. See, for instance, Casal de Bell. Gal. V7 Sevils applied to their gods themselves applied to their gods the names of Mercury, Mars, Apollo, and Sea. The philosophers of Greece deduced their morals from the nature of man rather than from that of God. They meditated, however, on the divine nature as a very curious and important speculation, and in the profound inquiry they displayed the strength and weakness of the human understanding. 6. Of the foremost celebrated schools, the Stoics and the Platonists endeavored to reconcile the jarring interests of reason and piety. They have left us the most sublime proofs of the existence and perfections of the first cause. But, as it was impossible for them to conceive the creation of matter, the workman in the Stoic philosophy was not sufficiently distinguished from the work, whilst, on the contrary, the spiritual God of Plato and his disciples resembled an idea rather than a substance. The opinions of the academics and Epicureans were of a less religious cast, but whilst the modest science of the former induced them to doubt, the positive ignorance of the latter urged them to deny the providence of a supreme ruler. The spirit of inquiry, prompted by emulation and supported by freedom, had divided the public teachers of philosophy into a variety of contending sects, but the ingenious youth, who from every part resorted to Athens and the other seats of learning in the Roman Empire, were alike instructed in every school to reject and to despise the religion of the multitude. How, indeed, was it possible that a philosopher should accept as divine truths the idle tales of the poets and the incoherent traditions of antiquity, or that he should adore as gods those imperfect beings whom he must have despised as men? Against such unworthy adversaries, Cicero condescended to employ the arms of reason and eloquence, but the satire of Lucian was a much more adequate as well as more efficacious weapon. We may be well assured that a writer, conversant with the world, would never have ventured to expose the gods of his country to public ridicule had they not already been the objects of secret contempt among the polished and enlightened orders of society. 7 and 6 return. The admirable work of Cicero, De Natura Deorum, is the best clue we have to guide us through the dark and profound abyss. He represents with candor and confutes with subtlety the opinions of the philosophers. 7 returned. I do not pretend to assert that, in this irreligious age, the natural terrors of superstition, dreams, omens, apparitions, and sea had lost their efficacy. Notwithstanding the fashionable irreligion which prevailed in the age of the Antonines, both the interest of the priests and the credulity of the people were sufficiently respected. In their writings and conversation, the philosophers of antiquity asserted the independent dignity of reason, but they resigned their actions to the commands of law and of custom. Viewing, with a smile of pity and indulgence, the various errors of the vulgar, they diligently practiced the ceremonies of their fathers, devoutly frequented the temples of the gods, and sometimes condescending to act a part on the theatre of superstition, they concealed the sentiments of an atheist under the sacerdotal robes. Reasoners of such a temper were scarcely inclined to wrangle about their respective modes of faith or of worship. It was indifferent to them what shape the folly of the multitude might choose to assume, and they approached with the same inward contempt and the same external reverence the altars of the Libyan, the Olympian, or the Capitoline Jupiter. 8 in its return. Socrates, Epicurus, Cicero, and Plutarch always inculcated a decent reverence for the religion of their own country and of mankind. The devotion of Epicurus was assiduous and exemplary. Diogenes. Late. X. 10. It is not easy to conceive from what motives a spirit of persecution could introduce itself into the Roman councils. The magistrates could not be actuated by a blind, though honest bigotry, since the magistrates were themselves philosophers, and the schools of Athens had given laws to the Senate. They could not be impelled by ambition or avarice, as the temporal and ecclesiastical powers were united in the same hands. The pontiffs were chosen among the most illustrious of the senators, and the office of supreme pontiff was constantly exercised by the emperors themselves. They knew and valued the advantages of religion as it is connected with civil government. They encouraged the public festivals which humanized the manners of the people. They managed the arts of divination as a convenient instrument of policy, and they respected, as the firmest bond of society, the useful persuasion that, either in this or in a future life, The crime of perjury is most assuredly punished by the avenging gods. 9. But whilst they acknowledged the general advantages of religion, they were convinced that the various modes of worship contributed alike to the same salutary purposes, and that in every country the form of superstition, which had received the sanction of time and experience, was the best adapted to the climate and to its inhabitants. Avarice and taste very frequently despoiled the vanquished nations of the elegant statues of their gods and the rich ornaments of their temples. 10. But, in the exercise of the religion which they derived from their ancestors, they uniformly experienced the indulgence and even protection of the Roman conquerors. The province of Gaul seems, and indeed only seems, an exception to this universal toleration. Under the specious pretext of abolishing human sacrifices, the emperors Tiberius and Claudius suppressed the dangerous power of the Druids. 11. But the priests themselves, their gods and their altars, subsisted in peaceful obscurity till the final destruction of paganism. 12. 9. Return. Polybius, LVC, 53. Fifthly, Juvenal, Sat. ECE, laments that in his time this apprehension had lost much of its effect. 10. Return. See the fate of Syracuse, Tarentum, Ambracia, Corinth, and c. The conduct of Verres in Cicero, Actio EE. Orat. 4. And the usual practice of governors in the Viath satire of Juvenal, 1. Return ni suton. In Claude, Plin, Hist, Nat, XXX, 1. 4-12. Return. Chapel ren ni stel des war de celtes ton. VP 230-252. Rome, the capital of a great monarchy, was incessantly filled with subjects and strangers from every part of the world. 13. Who all introduced and enjoyed the favorite superstitions of their native country. 14. Every city in the empire was justified in maintaining the purity of its ancient ceremonies, and the Roman Senate, using the common privilege, sometimes interposed to check this inundation of foreign rites. 41. The Egyptian superstition, of all the most contemptible and abject, was frequently prohibited, the temples of Serapis and Isis demolished, and their worshippers banished from Rome and Italy. 15. But the zeal of fanaticism prevailed over the cold and feeble efforts of policy. The exiles returned, the proselytes multiplied, the temples were restored with increasing splendor, and Isis and Serapis at length assumed their place among the Roman deities. 51:16. Nor was this indulgence a departure from the old maxims of government. In the purest ages of the Commonwealth, Cybele and Aesculapius had been invited by solemn embassies. 17. And it was customary to tempt the protectors of besieged cities by the promise of more distinguished honors than they possessed in their native country. 18. Rome gradually became the common temple of her subjects, and the freedom of the city was bestowed on all the gods of mankind. 1913. Return. Seneca, Consulat. Ad Helviam, p. 74. Edit. Lips to 14. Return. Dionysius Halicarn. Antiquitat. Roman. Lee. Vol. I. p. 275. Edit. Reisker. 141. Return. Yet the worship of foreign gods at Rome was only guaranteed to the natives of those countries from whence they came. The Romans administered the priestly offices only to the gods of their fathers. Gibbon, throughout the whole preceding sketch of the opinions of the Romans and their subjects, has shown through what causes they were free from religious hatred and its consequences. But, on the other hand, the internal state of these religions, the infidelity and hypocrisy of the upper orders, the indifference towards all religion, in even the better part of the common people, during the last days of the Republic and under the Khazars, and the corrupting principles of the philosophers, had exercised a very pernicious influence on the manners and even on the constitution. W15. Return. In the year of Rome 701, the temple of Isis and Serapis was demolished by the order of the Senate, Dion Cassius, LXL, p. 252, and even by the hands of the consul Valerius Maximus, L3. After the death of Khazar, it was restored at the public expense, Dion, LXLVI, p. 501. When Augustus was in Egypt, he revered the majesty of Serapis, Dion, L.E., p. 647, but in the Pomerium of Rome and a mile round it he prohibited the worship of the Egyptian gods, Dion, L.E., p. 679, L-Leave, p. 675. They remained, however, very fashionable under his reign, Ovid, De Art, Amond, L.I., and that of his successor till the justice of Tiberius was provoked to some acts of severity. See Tacit, Annal, II 85, Joseph Antiquit, LXVI, C3, Antiquit. See the pictures from the walls of Pompeii, the representation of an Isiac temple and worship. Vestiges of Egyptian worship have been traced in Gaul and, I am informed, recently in Britain in excavations at York. The 71 return, Gibbon here blends into two events, distant 166 years from each other. It was in the year of Rome 535 that the Senate, having ordered the destruction of the temples of Isis and Serapis, the workman would lend his hand, and the consul, L. Paulus himself, Vala. Max. 1-3 seized the axe to give the first blow. Gibbon attributed this circumstance to the second demolition, which took place in the year 701, and which he considers as the first. W16 return, Tertullian in Apologetic. C6, p. 74. Edit. Haverkamp. I am inclined to attribute their establishment to the devotion of the Flavian family. 17 return, see Livy, L. She, Supple, and XCXC, return, Macrobe. Saturnalia, Lii, C9. He gives us a form of evocation. 19 return, Minucius Felix in Octavio, p. 54. Arnobius, Lv, p. 1115. Ici, the narrow policy of preserving without any foreign mixture the pure blood of the ancient citizens had checked the fortune and hastened the ruin of Athens and Sparta. The aspiring genius of Rome sacrificed vanity to ambition and deemed it more prudent as well as honorable to adopt virtue and merit for her own wheresoever they were found, among slaves or strangers, enemies or barbarians. 20. During the most flourishing era of the Athenian Commonwealth, the number of citizens gradually decreased from about 3021 to 21,000. 22. If, on the contrary, we study the growth of the Roman Republic, we may discover that, notwithstanding the incessant demands of wars and colonies, the citizens who, in the first census of Servius Tullius, amounted to no more than 83,000, were multiplied before the commencement of the social war to the number of 463,000 men, able to bear arms in the service of their country. 23. When the allies of Rome claimed an equal share of honors and privileges, the Senate indeed preferred the chance of arms to an ignominious concession. The Samnites and the Lucanians paid the severe penalty of their rashness, but the rest of the Italian states, as they successively returned to their duty, were admitted into the bosom of the Republic, 24, and soon contributed to the ruin of public freedom. Under a democratical government, the citizens exercise the powers of sovereignty, and those powers will be first abused and afterwards lost if they are committed to an unwieldy multitude. But when the popular assemblies had been suppressed by the administration of the emperors, the conquerors were distinguished from the vanquished nations only as the first and most honorable order of subjects, and their increase, however rapid, was no longer exposed to the same dangers. Yet the wisest princes who adopted the maxims of Augustus guarded with the strictest care the dignity of the Roman name, and diffused the freedom of the city with a prudent liberality. 25-20 return. 23. Returnen. 24. The Orbis Romanus of the learned Spanheim is a complete history of the progressive admission of Latium, Italy, and the provinces to the freedom of Rome. A note. Democratic states, observes Danina, Della Revolus, d'Italia, LIE-CL, are most jealous of communication. The privileges of citizenship, monarchies or oligarchies, willingly multiply the numbers of their free subjects. The most remarkable accessions to the strength of Rome, by the aggregation of conquered and foreign nations, took place under the regal and patrician, we may add, the imperial government. M. 2-1 return, Herodotus v. 97. It should seem, however, that he followed a large and popular estimation, 242 return, Athenaeus, Deipnosophist, LVP 272, edit, Casaubon, Mucius de Fortuna Attica, c4. M. On the number of citizens in Athens, compare B. Public Economy of Athens, English TRP 45, et CQ, Fini, Finesi in Fasti Hellenisi, Vol. A 3081, M23 return, see a very accurate collection of the numbers of each lustrum in M. de Beaufort, République Romaine, LIV, c4. Note: all these questions are placed in an entirely new point of view by Niebuhr, Römische Geschichte, Vol. IP 464. He rejects the census of Servius Fullius as unhistoric, Vol. EIP 78 et CQ, and he establishes the principle that the census comprehended all the confederate cities which had the right of isopolity. M24, return Apian, de Bell, civil, Li, Velleius Paterculus, LIIC, 15, 16, 17, 25. Return Maecenas had advised him to declare by one edict all his subjects citizens. But we may justly suspect that the historian Dion was the author of a counsel so much adapted to the practice of his own age, and so little to that of Augustus. Chapter 2. The Internal Prosperity in the Age of the Antonines. Part 2. Till the privileges of Romans had been progressively extended to all the inhabitants of the empire, an important distinction was preserved between Italy and the provinces. The former was esteemed the center of public unity and the firm basis of the constitution. Italy claimed the birth, or at least the residence, of the emperors and the Senate. 26. The estates of the Italians were exempt from the arbitrary jurisdiction of governors. Their municipal corporations, formed after the perfect model of the capital 261, were entrusted, under the immediate eye of the supreme power, with the execution of the laws. From the foot of the Alps to the extremity of Calabria, all the natives of Italy were born citizens of Rome. Their partial distinctions were obliterated, and they insensibly coalesced into one great nation, united by language, manners, and civil institutions, and equal to the weight of a powerful empire. The Republic gloried in her generous policy, and was frequently rewarded by the merit and services of her adopted sons. Had she always confined the distinction of Romans to the ancient families within the walls of the city, that immortal name would have been deprived of some of its noblest ornaments. Virgil was a native of Mantua. Horace was inclined to doubt whether he should call himself an Apulian or a Lucanian. It was in Padua that an historian was found worthy to record the majestic series of Roman victories. The patriot family of the Catos emerged from Tusculum, and the little town of Arpinum claimed the double honor of producing Marius and Cicero, the former of whom deserved, after Romulus and Camillus, to be styled the third founder of Rome, and the latter, after saving his country from the designs of Catiline, enabled her to contend with Athens for the palm of eloquence. 27-26 return. The senators were obliged to have 1/3 of their own landed property in Italy. See Plin, LV, Ep 19. The qualification was reduced by Marcus to 1/4. Since the reign of Trajan, Italy had sunk nearer to the level of the provinces. 261 return. It may be doubted whether the municipal government of the cities was not the old Italian constitution rather than a transcript from that of Rome. The free government of the cities, observes Savigny, was the leading characteristic of Italy. Geschichte der römischen Rechts, IPGM 27 return. The first part of the Verona Illustrata of the Marquis Maffei gives the clearest and most comprehensive view of the state of Italy under the Khazars. Note, compare the Nina, Revol, den Italia, LII. C. 64. 7d, quote, the 104 to edit. The provinces of the empire, as they have been described in the preceding chapter, were destitute of any public force or constitutional freedom. In Etruria in Greece 28 and in Gaul 29, it was the first care of the Senate to dissolve those dangerous confederacies, which taught mankind that, as the Roman arms prevailed by division, they might be resisted by union. Those princes whom the ostentation of gratitude or generosity permitted for a while to hold a precarious scepter were dismissed from their thrones as soon as they had performed their appointed task of fashioning to the yoke the vanquished nations. The free states and cities which had embraced the cause of Rome were rewarded with a nominal alliance and insensibly sunk into real servitude. The public authority was everywhere exercised by the ministers of the Senate and of the emperors, and that authority was absolute and without control. 2921. But the same salutary maxims of government, which had secured the peace and obedience of Italy, were extended to the most distant conquests. A nation of Romans was gradually formed in the provinces by the double expedient of introducing colonies and of admitting the most faithful and deserving of the provincials to the freedom of Rome. Tu Fausnias ab return, si Pausanias vi. The Romans condescended to restore the names of those assemblies when they could no longer be dangerous. 29 return. They are frequently mentioned by Cazar. The Abbé Dubois attempts with very little success to prove that the assemblies of Gaul were continued under the emperors. Histoire de l'établissement de la monarchie françoise, LIC 4, 291 return. This is perhaps rather overstated. Most cities retained the choice of their municipal officers. Some retained valuable privileges. Athens, for instance, in form was still a confederate city. D. Taka. EI 53. These privileges indeed depended entirely on the arbitrary will of the emperor, who revoked or restored them according to his caprice. See Walther Geschichte der römischen Rechts, I 324, an admirable summary of the Roman constitutional history. Me. Wheresoever the Roman conquers, he inhabits, is a very just observation of Seneca, 30, confirmed by history and experience. The natives of Italy, allured by pleasure or by interest, hastened to enjoy the advantages of victory, and we may remark that about 40 years after the reduction of Asia, 80,000 Romans were massacred in one day by the cruel orders of Mithridates. 31. These voluntary exiles were engaged for the most part in the occupations of commerce, agriculture, and the farm of the revenue. But after the legions were rendered permanent by the emperors, the provinces were peopled by a race of soldiers, and the veterans, whether they received the reward of their service in land or in money, usually settled with their families in the country, where they had honorably spent their youth. Throughout the empire, but more particularly in the western parts, the most fertile districts and the most convenient situations were reserved for the establishment of colonies, some of which were of a civil and others of a military nature. In their manners and internal policy, the colonies formed a perfect representation of their great parent, and they were soon endeared to the natives by the ties of friendship and alliance. They effectually diffused a reverence for the Roman name and a desire, which was seldom disappointed, of sharing, in due time, its honors and advantages. 32. The municipal cities insensibly equaled the rank and splendor of the colonies, and in the reign of Hadrian it was disputed which was the preferable condition of those societies which had issued from, or those which had been received into, the bosom of Rome. 33. The right of Latium, as it was called, 331, conferred on the cities to which it had been granted a more partial favor. The magistrates only, at the expiration of their office, assumed the quality of Roman citizens, but as those offices were annual, in a few years they circulated round the principal families. 34. Those of the provincials who were permitted to bear arms in the legions, 35 those who exercised any civil employment, all, in a word, who performed any public service or displayed any personal talents, were rewarded with a present whose value was continually diminished by the increasing liberality of the emperors. Yet even in the age of the Antonines, when the freedom of the city had been bestowed on the greater number of their subjects, it was still accompanied with very solid advantages. The bulk of the people acquired, with that title, the benefit of the Roman laws, particularly in the interesting articles of marriage, testaments, and inheritances, and the road of fortune was open to those whose pretensions were seconded by favor or merit. The grandsons of the Gauls, who had besieged Julius Caesar in Alesia, commanded legions, governed provinces, and were admitted into the Senate of Rome. 36. Their ambition, instead of disturbing the tranquility of the state, was intimately connected with its safety and greatness. 30. Return, Seneca in Consulat. Ad Helvium, c6. 31. Return, Memnon apud Fortium, cc. 33. c. 224 p. 231 ed Becker. Valle. Maxim, x2. Plutarch and Dion Cassius swell the massacre to 150,000 citizens, but I should esteem the smaller number to be more than sufficient. 2. Return. 25 colonies were settled in Spain. C. Plin. Hist. Nat. EEE 3, 4, EV 35 and 9 in Britain, of which London, Colchester, Lincoln, Chester, Gloucester and Bath still remain considerable cities. See Richard of Cirencester, p. 36, and Whitaker's History of Manchester, LIC 3, 33, returned our Gel. Noctes Attica, XV 13. The Emperor Hadrian expressed his surprise that the cities of Utica, Gades, and Italica, which already enjoyed the rights of municipia, should solicit the title of colonies. Their example, however, became fashionable, and the empire was filled with honorary colonies. See Spanheim, De Usu Numismatum Dissertat. G. 331, Return. The right of Latium conferred an exemption from the government of the Roman Prefect. Strabo states this distinctly. LAVP 295, edit. Casas. See also Walther, p. 293-3, Ms. 34, return. Spanheim, Orbis Roman, c8, p. 62, 30-30 written. Aristi, in Roma Encomio. Tom, IP 218, edit. Gib. 36, return 4, Hist. 74. So sensible were the Romans of the influence of language over national manners, that it was their most serious care to extend, with the progress of their arms, the use of the Latin tongue. 37. The ancient dialects of Italy, the Sabine, the Etruscan, and the Venetian, sunk into oblivion, but in the provinces the East was less docile than the West to the voice of its victorious preceptors. This obvious difference marked the two portions of the empire with a distinction of colors, which, though it was in some degree concealed during the meridian splendor of prosperity, became gradually more visible as the shades of night descended upon the Roman world. The western countries were civilized by the same hands which subdued them. As soon as the barbarians were reconciled to obedience, their minds were open to any new impressions of knowledge and politeness. The language of Virgil and Cicero, though with some inevitable mixture of corruption, was so universally adopted in Africa, Spain, Gaul, Britain, and Pannonia, 38, that the faint traces of the Punic or Celtic idioms were preserved only in the mountains or among the peasants. 39. Education and study insensibly inspired the natives of those countries with the sentiments of Romans, and Italy gave fashions as well as laws to her Latin provincials. They solicited with more ardor and obtained with more facility the freedom and honors of the state, supported the national dignity in letters 40 and in arms, and at length, in the person of Trajan, produced an emperor whom the Scipios would not have disowned for their countrymen. The situation of the Greeks was very different from that of the barbarians. The former had been long since civilized and corrupted. They had too much taste to relinquish their language, and too much vanity to adopt any foreign institutions. Still preserving the prejudices, after they had lost the virtues of their ancestors, they affected to despise the unpolished manners of the Roman conquerors, whilst they were compelled to respect their superior wisdom and power. 41. Nor was the influence of the Grecian language and sentiments confined to the narrow limits of that once celebrated country. Their empire, by the progress of colonies and conquest, had been diffused from the Adriatic to the Euphrates and the Nile. Asia was covered with Greek cities, and the long reign of the Macedonian kings had introduced a silent revolution into Syria and Egypt. In their pompous courts, those princes united the elegance of Athens with the luxury of the East, and the example of the court was imitated, at an humble distance, by the higher ranks of their subjects. Such was the general division of the Roman Empire into the Latin and Greek languages. To these we may add a third distinction for the body of the natives in Syria, and especially in Egypt, the use of their ancient dialects by secluding them from the commerce of mankind, checked the improvements of those barbarians. 42. The slothful effeminacy of the former exposed them to the contempt, the sullen ferociousness of the latter excited the aversion of the conquerors. 43. Those nations had submitted to the Roman power, but they seldom desired or deserved the freedom of the city, and it was remarked that more than 230 years elapsed after the ruin of the Ptolemies before an Egyptian was admitted into the Senate of Rome. 4437. Return. See Plin, Hist. Natter. EEE. 5. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Ixi 7. Lipsius de Pronunciatione, Lingua Latina, C3. 38. Return. Apuleius and Augustine will answer for Africa, Strabo for Spain and Gaul, Tacitus in the Life of Agricola for Britain, and Velleius Paterculus for Pannonia. To them we may add the language of the inscriptions. See note. Mr. Hallam contests this assertion as regards Britain. Nor did the Romans ever establish their language. I know not whether they wished to do so in this island, as we perceive by that stubborn British tongue which has survived 2 conquests. In his note, Mr. Hallam examines the passage from Tacitus Agric, XXC, to which Gibbon refers. It merely asserts the progress of Latin studies among the higher orders. Mid. Ages, II, 31-4. Probably it was a kind of court language, and that of public affairs, and prevailed in the Roman colonies. M39. Return. The Celtic was preserved in the mountains of Wales, Cornwall, and Armorica. We may observe that Apuleius reproaches an African youth who lived among the populace with the use of the Punic, whilst he had almost forgot Greek, and neither could nor would speak Latin. Apologe. p. 1596. The greater part of St. Austin's congregations were strangers to the Punic. 40. Return. Spain alone produced Columella, the Senecas, Lucan, Martial, and Quintilian. 41. Return. There is not, I believe, from Dionysius to Libanus, a single Greek critic who mentions Virgil or Horace. They seem ignorant that the Romans had any good writers. 42. Return. The curious reader may see in Dupin, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. Shiksik, p. 1, Seacast. 8. How much the use of the Syriac and Egyptian languages was still preserved. 43. Return. See Juvenal, Sat. II, and Ex Viamien, Marcellin, XEI, 1644. Return. XEI, 1644. Return. Dion Cassius, LLXXVI. p. 1275. The first instance happened under the reign of Septimius Severus. It is a just though trite observation that victorious Rome was herself subdued by the arts of Greece. Those immortal writers who still command the admiration of modern Europe soon became the favorite object of study and imitation in Italy and the western provinces. But the elegant amusements of the Romans were not suffered to interfere with their sound maxims of policy. Whilst they acknowledged the charms of the Greek, they asserted the dignity of the Latin tongue, and the exclusive use of the latter was inflexibly maintained in the administration of civil as well as military government. 45. The 2 languages exercised at the same time their separate jurisdiction throughout the empire, the former as the natural idiom of science, the latter as the legal dialect of public transactions. Those who united letters with business were equally conversant with both, and it was almost impossible in any province to find a Roman subject of a liberal education who was at once a stranger to the Greek and to the Latin language. 45. Return. See Valerius Maximus, Liic. N2. The Emperor Claudius disfranchised an eminent Grecian for not understanding Latin. He was probably in some public office. Suetonius in Claude. C. 16. Note. Causes seem to have been pleaded, even in the Senate, in both languages. Vol. Max. Locke. Seat. Dion. L. Livii. C15. Mirth. It was by such institutions that the nations of the empire insensibly melted away into the Roman name and people, but there still remained, in the center of every province and of every family, an unhappy condition of men who endured the weight without sharing the benefits of society. In the free states of antiquity, the domestic slaves were exposed to the wanton rigor of despotism. The perfect settlement of the Roman Empire was preceded by ages of violence and rapine. The slaves consisted, for the most part, of barbarian captives, 451 taken in thousands by the chance of war, purchased at a vile price, 46 accustomed to a life of independence, and impatient to break and to revenge their fetters. Against such internal enemies, whose desperate insurrections had more than once reduced the Republic to the brink of destruction, 47 the most severe 471 regulations, 48, and the most cruel treatment, seemed almost justified by the great law of self-preservation. But when the principal nations of Europe, Asia, and Africa were united under the laws of one sovereign, the source of foreign supplies flowed with much less abundance, and the Romans were reduced to the milder but more tedious method of propagation. 481. In their numerous families, and particularly in their country estates, they encouraged the marriage of their slaves. 482. The sentiments of nature, the habits of education, and the possession of a dependent species of property contributed to alleviate the hardships of servitude. 49. The existence of a slave became an object of greater value, and though his happiness still depended on the temper and circumstances of the master, the humanity of the latter, instead of being restrained by fear, was encouraged by the sense of his own interest. The progress of manners was accelerated by the virtue or policy of the emperors, and by the edicts of Hadrian and the Antonines. The protection of the laws was extended to the most abject part of mankind. The jurisdiction of life and death over the slaves, a power long exercised and often abused, was taken out of private hands and reserved to the magistrates alone. The subterraneous prisons were abolished, and, upon a just complaint of intolerable treatment, the injured slave obtained either his deliverance or a less cruel master. 451. Return. It was this which rendered the wars so sanguinary and the battles so obstinate. The immortal Robertson, in an excellent discourse on the state of the world at the period of the establishment of Christianity, has traced a picture of the melancholy effects of slavery, in which we find all the depth of his views and the strength of his mind. I shall oppose successively some passages to the reflections of Gibbon. The reader will see, not without interest, the truths which Gibbon appears to have mistaken or voluntarily neglected, developed by one of the best of modern historians. It is important to call them to mind here, in order to establish the facts and their consequences with accuracy. I shall more than once have occasion to employ, for this purpose, the discourse of Robertson. Captives taken in war were, in all probability, the first persons subjected to perpetual servitude. And, when the necessities or luxury of mankind increased the demand for slaves, every new war recruited their number, by reducing the vanquished to that wretched condition. Hence proceeded the fierce and desperate spirit with which wars were carried on among ancient nations. While chains and slavery were the certain lot of the conquered, battles were fought, and towns defended with a rage and obstinacy which nothing but horror at such a fate could have inspired. But, putting an end to the cruel institution of slavery, Christianity extended its mild influences to the practice of war, and that barbarous art, softened by its humane spirit, ceased to be so destructive. Secure, in every event, of personal liberty, the resistance of the vanquished became less obstinate, and the triumph of the victor less cruel. Thus humanity was introduced into the exercise of war, with which it appears to be almost incompatible, and it is to the merciful maxims of Christianity, much more than to any other cause, that we must ascribe the little ferocity and bloodshed which accompany modern victories. G46. Return. In the camp of Lucullus, an ox sold for a drachma, and a slave for 4 drachma, or about 3 shillings. Plutarch, in Lucull, p. 5,000 prisoners were taken in the Jewish war. G. Hist. Of Jewish war. G. Hist. Of Jews, II. 71. According to a tradition preserved by S. Jerome after the insurrection in the time of Hadrian, they were sold as cheap as horse. Ibid. 24. Compare Blair on Roman slavery, pp. 19. M. and Duro de la Blale, Économie politique des Romains, LIC 15. But I cannot think that this writer has made out his case as to the common price of an agricultural slave being from 2,000 to 2,500 francs ATL, to 100L. He has overlooked the passages which show the ordinary prices, EEE Hor, Sat, EE, VE, 45, and argued from extraordinary and exceptional cases, M 145, the 47, Return Diodorus Siculus in Eclog, Hist, LXXXV, Florus, EE, 1920. 471 Return, the following is the example. We shall see whether the word severe is here in its place. At the time in which L. Domitius was praetor in Sicily, a slave killed a wild boar of extraordinary size. The praetor, struck by the dexterity and courage of the man, desired to see him. The poor wretch, highly gratified with the distinction, came to present himself before the praetor, in hopes no doubt of praise and reward. But Domitius, on learning that he had only a javelin to attack and kill the boar, ordered him to be instantly crucified, under the barbarous pretext that the law prohibited the use of this weapon, as of all others, to slaves. Perhaps the cruelty of Domitius is less astonishing than the indifference with which the Roman orator relates this circumstance, which affects him so little that he thus expresses himself: Durum hoc fortasse videatur, nece ego in ullam patem disputo. This may appear harsh, nor do I give any opinion on the subject, and it is the same orator who exclaims in the same oration, Facinus est cruciare civem Romanum scellus. Verba are, prope parricidium necare, quid dicam in crucem tollere. It is a crime to imprison a Roman citizen, wickedness to scourge, next to parricide to put to death. What shall I call it to crucify? In general, this passage of Gibbon on slavery is full not only of blamable indifference, but of an exaggeration of impartiality which resembles dishonesty. He endeavors to extenuate all that is appalling in the condition and treatment of the slaves. He would make us consider those cruelties as possibly justified by necessity. He then describes with minute accuracy the slightest mitigations of their deplorable condition. He attributes to the virtue or the policy of the emperors the progressive amelioration in the lot of the slaves, and he passes over in silence the most influential cause, that which, after rendering the slaves less miserable, has contributed at length entirely to enfranchise them from their sufferings and their chains, Christianity. It would be easy to accumulate the most frightful, the most agonizing details of the manner in which the Romans treated their slaves. Whole works have been devoted to the description. I content myself with referring to them. Some reflections of Robertson, taken from the discourse already quoted, will make us feel that Gibbon, in tracing the mitigation of the condition of the slaves, up to a period little later than that which witnessed the establishment of Christianity in the world, could not have avoided the acknowledgment of the influence of that beneficent cause, if he had not already determined not to speak of it. Upon establishing despotic government in the Roman Empire, domestic tyranny rose, in a short time, to an astonishing height. In that rank soil, every vice which power nourishes in the great, or oppression engenders in the mean, thrived and grew up apace. It is not the authority of any single detached precept in the gospel, but the spirit and genius of the Christian religion, more powerful than any particular command, which hath abolished the practice of slavery throughout the world. The temper which Christianity inspired was mild and gentle, and the doctrines it taught added such dignity and lustre to human nature as rescued it from the dishonorable servitude into which it was sunk. It is in vain, then, that Gibbon pretends to attribute solely to the desire of keeping up the number of slaves the milder conduct which the Romans began to adopt in their favor at the time of the emperors. This cause had hitherto acted in an opposite direction. How came it on a sudden to have a different influence? The masters, he says, encouraged the marriage of their slaves, of the sentiments of nature, the habits of education, contributed to alleviate the hardships of servitude. The children of slaves were the property of their master, who could dispose of or alienate them like the rest of his property. Is it in such a situation, with such notions, that the sentiments of nature unfold themselves, or habits of education become mild and peaceful? We must not attribute to causes inadequate or altogether without force effects which require to explain them a reference to more influential causes, and even if these slighter causes had in effect a manifest influence, we must not forget that they are themselves the effect of a primary, a higher, and more extensive cause, which, in giving to the mind and to the character a more disinterested and more humane bias, disposed men to second or themselves to advance, by their conduct and by the change of manners, the happy results which it tended to produce. I have retained the whole of M. Guizot's note, though, in his zeal for the invaluable blessings of freedom and Christianity, he has done Gibbon injustice. The condition of the slaves was undoubtedly improved under the emperors. What a great authority has said, "The condition of a slave is better under an arbitrary than under a free government." Smith's Wealth of Nations, even 7, is, I believe, supported by the history of all ages and nations. The protecting edicts of Hadrian and the Antonines are historical facts, and can as little be attributed to the influence of Christianity as the milder language of heathen writers, of Seneca, particularly EP. 47, of Pliny, and of Plutarch. The latter influence of Christianity is admitted by Gibbon himself. The subject of Roman slavery has recently been investigated with great diligence in a very modest but valuable volume by W.M. Blair, Esq. Edin, 1833. May we be permitted, while on the subject, to refer to the most splendid passage extant of Mr. Pitt's eloquence, the description of the Roman slave dealer on the shores of Britain, condemning the island to irreclaimable barbarism as a perpetual and prolific nursery of slaves. Speeches, Volume E. P. 80. Gibbon, it should be added, was one of the first and most consistent opponents of the African slave trade. See Hist. Chi XXV, and Letters to Lord Sheffield Misk, Works. M48 returns see a remarkable instance of severity in Cicero in Verum, v. 3-481 return. An active slave trade, which was carried on in many quarters, particularly the Euxine, the eastern provinces, the coast of Africa, and British, must be taken into the account. Blair, 2332, M. 482 return. The Romans, as well in the first ages of the Republic as later, allowed to their slaves a kind of marriage, contubernum. Notwithstanding this, luxury made a greater number of slaves in demand. The increase in their population was not sufficient, and recourse was had to the purchase of slaves, which was made even in the provinces of the East subject to the Romans. It is moreover known that slavery is a state little favorable to population. See Hume's essay and Malthus on population, IUSD Form 334, G. The testimony of Appian B.C. LIC 7 is decisive in favor of the rapid multiplication of the agricultural slaves. It is confirmed by the numbers engaged in the servile wars. Compare also Blair, P. 1119, likewise Columella, LVI. M. 49 return, C. in Gruter, and the other collectors, a great number of inscriptions addressed by slaves to their wives, children, fellow servants, masters, and c. They are all most probably of the imperial age. 5 return, see the Augustan history, and a dissertation of M. Pyle. De Borini, in the XXXth volume of the Academy of Inscriptions, upon the Roman slaves. Hope, the best comfort of our imperfect condition, was not denied to the Roman slave, and if he had any opportunity of rendering himself either useful or agreeable, he might very naturally expect that the diligence and fidelity of a few years would be rewarded with the inestimable gift of freedom. The benevolence of the master was so frequently prompted by the meaner suggestions of vanity and avarice that the laws found it more necessary to restrain than to encourage a profuse and undistinguishing liberality, which might degenerate into a very dangerous abuse. 51. It was a maxim of ancient jurisprudence that a slave had not any country of his own. He acquired with his liberty an admission into the political society of which his patron was a member. The consequences of this maxim would have prostituted the privileges of the Roman city to a mean and promiscuous multitude. Some seasonable exceptions were therefore provided, and the honorable distinction was confined to such slaves only as, for just causes, and with the approbation of the magistrate, should receive a solemn and legal manumission. Even these chosen freedmen obtained no more than the private rights of citizens and were rigorously excluded from civil or military honors. Whatever might be the merit or fortune of their sons, they likewise were esteemed unworthy of a seat in the Senate, nor were the traces of a servile origin allowed to be completely obliterated till the third or fourth generation. 52. Without destroying the distinction of ranks, a distant prospect of freedom and honors was presented, even to those whom pride and prejudice almost disdained to number among the human species. 51. Return Chapter C. See another dissertation of M. de Berigny in the XXX volume on the Roman freedmen. 52. Return Chapter Spanheim, Orbis Roman, LIC 16, p. 24 NC. It was once proposed to discriminate the slaves by a peculiar habit, but it was justly apprehended that there might be some danger in acquainting them with their own numbers. 53. Without interpreting, in their utmost strictness, the liberal appellations of legions and myriads, 54, we may venture to pronounce, that the proportion of slaves who were valued as property was more considerable than that of servants who can be computed only as an expense. 55. The youths of a promising genius were instructed in the arts and sciences, and their price was ascertained by the degree of their skill and talents. 56. Almost every profession, either liberal 57 or mechanical, might be found in the household of an opulent senator. The ministers of pomp and sensuality were multiplied beyond the conception of modern luxury. 58. It was more for the interest of the merchant or manufacturer to purchase than to hire his workmen, and in the country slaves were employed as the cheapest and most laborious instruments of agriculture. To confirm the general observation, and to display the multitude of slaves, we might allege a variety of particular instances. It was discovered, on a very melancholy occasion, that 400 slaves were maintained in a single palace of Rome. 59. The same number of 400 belonged to an estate which an African widow of a very private condition resigned to her son, while she reserved for herself a much larger share of her property. 60. A freedman under the name of Augustus, though his fortune had suffered great losses in the civil wars, left behind him 3,600 yoke of oxen, 250,000 head of smaller cattle, and what was almost included in the description of cattle, 4,116 slaves. 61. 53. Return Seneca de Clementia, LIC 24. The original is much stronger. Quantum periculum eminere nossi serbi nostri nopisenti. 54. Return. Sciplini hist. Natur. LL. XXXX and Athenaeus Dipnosophist. LV. p. 272. The latter boldly asserts that he knew very many Romans who possessed, not for use but ostentation, 10 and even 20,000 slaves. To 75. Return. In Paris there are not more than 43,000 domestics of every sort, and not a 12th part of the inhabitants. Message, Recherches sur la population, p. Amper 1, Mini 86. 56. Return. A learned slave sold for many £100 Atticus always bred and taught them himself. Cornell. Nepos in Vitae, K55, on the prices of slaves. Blair, 49. M57. Return. Many of the Roman physicians were slaves. See Dr. Torches. Middleton's Dissertation and Defense. 58. Return. Their ranks and offices are very copiously enumerated by Pignorius to Service. To 59. Return. A Tacit. Annal. Exif 43. They were all executed for not preventing their master's murder. Is note. The remarkable speech of Cassius shows the proud feelings of the Roman aristocracy on this subject. M. Sisti. Return. Apuleius in Apologue. p. 54-8. Edit. Delphin 61. Return. Plin. Hist. Natur. LXXXEI. 47. The number of subjects who acknowledge the laws of Rome, of citizens, of provincials, and of slaves cannot now be fixed with such a degree of accuracy as the importance of the object would deserve. We are informed that when the Emperor Claudius exercised the office of censor, he took an account of 6,945,000 Roman citizens who, with the proportion of women and children, must have amounted to about 20 millions of souls. The multitude of subjects of an inferior rank was uncertain and fluctuating. But after weighing with attention every circumstance which could influence the balance, it seems probable that there existed, in the time of Claudius, about twice as many provincials as there were citizens, of either sex and of every age, and that the slaves were at least equal in number to the free inhabitants of the Roman world. The total amount of this imperfect calculation would rise to about 120 millions of persons, a degree of population which possibly exceeds that of modern Europe, 62, and forms the most numerous society that has ever been united under the same system of government. 6111 return. One return. According to Robertson, there were twice as many slaves as free citizens. G. Mr. Blair P. 50 estimates 3 slaves to 1 freeman between the conquest of Greece, BC 46, and the reign of Alexander Severus, AD 222-235. The proportion was probably larger in Italy than in the provinces. M., on the other hand, Zumpt, in his dissertation quoted below, p. 86, asserts it to be a gross error in Gibbon to reckon the number of slaves equal to that of the free population. The luxury and magnificence of the great, he observes, of the commencement of the empire must not be taken as the groundwork of calculations for the whole Roman world. The agricultural laborer and the artisan in Spain, Gaul, Britain, Syria, and Egypt maintained himself, as in the present day, by his own labor and that of his household, without possessing a single slave. The latter part of my note was intended to suggest this consideration. Yet so completely was slavery rooted in the social system, both in the East and the West, that in the great diffusion of wealth at this time, everyone, I doubt not, who could afford a domestic slave, kept one, and generally the number of slaves was in proportion to the wealth. I do not believe that the cultivation of the soil by slaves was confined to Italy. The holders of large estates in the provinces would probably, either from choice or necessity, adopt the same mode of cultivation. The latifundia, says Pliny, had ruined Italy and had begun to ruin the provinces. Slaves were no doubt employed in agricultural labor to a great extent in Sicily, and were the estates of those 6 enormous landholders who were said to have possessed the whole province of Africa, cultivated altogether by free coloni. Whatever may have been the case in the rural districts, in the towns and cities the household duties were almost entirely discharged by slaves, and vast numbers belonged to the public establishments. I do not, however, differ so far from Zumpt and from M. Dureau de la Malle as to adopt the higher and bolder estimate of Robertson and Mr. Blair, rather than the more cautious suggestions of Gibbon. I would reduce rather than increase the proportion of the slave population. The very ingenious and elaborate calculations of the French writer, by which he deduces the amount of the population from the produce and consumption of corn in Italy, appear to me neither precise nor satisfactory bases for such complicated political arithmetic. I am least satisfied with his views as to the population of the city of Rome, but this point will be more fitly reserved for a note on the 31st chapter of Gibbon. The work, however, of M. Dureau de la Malle is very curious and full on some of the minuter points of Roman statistics. M. 1045.62 return. Compute 20 millions in France, 22 in Germany, 4 in Hungary, 10 in Italy with its islands, 8 in Great Britain and Ireland, 8 in Spain and Portugal, 10 or 12 in the European Russia, 6 in Poland, 6 in Greece and Turkey, 4 in Sweden, 3 in Denmark and Norway, 4 in the Low Countries. The whole would amount to 105 or 107 millions. See Voltaire, de l'Histoire Générale. Gon. Note: the present population of Europe is estimated at 227,700,000. Maltbrun, Geogras, Transedit. 1832. See details in the different volumes. Another authority, Almanach de Gotha, quoted in a recent English publication, gives the following details. France, 32.9 million, Germany, including Hungary, Prussian, and Austrian Poland, 56.1 million, Italy, 20.5 million, Great Britain and Ireland, 24 million, Spain and Portugal, 14 million, 3.1 million, Russia, including Poland, 44.2 million, Krakow, 128,000 Turkey, including Pachalich of Dichter, 9.5 million, Greece, 637,000, Ionian Islands, 208,000, and Norway, 3.9 million. 2 million, Belgium, 3.5 million, Holland, 2.4 million, Switzerland. Total 219,344,000. Since the publication of my first annotated edition of Gibbon, the subject of the population of the Roman Empire has been investigated by two writers of great industry and learning, Mont, Dureau de la Malle, in his Économie politique des Romains, liv. EEC 1-8, and M. Zumpt in a dissertation printed in the Transactions of the Berlin Academy, 1840. M. Dureau de la Malle confines his inquiry almost entirely to the city of Rome and Roman Italy. Zumpt examines at greater length the axiom, which he supposes to have been assumed by Gibbon as unquestionable, that Italy and the Roman world was never so populous as in the time of the Antonines. Though this probably was Gibbon's opinion, he has not stated it so peremptorily as asserted by Mr. Zumpt. It had before been expressly laid down by Hume, and his statement was controverted by Wallace and by Malthus. Gibbon says, p. 84, that there is no reason to believe the country of Italy less populous in the age of the Antonines than in that of Romulus. And Zumpt acknowledges that we have no satisfactory knowledge of the state of Italy at that early age. Zumpt, in my opinion, with some reason, takes the period just before the First Punic War, as that in which Roman Italy, all south of the Rubicon, was most populous. From that time, the numbers began to diminish, at first from the enormous waste of life out of the free population in the Forum, and afterwards in the civil wars, from the cultivation of the soil by slaves towards the close of the Republic, from the repugnance to marriage, which resisted alike the dread of legal punishment and the offer of legal immunity and privilege, and from the depravity of manners, which interfered with the procreation, the birth, and the rearing of children. The arguments and the authorities of Zumpt are equally conclusive as to the decline of population in Greece. Still, the details which he himself adduces as to the prosperity and populousness of Asia Minor and the whole of the Roman East, with the advancement of the European provinces, especially Gaul, Spain, and Britain, in civilization and therefore in populousness, for I have no confidence in the vast numbers sometimes assigned to the barbarous inhabitants of these countries, may, I think, fairly compensate for any deduction to be made from Gibbon's general estimate on account of Greece and Italy. Gibbon himself acknowledges his own estimate to be vague and conjectural, and I may venture to recommend the dissertation of Zumpt as deserving respectful consideration. M1A 2050, WT Chapter 2, The Internal Prosperity in the Age of the Antonines, Part 3, Domestic Peace and Union were the natural consequences of the moderate and comprehensive policy embraced by the Romans. If we turn our eyes towards the monarchies of Asia, we shall behold despotism in the center and weakness in the extremities, the collection of the revenue or the administration of justice enforced by the presence of an army, hostile barbarians established in the heart of the country, hereditary satraps usurping the dominion of the provinces, and subjects inclined to rebellion, though incapable of freedom. But the obedience of the Roman world was uniform, voluntary, and permanent. The vanquished nations, blended into one great people, resigned the hope, nay, even the wish, of resuming their independence, and scarcely considered their own existence as distinct from the existence of Rome. The established authority of the emperors pervaded without an effort the wide extent of their dominions, and was exercised with the same facility on the banks of the Thames or of the Nile as on those of the Tiber. The legions were destined to serve against the public enemy, and the civil magistrates seldom required the aid of a military force. 63. In this state of general security, the leisure, as well as opulence, both of the prince and people, were devoted to improve and to adorn the Roman Empire. 63. Return ne Joseph. Tubel, Judaico, Lii. c. 16. The oration of Agrippa, or rather of the historian, is a fine picture of the Roman Empire. Among the innumerable monuments of architecture constructed by the Romans, how many have escaped the notice of history? How few have resisted the ravages of time and barbarism? And yet even the majestic ruins that are still scattered over Italy and the provinces would be sufficient to prove that those countries were once the seat of a polite and powerful empire. Their greatness alone or their beauty might deserve our attention, but they are rendered more interesting by two important circumstances which connect the agreeable history of the arts with the more useful history of human manners. Many of those works were a demand both of men and money. Augustus was accustomed to boast that he had found his capital of brick and that he had left it of marble. 64. The strict economy of Vespasian was the source of his magnificence. The works of Trajan bear the stamp of his genius. The public monuments with which Hadrian adorned every province of the empire were executed not only by his orders, but under his immediate inspection. He was himself an artist, and he loved the arts, as they conduced to the glory of the monarch. They were encouraged by the Antonines as they contributed to the happiness of the people. But if the emperors were the first, they were not the only architects of their dominions. Their example was universally imitated by their principal subjects, who were not afraid of declaring to the world that they had spirit to conceive and wealth to accomplish the noblest undertakings. Scarcely had the proud structure of the Colosseum been dedicated at Rome before the edifices, of a smaller scale indeed, but of the same design and materials, were erected for the use and at the expense of the cities of Capua and Verona. 65. The inscription of the stupendous bridge of Alcantara attests that it was thrown over the Tagus by the contribution of a few Lusitanian communities. When Pliny was entrusted with the government of Bithynia and Pontus, provinces by no means the richest or most considerable of the empire, he found the cities within his jurisdiction striving with each other in every useful and ornamental work that might deserve the curiosity of strangers or the gratitude of their citizens. It was the duty of the proconsul to supply their deficiencies, to direct their taste, and sometimes to moderate their emulation. 66. The opulent senators of Rome and the provinces esteemed it an honor and almost an obligation to adorn the splendor of their age and country, and the influence of fashion very frequently supplied the want of taste or generosity. Among a crowd of these private benefactors, we may select Herodes Atticus, an Athenian citizen who lived in the age of the Antonines. Whatever might be the motive of his conduct, his magnificence would have been worthy of the greatest kings. 64. Return. Sweeten. In August. C. 28. Augustus built in Rome the temple and forum of Mars the Avenger, the temple of Jupiter, Tonans in the capital, that of Apollo Palatine, with public libraries, the portico and basilica of Caius and Lucius, the porticos of Livia and Octavia, and the theatre of Marcellus. The example of the sovereign was imitated by his ministers and generals, and his friend Agrippa left behind him the immortal monument of the Pantheon. 65. Return. Sima Fai. Veroni Illustrata. Liv. p. 68, 66. Return. Footnote 66. See the Xth book of Pliny's Epistles. He mentions the following works carried on at the expense of the cities. At Nicomedia, a new forum, an aqueduct, and a canal, left unfinished by a king. At Nice, a gymnasium and a theatre, which had already cost near £90,000, baths at Prusa and Claudiopolis, and an aqueduct of 16 miles in length for the use of Sinope. The family of Herod, at least after it had been favored by fortune, was lineally descended from Cimon and Miltiades, Theseus and Cecrops, Iacchus and Jupiter. But the posterity of so many gods and heroes was fallen into the most abject state. His grandfather had suffered by the hands of justice, and Julius Atticus, his father, must have ended his life in poverty and contempt had he not discovered an immense treasure buried under an old house, the last remains of his patrimony. According to the rigor of the law, the emperor might have asserted his claim, and the prudent Atticus prevented by a frank confession the officiousness of informers. But the equitable Nerva, who then filled the throne, refused to accept any part of it, and commanded him to use without scruple the present of fortune. The cautious Athenian still insisted that the treasure was too considerable for a subject, and that he knew not how to use it. "Abuse it then," replied the monarch with a good-natured peevishness, "for it is your own." 67. Many will be of opinion that Atticus literally obeyed the emperor's last instructions, since he expended the greatest part of his fortune, which was much increased by an advantageous marriage, in the service of the public. He had obtained for his son Herod the prefecture of the free cities of Asia, and the young magistrate, observing that the town of Troas was indifferently supplied with water, obtained from the munificence of Hadrian 300 myriads of drachms, about 100,000 pounds, for the construction of a new aqueduct. But in the execution of the work, the charge amounted to more than double the estimate, and the officers of the revenue began to murmur, till the generous Atticus silenced their complaints by requesting that he might be permitted to take upon himself the whole additional expense. 68-67 Return. Hadrian afterwards made a very equitable regulation, which divided all treasure trove between the right of property and that of discovery. Hist. August, Fee 9. 68 Return. Philostrat. In Viti. Sophist. Lii. P. 54-8. The ablest preceptors of Greece and Asia had been invited by liberal rewards to direct the education of young Herod. Their pupil soon became a celebrated orator, according to the useless rhetoric of that age, which, confining itself to the schools, disdained to visit either the Forum or the Senate. He was honored with the consulship at Rome, but the greatest part of his life was spent in a philosophic retirement at Athens, and his adjacent villas perpetually surrounded by sophists who acknowledged without reluctance the superiority of a rich and generous rival. 69. The monuments of his genius have perished. Some considerable ruins still preserve the fame of his taste and munificence. Modern travelers have measured the remains of the stadium which he constructed at Athens. It was 600 feet in length, built entirely of white marble, capable of admitting the whole body of the people, and finished in 4 years, whilst Herod was president of the Athenian Games. To the memory of his wife Regilla he dedicated a theatre, scarcely to be paralleled in the empire. No wood except cedar, very curiously carved, was employed in any part of the building. The Odeum, 691, designed by Pericles for musical performances, and the rehearsal of new tragedies, had been a trophy of the victory of the arts over barbaric greatness, as the timbers employed in the construction consisted chiefly of the masts of the Persian vessels. Notwithstanding the repairs bestowed on that ancient edifice by a king of Cappadocia, it was again fallen to decay. Herod restored its ancient beauty and magnificence. Nor was the liberality of that illustrious citizen confined to the walls of Athens. The most splendid ornaments bestowed on the temple of Neptune in the Isthmus, a theatre at Corinth, a stadium at Delphi, a bath at Thermopylae, and an aqueduct at Canusium in Italy, were insufficient to exhaust his treasures. The people of Epirus, Thessaly, Euboea, Boeotia, and Peloponnesus experienced his favors, and many inscriptions of the cities of Greece and Asia gratefully style Herodes Atticus their patron and benefactor. 70-69 Ye return. Iulus, Gellius, in Noct. I2, X2, XVI, 10, Zix1, Phil Ostrat, P. 564, 691 Return. The Odeum served for the rehearsal of new comedies as well as tragedies. They were read or repeated before representation, without music or decorations, and c. No piece could be represented in the theatre if it had not been previously approved by judges for this purpose. The king of Cappadocia who restored the Odeum, which had been burnt by Sylla, was Aralbarzanes. C. Martini, Dissertation on the Odeons of the Ancients, Leipzig, 1767, p. 1, W70, Chapter 991. W70 I return, C. Philostrat, LII, p. 548, 5060. Pausanias, LI, and VI. Tempadocia, who I-71 previous, Chapter 970. The Life of Herodes in the XX the volume of the Memoirs of the Academy of Inscriptions. In the commonwealths of Athens and Rome, the modest simplicity of private houses announced the equal condition of freedom, whilst the sovereignty of the people was represented in the majestic edifices designed to the public use. 71. Nor was this republican spirit totally extinguished by the introduction of wealth and monarchy. It was in works of national honor and benefit that the most virtuous of the emperors affected to display their magnificence. The golden palace of Nero excited a just indignation, but the vast extent of ground which had been usurped by his selfish luxury was more nobly filled under the succeeding reigns by the Colosseum, the baths of Titus, the Claudian portico, and the temples dedicated to the goddess of peace and to the genius of Rome. 72. These monuments of architecture, the property of the Roman people, were adorned with the most beautiful productions of Grecian painting and sculpture, and in the Temple of Peace, a very curious library was open to the curiosity of the learned. 721. At a small distance from thence was situated the Forum of Trajan. It was surrounded by a lofty portico in the form of a quadrangle, into which 4 triumphal arches opened a noble and spacious entrance. In the center arose a column of marble, whose height of 110 feet denoted the elevation of the hill that had been cut away. This column, which still subsists in its ancient beauty, exhibited an exact representation of the Dacian victories of its founder. The veteran soldier contemplated the story of his own campaigns, and by an easy illusion of national vanity, the peaceful citizen associated himself to the honors of the triumph. All the other quarters of the capital, and all the provinces of the empire, were embellished by the same liberal spirit of public magnificence, and were filled with amphitheaters, theaters, temples, porticos, triumphal arches, baths, and aqueducts, all variously conducive to the health, the devotion, and the pleasures of the meanest citizen. The last mentioned of those edifices deserve our peculiar attention. The boldness of the enterprise, the solidity of the execution, and the uses to which they were subservient, rank the aqueducts among the noblest monuments of Roman genius and power. The aqueducts of the capital claim a just preeminence, but the curious traveler who, without the light of history, should examine those of Spoleto, of Metz, or of Segovia, would very naturally conclude that those provincial towns had formerly been the residence of some potent monarch. The solitudes of Asia and Africa were once covered with flourishing cities, whose populousness and even whose existence was derived from such artificial supplies of a perennial stream of fresh water. 73, 71 return. It is particularly remarked of Athens by Dicarchus de Statu Gracia, p. 8, into Geographos Minores, edit. Hudson, de 72, return Donatus de Roma Vetere, LEI. C. 4, 5, 6, Nardini Roma Antica, LEE. 11, 12, 13, and a Description of Ancient Rome by Bernardus Auricellarius, or Rucellai, of which I obtained a copy from the library of the Canon Riccardi at Florence. 2 celebrated pictures of Timanthes and of Protogenes are mentioned by Pliny, as in the Temple of Peace, and the Laocoon was found in the baths of Titus. The 721 return. The Emperor Vespasian, who had caused the Temple of Peace to be built, transported to it the greatest part of the pictures, statues, and other works of art which had escaped the civil tumults. It was there that every day the artists and the learned of Rome assembled, and it is on the site of this temple that a multitude of antiques have been dug up. See notes of Riemar on Dion Cassius, LXVE, C15p, 1083, Return Montfaucon, L'Antiquité expliquée, tom. EVP2, LI, C9. Fabretti has composed a very learned treatise on the aqueducts of Rome. We have computed the inhabitants and contemplated the public works of the Roman Empire. The observation of the number and greatness of its cities will serve to confirm the former and to multiply the latter. It may not be unpleasing to collect a few scattered instances relative to that subject, without forgetting, however, that from the vanity of nations and the poverty of language, the vague appellation of city has been indifferently bestowed on Rome and upon Laurentum. Ancient Italy is said to have contained 1197 cities, and for whatsoever era of antiquity the expression might be intended, 74 there is not any reason to believe the country less populous in the age of the Antonines than in that of Romulus. The petty states of Latium were contained within the metropolis of the empire, by whose superior influence they had been attracted. 741. Those parts of Italy which have so long languished under the lazy tyranny of priests and viceroys had been afflicted only by the more tolerable calamities of war, and the first symptoms of decay which they experienced were amply compensated by the rapid improvements of the Cisalpine Gaul. The splendor of Verona may be traced in its remains, yet Verona was less celebrated than Aquileia or Padua, Milan or Ravenna. In tea, the spirit of improvement had passed the Alps and been felt even in the woods of Britain, which were gradually cleared away to open a free space for convenient and elegant habitations. York was the seat of government, London was already enriched by commerce, and Bath was celebrated for the salutary effects of its medicinal waters. Gaul could boast of her 1,200 cities, 75, and though in the northern parts many of them, without excepting Paris itself, were little more than the rude and imperfect townships of a rising people, the southern provinces imitated the wealth and elegance of Italy. 76. Many were the cities of Gaul, Marseille, Arles, Nismes, Narbonne, Toulouse, Autun, Vienna, Lyons, Langres, and Treves, whose ancient condition might sustain an equal and perhaps advantageous comparison with their present state. With regard to Spain, that country flourished as a province and has declined as a kingdom. Exhausted by the abuse of her strength, by America, and by superstition, her pride might possibly be confounded if we required such a list of 360 cities as Pliny has exhibited under the reign of Vespasian, 773. 300 African cities had once acknowledged the authority of Carthage, 78. Nor is it likely that their numbers diminished under the administration of the emperors. Carthage itself rose with new splendor from its ashes, and that capital, as well as Capua and Corinth, soon recovered all the advantages which can be separated from independent sovereignty. IV. The provinces of the East present the contrast of Roman magnificence with Turkish barbarism. The ruins of antiquity scattered over uncultivated fields and ascribed by ignorance to the power of magic scarcely afford a shelter to the oppressed peasant or wandering Arab. Under the reign of the Khazars, the proper Asia alone contained 500 populous cities, 79 enriched with all the gifts of nature and adorned with all the refinements of art. 11 cities of Asia had once disputed the honor of dedicating a temple of Tiberius, and their respective merits were examined by the Senate. 84 of them were immediately rejected as unequal to the burden, and among these was Laodicea, whose splendor is still displayed in its ruins. 81. Laodicea collected a very considerable revenue from its flocks of sheep, celebrated for the fineness of their wool, and had received, a little before the contest, a legacy of above £400,000 by the testament of a generous citizen. 82. If such was the poverty of Laodicea, what must have been the wealth of those cities whose claim appeared preferable, and particularly of Pergamus, of Smyrna, and of Ephesus, who so long disputed with each other the titular primacy of Asia? 83. The capitals of Syria and Egypt held a still superior rank in the empire. Antioch and Alexandria looked down with disdain on a crowd of dependent cities. 84. And yielded with reluctance to the majesty of Rome itself. 74. Return. Hist. Var. Lib. X. C. 16. He lived in the time of Alexander Severus. C. Fabricius Biblioth. Graeca. L. Iv. C. 21. 741. Return. This may in some degree account for the difficulty started by Livy as to the incredibly numerous armies raised by the small states around Rome where, in his time, a scanty stock of free soldiers among a larger population of Roman slaves broke the solitude. Vix seminario exiguo militum relicto servitia Romana ab solitudine vindicant, liv. VVE. Compare Appian Bel Civ. I7, M. Substi. 5. Return. Joseph. de Bell, Judd. I.e. 13. The number, however, is mentioned and should be received with a degree of latitude. Note, without doubt no reliance can be placed on this passage of Josephus. The historian makes Agrippa give advice to the Jews as to the power of the Romans, and the speech is full of declamation which can furnish no conclusions to history. While enumerating the nations subject to the Romans, he speaks of the Gauls as submitting to 100 soldiers, which is false, as there were 8 legions in Gaul. Tac. Iv. 5, while there are nearly 1,200 cities. G. Josephus Infra places these 8 legions on the Rhine, as Tacitus does. Im 76 return Plin. Hist. Chatpter. EE 5 to 77 to return Plin. Hist. Chatpter. EE 3 4 Eva 35. The list seems authentic and accurate. The division of the provinces and the different condition of the cities are minutely distinguished. Geograph, EXVI, P. Eoren 89, Joseph, Gibel, Joseph, Dubel, Jude, EI 16, Philostrat, Inviti, Sophist, LIIP 58 edit, Oliach 80 return, City, Annal, E55. I have taken some pains in consulting and comparing modern travelers with regard to the fate of those 11 cities of Asia. 7 or 8 are totally destroyed: Hippop, Tralles, Laodicea, Huam, Halicarnassus, Miletus, Ephesus, and we may add Sardes. Of the remaining 3, Pergamus is a straggling village of 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants, Magnesia, under the name of Guzelisar, a town of some consequence, and Smyrna, a great city, peopled by 100,000 souls. But even at Smyrna, while the Franks have maintained a commerce, the Turks have ruined the arts. 81 return. See a very exact and pleasing description of the ruins of Laodicea in Chandler's Travels through Asia Minor P225 and C. Yeo, Old Return Eng 225 and C. 82 return. Strabo, LZI. P866, he had studied at Tralles. 83 return. See a dissertation of M. de Bose, Mem. de l'Académie, Tom. Aristides pronounced a narration, which is still extant, to recommend concord to the rival cities. 84 return. The inhabitants of Egypt, exclusive of Alexandria, amounted to 7.5 millions. Joseph, de Bell, Judd, II 16. Under the military government of the Mamelukes, Syria was supposed to contain 60,000 villages. Histoire de Timur Bek, LVC 20. Chapter 2. The Internal Prosperity in the Age of the Antonines. Part 4. All these cities were connected with each other and with the capital by the public highways which, issuing from the Forum of Rome, traversed Italy, pervaded the provinces, and were terminated only by the frontiers of the empire. If we carefully trace the distance from the wall of Antoninus to Rome, and from thence to Jerusalem, it will be found that the great chain of communication from the northwest to the southeast point of the empire was drawn out to the length of 4,080 Roman miles. 85. The public roads were accurately divided by milestones and ran in a direct line from one city to another, with very little respect for the obstacles either of nature or private property. Mountains were perforated and bold arches thrown over the broadest and most rapid streams. 86. The middle part of the road was raised into a terrace which commanded the adjacent country, consisted of several strata of sand, gravel, and cement, and was paved with large stones, or, in some places near the capital, with granite. 87. Such was the solid construction of the Roman highways, whose firmness has not entirely yielded to the effort of 15 centuries. They united the subjects of the most distant provinces by an easy and familiar intercourse, but their primary object had been to facilitate the marches of the legions, nor was any country considered as completely subdued till it had been rendered in all its parts pervious to the arms and authority of the conqueror. The advantage of receiving the earliest intelligence, and of conveying their orders with celerity, induced the emperors to establish, throughout their extensive dominions, the regular institution of posts. 88 houses were everywhere erected at the distance only of 5 or 6 miles. Each of them was constantly provided with 40 horses, and by the help of these relays it was easy to travel 100 miles in a day along the Roman roads. 89 to 1. The use of posts was allowed to those who claimed it by an imperial mandate, but though originally intended for the public service, it was sometimes indulged to the business or conveniency of private citizens. 90. Nor was the communication of the Roman Empire less free and open by sea than it was by land. The provinces surrounded and enclosed the Mediterranean, and Italy, in the shape of an immense promontory, advanced into the midst of that great lake. The coasts of Italy are, in general, destitute of safe harbors, but human industry had corrected the deficiencies of nature, and the artificial port of Ostia in particular, situated at the mouth of the Tiber, and formed by the Emperor Claudius, was a useful monument of Roman greatness. 91. From this port, which was only 16 miles from the capital, a favorable breeze frequently carried vessels in 7 days to the columns of Hercules, and in 9 or 10 to Alexandria in Egypt. 9285 return. The following itinerary may serve to convey some idea of the direction of the road and of the distance between the principal towns. I, from the wall of Antonines to York, 222 Roman miles. I.C., London, 227. 3. Rutupia or Sandwich, 67. I.V., the navigation to Boulogne, 45. V. Rheims, 74. V. Imes, 330. V.I.Z., Milan, 3024. V.I.Z., Rome, 4226. I.Ents, Brundusium to Dyrrachium, 40. X.I., Byzantium, 711. 3. X30. X.I.Z., 33. 3030. 35. Antioch, 44. 35. 40 in. 50. Hinkeland, 45. English miles. See the itineraries published by Wesseling, his annotations quoting to Dyrrachium, DNV for Gaul and Italy. 86 Return Montfaucon, L'Antiquité expliquée, 24. P2 LIC5 has described the bridges of Narni, Alcantara, Nismis, and C87 Return Point Vive Romain, Lomi LII CLL L28 1 VA Au Romain LII CLL L28 1 Recopius in Hist, Arcana C30, Bergier Hist, Des Grands Chemiens LIV, Codex Theodosian LVI, Tit VV Volu, II, P Fee 5 or 6 Fee 63 with Godefroy's learned commentary. In the time of Theodosius, Cassadius, a magistrate of high rank, went post from Antioch to Constantinople. He began his journey at night, was in Cappadocia 25 miles from Antioch the ensuing evening, and arrived at Constantinople the 6th day about noon. The whole distance was 725 Roman, or 665 English miles. See Libanius Orat, XXI, and the Itineraria, p. 572 to 581. Note: a courier is mentioned in Walpole's Travels, II, 3035, who was to travel from Aleppo to Constantinople more than 700 miles in 8 days, an unusually short journey. M. Ax 891 Returner. Posts for the conveyance of intelligence were established by Augustus. Sweat, Org. 49. The couriers traveled with amazing speed. Blair on Roman slavery. Note: P261. It is probable that the posts from the time of Augustus were confined to the public service and supplied by impressment. Nerva, as it appears from a coin of his reign, made an important change. He established posts upon all the public roads of Italy and made the service chargeable upon his own exchequer. Hadrian, perceiving the advantage of this improvement, extended it to all the provinces of the empire. Cardwell on coins, P220. Mini return me. Mini triturnti, Mini triturn. Pliny, though a favorite and a minister, made an apology for granting post horses to his wife on the most urgent business. Epist, X21, 1 return Bigia. Hist sig aujourd'hui, jour ici C49, Nietzsche to return, Bitritui, PG. P. Shisi. In Prodeblench town. Note: Pliny says Puteoli, which seems to have been the usual landing place from the east. See the voyages of St. Paul, Acts XVI, 13, and of Josephus, Vita Ci. 30m. Whatever evils either reason or declamation have imputed to extensive empire, the power of Rome was attended with some beneficial consequences to mankind, and the same freedom of intercourse which extended the vices diffused likewise the improvements of social life. In the more remote ages of antiquity, the world was unequally divided. The East was in the immemorial possession of arts and luxury, whilst the West was inhabited by rude and warlike barbarians who either disdained agriculture or to whom it was totally unknown. Under the protection of an established government, the productions of happier climates and the industry of more civilized nations were gradually introduced into the western countries of Europe, and the natives were encouraged by an open and profitable commerce to multiply the former, as well as to improve the latter. It would be almost impossible to enumerate all the articles, either of the animal or the vegetable reign, which were successively imported into Europe from Asia and Egypt, 93. But it will not be unworthy of the dignity, and much less of the utility, of an historical work, slightly to touch on a few of the principal heads. 1. Almost all the flowers, the herbs, and the fruits that grow in our European gardens are of foreign extraction, which, in many cases, is betrayed even by their names. The apple was a native of Italy, and when the Romans had tasted the richer flavor of the apricot, the peach, the pomegranate, the citron, and the orange, they contented themselves with applying to all these new fruits the common denomination of apple, discriminating them from each other by the additional epithet of their country. 2. In the time of Homer, the vine grew wild in the island of Sicily, and most probably in the adjacent continent, but it was not improved by the skill, nor did it afford a liquor grateful to the taste of the savage inhabitants. 94. 1,000 years afterwards, Italy could boast that of the 80 most generous and celebrated wines, more than 2/3 were produced from her soil. 95. The blessing was soon communicated to the Narbonese province of Gaul, but so intense was the cold to the north of the Cevennes that in the time of Strabo it was thought impossible to ripen the grapes in those parts of Gaul. 96. This difficulty, however, was gradually vanquished, and there is some reason to believe that the vineyards of Burgundy are as old as the age of the Antonines. 97. 3. The olive in the Western world followed the progress of peace, of which it was considered as the symbol. 2 centuries after the foundation of Rome, both Italy and Africa were strangers to that useful plant. It was naturalized in those countries, and at length carried into the heart of Spain and Gaul. The timid errors of the ancients, that it required a certain degree of heat and could only flourish in the neighborhood of the sea, were insensibly exploded by industry and experience. 4. The cultivation of flax was transported from Egypt to Gaul and enriched the whole country, however it might impoverish the particular lands on which it was sown. 99. 5. The use of artificial grasses became familiar to the farmers both of Italy and the provinces, particularly the lucerne, which derived its name and origin from Media. 100. The assured supply of wholesome and plentiful food for the cattle during winter multiplied the number of the docks and herds, which in their turn contributed to the fertility of the soil. To all these improvements may be added an assiduous attention to mines and fisheries, which, by employing a multitude of laborious hands, serve to increase the pleasures of the rich and the subsistence of the poor. The elegant treatise of Columella describes the advanced state of the Spanish husbandry under the reign of Tiberius, and it may be observed that those famines which so frequently afflicted the infant republic were seldom or never experienced by the extensive empire of Rome. The accidental scarcity in any single province was immediately relieved by the plenty of its more fortunate neighbors. 93. Return. It is not improbable that the Greeks and Phoenicians introduced some new arts and productions into the neighborhood of Marseille and Gades. 94. Return. See Homer, Odys, Lix. V. 358. 95. Return. Plin. Hist. Nitur. Sif. 96. Els Return. Strab. Geograph. Lif. P. 269. The intense cold of a Gallic winter was almost proverbial among the ancients. Else, note, Strabo only says that the grape does not ripen. Attempts had been made in the time of Augustus to naturalize the vine in the north of Gaul, but the cold was too great. Diod. Sic. Edit. Rodom. P. 304. Diodorus. Lib. 26. Gives a curious picture of the Italian traders bartering with the savages of Gaul a cask of wine for a slave. M. It appears from the newly discovered treatise of Cicero de Republica that there was a law of the Republic prohibiting the culture of the vine and olive beyond the Alps in order to keep up the value of those in Italy. Nos justissimi homines, qui transalpinas gentes oliam et vitem serere non sinimus, quo pruris in nostra oliveta nostraque vinia. Lib. III. 9. The restrictive law of Domitian was veiled under the decent pretext of encouraging the cultivation of grain. Suete. Dom. V.E. It was repealed by Probus Vopis Strobus 18. IM. 97 return. In the beginning of the 4th century, the orator Eumenius Panagyr, Veter, VI. 6. Edit. Delphin speaks of the vines in the territory of Autun, which were decayed through age, and the first plantation of which was totally unknown. The Pagus Arabrignus is supposed by M. D'Anville to be the district of Buny, celebrated even at present for one of the first growths of Burgundy. Note: this is proved by a passage of Pliny the Elder, where he speaks of a certain kind of grape Vitis piccata, Vinum picatum, which grows naturally to the district of Vienne, and had recently been transplanted into the country of the Auvergne, Auvergne, of the Helvii, the Vivarias, and the Burgundy and Franche-Comté. Pliny wrote AD 77, Hist. Nat. Giv. 1, W 99 return Plin, Hist. Natio, L.E. 6th. 100 a return. See the agreeable essays on agriculture by Mr. Hart, in which he has collected all that the ancients and moderns have said of Lucerne. Agriculture is the foundation of manufactures, since the productions of nature are the materials of art. Under the Roman Empire, the labor of an industrious and ingenious people was variously, but incessantly employed in the service of the rich. In their dress, their table, their houses, and their furniture, the favorites of fortune united every refinement of conveniency, of elegance, and of splendor, whatever could soothe their pride or gratify their sensuality. Such refinements, under the odious name of luxury, have been severely arraigned by the moralists of every age, and it might perhaps be more conducive to the virtue, as well as happiness, of mankind if all possessed the necessaries, and none the superfluities, of life. But in the present imperfect condition of society, luxury, though it may proceed from vice or folly, seems to be the only means that can correct the unequal distribution of property. The diligent mechanic and the skillful artist, who have obtained no share in the division of the earth, receive a voluntary tax from the possessors of land, and the latter are prompted by a sense of interest to improve those estates with whose produce they may purchase additional pleasures. This operation, the particular effects of which are felt in every society, acted with much more diffusive energy in the Roman world. The provinces would soon have been exhausted of their wealth, if the manufactures and commerce of luxury had not insensibly restored to the industrious subjects the sums which were exacted from them by the arms and authority of Rome. As long as the circulation was confined within the bounds of the empire, it impressed the political machine with a new degree of activity, and its consequences, sometimes beneficial, could never become pernicious. But it is no easy task to confine luxury within the limits of an empire. The most remote countries of the ancient world were ransacked to supply the pomp and delicacy of Rome. The forests of Scythia afforded some valuable furs. Amber was brought overland from the shores of the Baltic to the Danube, and the barbarians were astonished at the price which they received in exchange for so useless a commodity. 1001. There was a considerable demand for Babylonian carpets and other manufactures of the East, but the most important and unpopular branch of foreign trade was carried on with Arabia and India. Every year, about the time of the summer solstice, a fleet of 120 vessels sailed from Myos Hormos, a port of Egypt on the Red Sea. By the periodical assistance of the monsoons, they traversed the ocean in about 40 days. The coast of Malabar, or the island of Ceylon, 102 was the usual term of their navigation, and it was in those markets that the merchants from the more remote countries of Asia expected their arrival. The return of the fleet of Egypt was fixed to the months of December or January, and as soon as their rich cargo had been transported on the backs of camels from the Red Sea to the Nile, and had descended that river as far as Alexandria, it was poured without delay into the capital of the empire. 103. The objects of Oriental traffic were splendid and trifling. Silk, a pound of which was esteemed not inferior in value to a pound of gold. 104 precious stones, among which the pearl claimed the first rank after the diamond, 105, and a variety of aromatics that were consumed in religious worship and the pomp of funerals. The labor and risk of the voyage was rewarded with almost incredible profit. But the profit was made upon Roman subjects, and a few individuals were enriched at the expense of the public. As the natives of Arabia and India were contented with the productions and manufactures of their own country, silver, on the side of the Romans, was the principal, if not the only 51 instrument of commerce. It was a complaint worthy of the gravity of the Senate, that in the purchase of female ornaments, the wealth of the state was irrecoverably given away to foreign and hostile nations. 26. The annual loss is computed, by a writer of an inquisitive but censorious temper, at upwards of £800,000 sterling. 27. Such was the style of discontent, brooding over the dark prospect of approaching poverty. And yet if we compare the proportion between gold and silver as it stood in the time of Pliny and as it was fixed in the reign of Constantine, we shall discover within that period a very considerable increase. Number 28. There is not the least reason to suppose that gold was become more scarce. It is therefore evident that silver was grown more common, that whatever might be the amount of the Indian and Arabian exports, they were far from exhausting the wealth of the Roman world, and that the produce of the mines abundantly supplied the demands of commerce. Number 29. 29. C45. Plin. Hist. Nut. XXXXVI. The latter observed with some humor that even fashion had not yet found out the use of amber. Nero sent a Roman knight to purchase great quantities on the spot where it was produced, the coast of modern Prussia, the 1802 return, Tekrabrona by the Romans, and Serendib by the Arabs. It was discovered under the reign of Claudius, and gradually became the principal mart of the East. Tech 1 and 3, the return Min, Plin, Hist, Naqua, LVU, Strabo, LXVE, Tech 1 4, return Hist, August, P. 224. A silk garment was considered as an ornament to a woman but as a disgrace to a man. Tech 1 5, to return. The two great pearl fisheries were the same as at present, Ormuz and Cape Comorin. As well as we can compare ancient with modern geography, Rome was supplied with diamonds from the mine of Jumelpur in Bengal, which is described in the Voyages de Tavernier, Tom, IIP 281, 1951, return. Certainly not the only one. The Indians were not so contented with regard to foreign productions. Arian has a long list of European wares, which they received in exchange for their own. Italian and other wines, brass, tin, lead, coral, chrysolith, storax, glass, dresses of one or many colors, zones, and sea. See Periplus Maris Erythrae in Hudson Geogra. Min, EP 27. W. The German translator observes that Gibbon has confined the use of aromatics to religious worship and funerals. His error seems the omission of other spices, of which the Romans must have consumed great quantities in their cookery. Wenck, however, admits that silver was the chief article of exchange. In 1787, a peasant near Nellore in the Carnatic struck, in digging, on the remains of a Hindu temple he found, also a pot which contained Roman coins and medals of the 2nd century, mostly Trajans, Adrians, and Faustinas, all of gold, many of them fresh and beautiful, others defaced or perforated, as if they had been worn as ornaments. Asiatic Researches, II 19, MW 26 return Tacit, Annal, IIW 50. In a speech of Tiberius, Astitine, turn, Plin, turn, Plin. In another place he computes half that sum. Quingentis HS for India exclusive of Arabia. 28 return, the proportion, which was 1 to 10 and 12 1 to 2, rose to 1425, the legal regulation of Constantine. See Arbuthnot's Tables of Ancient Coins, C5. Notwithstanding the propensity of mankind to exalt the past and to depreciate the present, the tranquil and prosperous state of the empire was warmly felt, and honestly confessed, by the provincials as well as Romans. They acknowledged that the true principles of social life, laws, agriculture, and science, which had been first invented by the wisdom of Athens, were now firmly established by the power of Rome, under whose auspicious influence the fiercest barbarians were united by an equal government and common language. They affirm that with the improvement of arts, the human species were visibly multiplied. They celebrate the increasing splendor of the cities, the beautiful face of the country, cultivated and adorned like an immense garden, and the long festival of peace which was enjoyed by so many nations, forgetful of the ancient animosities and delivered from the apprehension of future danger. 9. Whatever suspicions may be suggested by the air of rhetoric and declamation which seems to prevail in these passages, the substance of them is perfectly agreeable to historic truth. 9. Return. Among many other passages, see Pliny, Hist. Natur. II. 5. Aristides, De Urbe Roma, and Tertullian, De Anima, see Plen. 30. It was scarcely possible that the eyes of contemporaries should discover in the public felicity the latent causes of decay and corruption. This long peace and the uniform government of the Romans introduced a slow and secret poison into the vitals of the empire. The minds of men were gradually reduced to the same level, the fire of genius was extinguished, and even the military spirit evaporated. The natives of Europe were brave and robust. Spain, Gaul, Britain, and Illyricum supplied the legions with excellent soldiers and constituted the real strength of the monarchy. Their personal valor remained, but they no longer possessed that public courage which is nourished by the love of independence, the sense of national honor, the presence of danger, and the habit of command. They received laws and governors from the will of their sovereign, and trusted for their defense to a mercenary army. The posterity of their boldest leaders was contented with the rank of citizens and subjects. The most aspiring spirits resorted to the court or standard of the emperors, and the deserted provinces, deprived of political strength or union, insensibly sunk into the languid indifference of private life. The love of letters, almost inseparable from peace and refinement, was fashionable among the subjects of Hadrian and the Antonines, who were themselves men of learning and curiosity. It was diffused over the whole extent of their empire. The most northern tribes of Britons had acquired a taste for rhetoric. Homer, as well as Virgil, were transcribed and studied on the banks of the Rhine and Danube, and the most liberal rewards sought out the faintest glimmerings of literary merit. E9d. The sciences of physics and astronomy were successfully cultivated by the Greeks. The observations of Ptolemy and the writings of Galen are studied by those who have improved their discoveries and corrected their errors. But if we accept the inimitable Lucian, this age of indolence passed away without having produced a single writer of original genius, or who excelled in the arts of elegant composition. 191. The authority of Plato and Aristotle, of Zeno and Epicurus, still reigned in the schools, and their systems, transmitted with blind deference from one generation of disciples to another, precluded every generous attempt to exercise the powers or enlarge the limits of the human mind. The beauties of the poets and orators, instead of kindling a fire like their own, inspired only cold and servile imitations, or if any ventured to deviate from those models, they deviated at the same time from good sense and propriety. On the revival of letters, the youthful vigor of the imagination, after a long repose, national emulation, a new religion, new languages, and a new world, called forth the genius of Europe. But the provincials of Rome, trained by a uniform artificial foreign education, were engaged in a very unequal competition with those bold ancients who, by expressing their genuine feelings in their native tongue, had already occupied every place of honor. The name of poet was almost forgotten. That of orator was usurped by the sophists. A cloud of critics, of compilers, of commentators darkened the face of learning, and the decline of genius was soon followed by the corruption of taste. 110. Return. Herodes Atticus gave the sophist Polemo above £8,000 for 3 declamations. See Philostrat, lip. 538. The Antonines founded a school at Athens, in which professors of grammar, rhetoric, politics, and the four great sects of philosophy were maintained at the public expense for the instruction of youth. The salary of a philosopher was 10,000 drachma, between £300 and £400 a year. Similar establishments were formed in the other great cities of the empire. See Lucian in Eunuch, Tom, IIP 352, edit. Writes, Philostrat, LII, p. 56, Hist, August, p. 21, Dion Cassius, LLXXI, p. 1195, Juvenal himself, in a morose satire which in every line betrays his own disappointment and envy, is obliged, however, to say, O Juvenes, circumspicit et stimulat vos, materiamque sibi ducis indulgentia quarit. Satir. Vi. 20. Note, Vespasian first gave a salary to professor of rhetoric Greek and Roman centina sestertia. Sueton. In Vespet. 18. Hadrian and the Antonines, though still liberal, were less profuse. G. from W. Suetonius wrote Annua centina L. 87, 5, 10. M1 other one return. This judgment is rather severe. Besides the physicians, astronomers, and grammarians, among whom there were some very distinguished men, there were still, under Hadrian, Suetonius, Florus, Plutarch, under the Antonines, Arrian, Pausanias, Appian, Marcus Aurelius himself, Sextus Empiricus, and c. Jurisprudence gained much by the labors of Salvius Julianus, Julius Celsus, Sex, Pomponius, Caius, and others. G. from W. Yet where among these is the writer of original genius, unless perhaps Plutarch, or even of a style really elegant? M. The sublime Longinus, who, in somewhat a later period and in the court of a Syrian queen, preserved the spirit of ancient Athens, observes and laments this degeneracy of his contemporaries, which debased their sentiments, enervated their courage, and depressed their talents. In the same manner, says he, as some children always remain pygmies whose infant limbs have been too closely confined, thus our tender minds, fettered by the prejudices and habits of a just servitude, are unable to expand themselves or to attain that well-proportioned greatness which we admire in the ancients, who, living under a popular government, wrote with the same freedom as they acted. Eliander 1. This diminutive stature of mankind, if we pursue the metaphor, was daily sinking below the old standard, and the Roman world was indeed peopled by a race of pygmies when the fierce giants of the north broke in and mended the puny breed. They restored a manly spirit of freedom, and after the revolution of 10 centuries, freedom became the happy parent of taste and science. 101 Return, Ilongen, de Sublime, C44, P229, edit. Toll. Here too we may say of Longinus, his own example strengthens all his laws. Instead of proposing his sentiments with a manly boldness, he insinuates them with the most guarded caution, puts them into the mouth of a friend, and as far as we can collect from a corrupted text, makes a show of refuting them himself. Chapter 3. The Constitution. In the Age of the Antonines. Part 1. Of the Constitution of the Roman Empire in the Age of the Antonines. The obvious definition of a monarchy seems to be that of a state, in which a single person, by whatsoever name he may be distinguished, is entrusted with the execution of the laws, the management of the revenue, and the command of the army. But unless public liberty is protected by intrepid and vigilant guardians, the authority of so formidable a magistrate will soon degenerate into despotism. The influence of the clergy in an age of superstition might be usefully employed to assert the rights of mankind, but so intimate is the connection between the throne and the altar that the banner of the church has very seldom been seen on the side of the people. 101. A martial nobility and stubborn commons, possessed of arms, tenacious of property, and collected into constitutional assemblies, form the only balance capable of preserving a free constitution against enterprises of an aspiring prince. 101. Return. Often enough in the ages of superstition, but not in the interest of the people or the state, but in that of the church to which all others were subordinate. Yet the power of the Pope has often been of great service in repressing the excesses of sovereigns and in softening manners. W. The history of the Italian republics proves the error of Gibbon, and the justice of his German translator's comment. Every barrier of the Roman constitution had been leveled by the vast ambition of the dictator. Every fence had been extirpated by the cruel hand of the triumvir. After the victory of Actium, the fate of the Roman world depended on the will of Octavianus, surnamed Caesar by his uncle's adoption, and afterwards Augustus by the flattery of the Senate. The conqueror was at the head of 44 veteran legions, one conscious of their own strength and of the weakness of the constitution, habituated, during 20 years' civil war, to every act of blood and violence, and passionately devoted to the house of Caesar, from whence alone they had received, and expected the most lavish rewards. The provinces, long oppressed by the ministers of the Republic, sighed for the government of a single person, who would be the master, not the accomplice, of those petty tyrants. The people of Rome, viewing with a secret pleasure the humiliation of the aristocracy, demanded only bread and public shows, and were supplied with both by the liberal hand of Augustus. The rich and polite Italians, who had almost universally embraced the philosophy of Epicurus, enjoyed the present blessings of ease and tranquility, and suffered not the pleasing dream to be interrupted by the memory of their old tumultuous freedom. With its power, the Senate had lost its dignity. Many of the most noble families were extinct. The republicans of spirit and ability had perished in the field of battle or in the proscription. The door of the assembly had been designedly left open for a mixed multitude of more than 1,000 persons who reflected disgrace upon their rank instead of deriving honor from it. 2-1 Return, Orosius Vi. 18. Stubbly 5. The united triumvirs had but 43. Appian, Bell, Civ, Ivy. The testimony of Orosius is of little value when more certain may be had. W5. But all the legions, doubtless, submitted to Augustus after the battle of Actium. To return, Julius Caesar introduced soldiers, strangers, and half-barbarians into the Senate suiton. In Caesar, citon. Citon. The abuse became still more scandalous after his death. The reformation of the Senate was one of the first steps in which Augustus laid aside the tyrant and professed himself the father of his country. He was elected censor, and, in concert with his faithful Agrippa, he examined the list of the senators, expelled a few members, 2001 whose vices or whose obstinacy required a public example, persuaded near 200 to prevent the shame of an expulsion by a voluntary retreat, raised the qualification of a senator to about £10,000, created a sufficient number of patrician families, and accepted for himself the honorable title of Prince of the Senate, 2002, which had always been bestowed by the censors on the citizen the most eminent for his honors and services. 3. But whilst he thus restored the dignity, he destroyed the independence of the Senate. The principles of a free constitution are irrecoverably lost when the legislative power is nominated by the executive. 2001 in return. Of these Dion and Suetonius knew nothing. Dion says the contrary. To Augustus, then Octavius, was censor, and in virtue of that office, even according to the constitution of the Free Republic, could reform the Senate, expel unworthy members, name the princeps senatus, and see. That was called, as is well known, senatum legere. It was called, as is well known, senatum legere. It was customary during the Free Republic for the censor to be named Princeps Senatus SLV LXXVI, c. 51, and Dion expressly says that this was done according to ancient usage. He was empowered by a decree of the Senate to admit a number of families among the patricians. Finally, the Senate was not the legislative power. Tud return to Dion Cassius L. Lei, p. 693, Suetonius in August, c. 35. Before an assembly thus modelled and prepared, Augustus pronounced a studied oration, which displayed his ambition. He lamented, yet excused, his past conduct. Filial piety had required at his hands the revenge of his father's murder. The humanity of his own nature had sometimes given way to the stern laws of necessity and to a forced connection with two unworthy colleagues. As long as Antony lived, the Republic forbade him to abandon her to a degenerate Roman and a barbarian queen. He was now at liberty to satisfy his duty and his inclination. He solemnly restored the Senate and people to all their ancient rights, and wished only to mingle with the crowd of his fellow citizens and to share the blessings which he had obtained for his country. 4-4. Return. Dion Ilii, p. 698, gives us a prolix and bombast speech on this great occasion. I have borrowed from Suetonius and Tacitus the general language of Augustus. It would require the pen of Tacitus, if Tacitus had assisted at this assembly, to describe the various emotions of the Senate, those that were suppressed and those that were affected. It was dangerous to trust the sincerity of Augustus. To seem to distrust it was still more dangerous. The respective advantages of monarchy and a republic have often divided speculative inquirers. The present greatness of the Roman state, the corruption of manners, and the license of the soldiers supplied new arguments to the advocates of monarchy, and these general views of government were again warped by the hopes and fears of each individual. Amidst this confusion of sentiments, the answer of the Senate was unanimous and decisive. They refused to accept the resignation of Augustus. They conjured him not to desert the republic which he had saved. After a decent resistance, the crafty tyrant submitted to the orders of the Senate and consented to receive the government of the provinces and the general command of the Roman armies under the well-known names of proconsul and imperator. 5. But he would receive them only for 10 years. Even before the expiration of that period, he hoped that the wounds of civil discord would be completely healed, and that the Republic, restored to its pristine health and vigor, would no longer require the dangerous interposition of so extraordinary a magistrate. The memory of this comedy, repeated several times during the life of Augustus, was preserved to the last ages of the empire by the peculiar pomp with which the perpetual monarchs of Rome always solemnized the 10th years of their reign. 6.5 returned, imperator, from which we have derived emperor, signified under her republic no more than general, and was emphatically bestowed by the soldiers when on the field of battle they proclaimed their victorious leader worthy of that title. When the Roman emperors assumed it in that sense, they placed it after their name and marked how often they had taken it. 6 return, doyon, L. Liyi, p. 723. Without any violation of the principles of the Constitution, the general of the Roman armies might receive and exercise an authority almost despotic over the soldiers, the enemies, and the subjects of the Republic. With regard to the soldiers, the jealousy of freedom had, even from the earliest ages of Rome, given way to the hopes of conquest and a just sense of military discipline. The dictator or consul had a right to command the service of the Roman youth and to punish an obstinate or cowardly disobedience by the most severe and ignominious penalties, by striking the offender out of the list of citizens, by confiscating his property, and by selling his person into slavery. The most sacred rights of freedom, confirmed by the Porcian and Sempronian laws, were suspended by the military engagement. In his camp, the general exercised an absolute power of life and death. His jurisdiction was not confined by any forms of trial or rules of proceeding, and the execution of the sentence was immediate and without appeal. 8. The choice of the enemies of Rome was regularly decided by the legislative authority. The most important resolutions of peace and war were seriously debated in the Senate and solemnly ratified by the people. But when the arms of the legions were carried to a great distance from Italy, the general assumed the liberty of directing them against whatever people and in whatever manner they judged most advantageous for the public service. It was from the success, not from the justice, of their enterprises that they expected the honors of a triumph. In the use of victory, especially after they were no longer controlled by the commissioners of the Senate, they exercised the most unbounded despotism. When Pompey commanded in the East, he rewarded his soldiers and allies, dethroned princes, divided kingdoms, founded colonies, and distributed the treasures of Mithridates. On his return to Rome, he obtained by a single act of the Senate and people the universal ratification of all his proceedings. 9. Such was the power over the soldiers and over the enemies of Rome, which was either granted to or assumed by the generals of the Republic. They were, at the same time, the governors, or rather monarchs, of the conquered provinces, united the civil with the military character, administered justice as well as the finances, and exercised both the executive and legislative power of the state. Its return. See in the Vieth Book of Livy the conduct of Manlius Torquatus and Papirius Cursor. They violated the laws of nature and humanity, but they asserted those of military discipline, and the people, who abhorred the action, was obliged to respect the principle. 9. Return. By the lavish but unconstrained suffrages of the people, Pompey had obtained a military command scarcely inferior to that of Augustus. Among the extraordinary acts of power executed by the former, we may remark the foundation of 29 cities and the distribution of 3 or 4 millions sterling to his troops. The ratification of his acts met with some opposition and delays in the Senate. See Plutarch, Appian, Dion Cassius, and the first book of the Epistles to Atticus. From what has already been observed in the first chapter of this work, some notion may be formed of the armies and provinces thus entrusted to the ruling hand of Augustus. But as it was impossible that he could personally command the regions of so many distant frontiers, he was indulged by the Senate, as Pompey had already been, in the permission of devolving the execution of his great office on a sufficient number of lieutenants. In rank and authority, these officers seemed not inferior to the ancient proconsuls, but their station was dependent and precarious. They received and held their commissions at the will of a superior, to whose auspicious influence the merit of their action was legally attributed. 10. They were the representatives of the emperor. The emperor alone was the general of the republic, and his jurisdiction, civil as well as military, extended over all the conquests of Rome. It was some satisfaction, however, to the Senate that he always delegated his power to the members of their body. The imperial lieutenants were of consular or praetorian dignity, the legions were commanded by senators, and the prefecture of Egypt was the only important trust committed to a Roman knight. 10. Return. Under the Commonwealth, a triumph could only be claimed by the general, who was authorized to take the auspices in the name of the people. By an exact consequence drawn from this principle of policy and religion, the triumph was reserved to the emperor, and his most successful lieutenants were satisfied with some marks of distinction, which, under the name of triumphal honors, were invented in their favor. Within 6 days after Augustus had been compelled to accept so very liberal a grant, he resolved to gratify the pride of the Senate by an easy sacrifice. He represented to them that they had enlarged his powers even beyond that degree which might be required by the melancholy condition of the times. They had not permitted him to refuse the laborious command of the armies and the frontiers, but he must insist on being allowed to restore the more peaceful and secure provinces to the mild administration of the civil magistrate. In the division of the provinces, Augustus provided for his own power and for the dignity of the republic. The proconsuls of the Senate, particularly those of Asia, Greece, and Africa, enjoyed a more honorable character than the lieutenants of the emperor, who commanded in Gaul or Syria. The former were attended by lictors, the latter by soldiers. 1005. A law was passed that wherever the emperor was present, his extraordinary commission should supersede the ordinary jurisdiction of the governor. A custom was introduced that the new conquest belonged to the imperial portion, and it was soon discovered that the authority of the prince, the favorite epithet of Augustus, was the same in every part of the empire. 1005. Return. This distinction is without foundation. The lieutenants of the emperor, who were called propraetors, whether they had been praetors or consuls, were attended by 6 lictors, those who had the right of the sword, tough life and death over the soldiers. M bore the military habit, paludamentum, and the sword. The provincial governors commissioned by the Senate, who, whether they had been consuls or not, were called proconsuls, had 12 lictors when they had been consuls, and 6 only when they had but been praetors. The provinces of Africa and Asia were only given to ex-consuls. See On the Organization of the Provinces, Dion Lei, 12-16 Strabo XVI 840. In return for this imaginary concession, Augustus obtained an important privilege, which rendered him master of Rome and Italy. By a dangerous exception to the ancient maxims, he was authorized to preserve his military command, supported by a numerous body of guards, even in time of peace and in the heart of the capital. His command, indeed, was confined to those citizens who were engaged in the service by the military oath, but such was the propensity of the Romans to servitude that the oath was voluntarily taken by the magistrates, the senators, and the equestrian order, till the homage of flattery was insensibly converted into an annual and solemn protestation of fidelity. Although Augustus considered a military force as the firmest foundation, he wisely rejected it as a very odious instrument of government. It was more agreeable to his temper, as well as to his policy, to reign under the venerable names of ancient magistracy, and artfully to collect, in his own person, all the scattered rays of civil jurisdiction. With this view, he permitted the Senate to confer upon him, for his life, the powers of the consular 11 and tribunician offices, 12 which were in the same manner, continued to all his successors. The consuls had succeeded to the kings of Rome and represented the dignity of the state. They superintended the ceremonies of religion, levied and commanded the legions, gave audience to foreign ambassadors, and presided in the assemblies both of the Senate and people. The general control of the finances was entrusted to their care, and though they seldom had leisure to administer justice in person, they were considered as the supreme guardians of law, equity, and the public peace. Such was their ordinary jurisdiction, but whenever the Senate empowered the first magistrate to consult the safety of the Commonwealth, he was raised by that decree above the laws, and exercised, in the defense of liberty, a temporary despotism. 13. The character of the tribunes was, in every respect, different from that of the consuls. The appearance of the former was modest and humble, but their persons were sacred and inviolable. Their force was suited rather for opposition than for action. They were instituted to defend the oppressed, to pardon offences, to arraign the enemies of the people, and, when they judged it necessary, to stop, by a single word, the whole machine of government. As long as the republic subsisted, the dangerous influence which either the consul or the tribune might derive from their respective jurisdiction was diminished by several important restrictions. Their authority expired with the year in which they were elected. The former office was divided between two, the latter among 10 persons, and, as both in their private and public interests they were averse to each other, their mutual conflicts contributed, for the most part, to strengthen rather than to destroy the balance of the constitution. 31. But when the consular and tribunician powers were united, when they were vested for life in a single person, when the general of the army was, at the same time, the minister of the Senate and the representative of the Roman people, it was impossible to resist the exercise, nor was it easy to define the limits of his imperial prerogative. 11. Return. Cicero de Legibus, e.e. 3 gives the consular office the name of Aegia Potestas, and Polybius, LV. C3 observes 3 powers in the Roman constitution. The monarchical was represented and exercised by the consuls. 12. Return. As the tribunician power, distinct from the annual office, was first invented by the dictator Caesar Dion LX Liv. p. 384, we may easily conceive that it was given as a reward for having so nobly asserted, by arms, the sacred rights of the tribunes and people. See his own commentaries, de Bell. Ines 13. Return. Augustus exercised 9 annual consulships without interruption. He then most artfully refused the magistracy as well as the dictatorship, absented himself from Rome, and waited till the fatal effects of tumult and faction forced the Senate to invest him with a perpetual consulship. Augustus, as well as his successors, affected, however, to conceal so invidious a title. The note of M. Guizot on the tribunician power applies to the French translation rather than to the original. The former has maintenir la balance toujours égale, which implies much more than Gibbon's general expression. The note belongs rather to the history of the Republic than that of the Empire. To these accumulated honors, the policy of Augustus soon added the splendid as well as important dignities of supreme pontiff and of censor. By the former he acquired the management of the religion, and by the latter a legal inspection over the manners and fortunes of the Roman people. If so many distinct and independent powers did not exactly unite with each other, the complaisance of the Senate was prepared to supply every deficiency by the most ample and extraordinary concessions. The emperors, as the first ministers of the Republic, were exempted from the obligation and penalty of many inconvenient laws. They were authorized to convoke the Senate, to make several motions in the same day, to recommend candidates for the honors of the state, to enlarge the bounds of the city, to employ the revenue at their discretion, to declare peace and war, to ratify treaties, and by a most comprehensive clause they were empowered to execute whatsoever they should judge advantageous to the empire, and agreeable to the majesty of things private or public, human or divine. 1414 Return. See a fragment of a decree of the Senate conferring on the Emperor Vespasian all the powers granted to his predecessors, Augustus, Tiberius, and Claudius. This curious and important monument is published in Gruta's Inscriptions Number C. Dapa. Note: it is also in the editions of Tacitus by Reich Annal, p. 420, 421, and Ernesti, Excurs. Adlib. Ivis 6. But this fragment contains so many inconsistencies both in matter and form that its authenticity may be doubted. When all the various powers of executive government were committed to the imperial magistrate, the ordinary magistrates of the Commonwealth languished in obscurity, without vigor, and almost without business. The names and forms of the ancient administration were preserved by Augustus with the most anxious care. The usual number of consuls, praetors, and tribunes, 15, were annually invested with their respective ensigns of office, and continued to discharge some of their least important functions. Those honors still attracted the vain ambition of the Romans, and the emperors themselves, though invested for life with the powers of the consulship, frequently aspired to the title of that annual dignity which they condescended to share with the most illustrious of their fellow citizens. 16. In the election of these magistrates, the people, during the reign of Augustus, were permitted to expose all the inconveniences of a wild democracy. That artful prince, instead of discovering the least symptom of impatience, humbly solicited their suffrages for himself or his friends, and scrupulously practiced all the duties of an ordinary candidate. 17. But we may venture to ascribe to his counsels the first measure of the succeeding reign, by which the elections were transferred to the Senate. 18. The assemblies of the people were forever abolished, and the emperors were delivered from a dangerous multitude who, without restoring liberty, might have disturbed and perhaps endangered the established government. 15 returned to. 2 consuls were created on the calends of January, but in the course of the year others were substituted in their places, till the annual number seems to have amounted to no less than 12. The praetors were usually 16 or 18, Lipsius in Excurs. D. Ad Tacit. Annal. Li. I have not mentioned the aediles or quaestors, officers of the police or revenue, easily adapt themselves to any form of government. In the time of Nero, the tribunes legally possessed the right of intercession, though it might be dangerous to exercise it tacit. Annal. XV 26. In the time of Trajan, it was doubtful whether the tribuneship was an office or a name. Plinchan. Titi 3, 16. Return. The tyrants themselves were ambitious of the consulship. The virtuous princes were moderate in the pursuit, and exact in the discharge of it. Trajan revived the ancient oath, and swore before the consul's tribunal that he would observe the laws. Plin. Panegyric C64 to T64. To T17 return quotis magistratuum committis interessis. Tribus cum candidatis suis secundat, supplicavatque, mor solemni, fedebat et ipsi suffragium in tribubus, utunus e populo. Suetonius in August C6, 19 return to primum comitia e campo ad patres tres translatis sunt. Tacite, Annal. I-15. The word primum seems to allude to some faint and unsuccessful efforts which were made towards restoring them to the people, but in a short time took them away again. Suete in Caio, Cititre. Nevertheless, at the time of Dion, they preserved still the form of the comitia, Dion, Livii. 20. W. By declaring themselves the protectors of the people, Marius and Caesar had subverted the constitution of their country. But as soon as the Senate had been humbled and disarmed, such an assembly, consisting of 500 or 600 persons, was found a much more tractable and useful instrument of dominion. It was on the dignity of the Senate that Augustus and his successors founded their new empire, and they affected on every occasion to adopt the language and principles of patricians. In the administration of their own powers, they frequently consulted the great national council, and seemed to refer to its decision the most important concerns of peace and war. Rome, Italy, and the internal provinces were subject to the immediate jurisdiction of the Senate. With regard to civil objects, it was the Supreme Court of Appeal. With regard to criminal matters, a tribunal constituted for the trial of all offences that were committed by men in any public station, or that affected the peace and majesty of the Roman people. The exercise of the judicial power became the most frequent and serious occupation of the Senate, and the important causes that were pleaded before them afforded a last refuge to the spirit of ancient eloquence. As a council of state and as a court of justice, the Senate possessed very considerable prerogatives, but in its legislative capacity, in which it was supposed virtually to represent the people, the rights of sovereignty were acknowledged to reside in that assembly. Every power was derived from their authority, every law was ratified by their sanction. Their regular meetings were held on 3 stated days in every month, the calends, the nons, and the ides. The debates were conducted with decent freedom, and the emperors themselves, who gloried in the name of senators, sat, voted, and divided with their equals. To resume, in a few words, the system of the imperial government, as it was instituted by Augustus and maintained by those princes who understood their own interest and that of the people, it may be defined an absolute monarchy disguised by the forms of a commonwealth. The masters of the Roman world surrounded their throne with darkness, concealed their irresistible strength, and humbly professed themselves the accountable ministers of the Senate, whose supreme decrees they dictated and obeyed. 1919, returned Dion Cassius LWE. To illustrate and often to correct him, I have meditated Tacitus, examined Suetonius, and consulted the following moderns, the Abbé de la Blétérée, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. The face of the court corresponded with the forms of the administration. The emperors, if we except those tyrants whose capricious folly violated every law of nature and decency, disdained that pomp and ceremony which might offend their countrymen, but could add nothing to their real power. In all the offices of life, they affected to confound themselves with their subjects, and maintained with them an equal intercourse of visits and entertainments. Their habit, their palace, their table, were suited only to the rank of an opulent senator. Their family, however numerous or splendid, was composed entirely of their domestic slaves and freedmen. 20 Augustus or Trajan would have blushed at employing the meanest of the Romans in those menial offices, which, in the household and bedchamber of a limited monarch, are so eagerly solicited by the proudest nobles of Britain. 20 return. A weak prince will always be governed by his domestics. The power of slaves aggravated the shame of the Romans, and the Senate paid court to a Pallas or a Narcissus. There is a chance that a modern favorite may be a gentleman. The deification of the emperors 21 is the only instance in which they departed from their accustomed prudence and modesty. The Asiatic Greeks were the first inventors, the successors of Alexander, the first objects of this servile and impious mode of adulation. 211. It was easily transferred from the kings to the governors of Asia, and the Roman magistrates very frequently were adored as provincial deities, with the pomp of altars and temples, of festivals and sacrifices. 220i. It was natural that the emperors should not refuse what the proconsuls had accepted, and the divine honors which both the one and the other received from the provinces attested rather the despotism than the servitude of Rome. But the conquerors soon imitated the vanquished nations in the arts of flattery, and the imperious spirit of the first Caesar too easily consented to assume, during his lifetime, a place among the tutelar deities of Rome. The milder temper of his successor declined so dangerous an ambition, which was never afterwards revived, except by the madness of Caligula and Domitian. Augustus permitted indeed some of the provincial cities to erect temples to his honor. On condition that they should associate the worship of Rome with that of the sovereign, he tolerated private superstition, of which he might be the object. 23. But he contented himself with being revered by the Senate and the people in his human character, and wisely left to his successor the care of his public deification. A regular custom was introduced, that on the decease of every emperor who had neither lived nor died like a tyrant, the Senate by a solemn decree should place him in the number of the gods, and the ceremonies of his apotheosis were blended with those of his funeral. 231. This legal, and, as it should seem, injudicious profanation, so abhorrent to our stricter principles, was received with a very faint murmur. 24. By the easy nature of polytheism, but it was received as an institution, not of religion, but of policy. We should disgrace the virtues of the Antonines by comparing them with the vices of Hercules or Jupiter. Even the characters of Caesar or Augustus were far superior to those of the popular deities. But it was the misfortune of the former to live in an enlightened age, and their actions were too faithfully recorded to admit of such a mixture of fable and mystery as the devotion of the vulgar requires. As soon as their divinity was established by law, it sunk into oblivion without contributing either to their own fame or to the dignity of succeeding princes. 21. Fore de consecratione principium. It would be easier for me to copy than it has been to verify the quotations of that learned Dutchman. 211. Return. This is inaccurate. The successors of Alexander were not the first deified sovereigns. The Egyptians had deified and worshipped many of their kings. The Olympus of the Greeks was peopled with divinities who had reigned on earth. Finally, Romulus himself had received the honors of an apotheosis, Deet, Liv. I.D. Feast Sixth, a long time before Alexander and his successors. It is also an inaccuracy to confound the honors offered in the provinces to the Roman governors by temples and altars with the true apotheosis of the emperors. It was not a religious worship, for it had neither priests nor sacrifices. Augustus was severely blamed for having permitted himself to be worshipped as a god in the provinces Os, Mai, 10. He would not have incurred that blame if he had only done what the governors were accustomed to do. G. from W. M. Guizot, has been guilty of a still greater inaccuracy in confounding the deification of the living with the apotheosis of the dead emperors. The nature of the king worship of Egypt is still very obscure. The hero worship of the Greeks very different from the adoration of the Prysians Numen in the reigning sovereign. 22. Return. See a dissertation of the Abbé Montgault in the first volume of the Academy of Inscriptions. 23. Return. Durandasque tuum, per nomen ponimus aras, says Horace to the emperor himself. And Horace was well acquainted with the court of Augustus. Note, the good princes were not those who alone obtained the honors of an apotheosis. It was conferred on many tyrants. See an excellent treatise of Schäpflin, De Consecratione Imperatorum, Romanorum, in his Commentationes Historicae et Criticae. Bale, 1741, p. 1804. 231. Return. The curious satire in the works of Seneca is the strongest remonstrance of profaned religion. 24. Return, as see Cicero in Philippic. I6. Julian in Caesaribus. Inque deum templi jurabit Homa per umbras is the indignant expression of Lucan, but it is a patriotic rather than a devout indignation. In the consideration of the imperial government, we have frequently mentioned the artful founder under his well-known title of Augustus, which was not, however, conferred upon him till the edifice was almost completed. The obscure name of Octavianus he derived from a mean family in the little town of Aricia, 241. It was stained with the blood of the prescription, and he was desirous, had it been possible, to erase all memory of his former life. The illustrious surname of Caesar he had assumed as the adopted son of the dictator, but he had too much good sense either to hope to be confounded or to wish to be compared with that extraordinary man. It was proposed in the Senate to dignify their minister with a new appellation, and after a serious discussion, that of Augustus was chosen, among several others, as being the most expressive of the character of peace and sanctity which he uniformly affected. 25. Augustus was therefore a personal, Caesar a family distinction. The former should naturally have expired with the prince on whom it was bestowed, and however the latter was diffused by adoption and female alliance, Nero was the last prince who could allege any hereditary claim to the honors of the Julian line. But at the time of his death, the practice of a century had inseparably connected those appellations with the imperial dignity, and they have been preserved by a long succession of emperors, Romans, Greeks, Franks, and Germans, from the fall of the Republic to the present time. A distinction was, however, soon introduced. The sacred title of Augustus was always reserved for the monarch, whilst the name of Caesar was more freely communicated to his relations, and, from the reign of Hadrian at least, was appropriated to the second person in the state, who was considered as the presumptive heir of the empire. 241-241-241 Return. Octavius was not of an obscure family, but of a considerable one of the equestrian order. His father, C. Octavius, who possessed great property, had been praetor, governor of Macedonia, adorned with the title of imperator, and was on the point of becoming consul when he died. His mother Atia was daughter of M. Artius Balbus, who had also been praetor. M. Anthony reproached Octavius with having been born in Aricia, which, nevertheless, was a considerable municipal city. He was vigorously refuted by Cicero. Philip E. Gibbon probably meant that the family had but recently emerged into notice. Miss 25 returned Dion. Cassius L. Lee. P7 Tenon, with the curious annotations of Remar. 251 Drad the Aconatoria. After the death of Nero, this name designated the imperial dignity itself, and afterwards the appointed successor. The time at which it was employed in the latter sense cannot be fixed with certainty. Bach Hist. Jurisprud. Rom. 304 affirms from Tacitus Hi 15 and Suetonius Galba 17 that Galba conferred on Piso Licinianus the title of Caesar, and from that time the term had this meaning, but these two historians simply say that he appointed Piso his successor, and do not mention the word Caesar, Aurelius Victor, in Traj. 348 AD. Artson says that Hadrian first received this title on his adoption, but as the adoption of Hadrian is still doubtful, and besides this, as Trajan, on his deathbed, was not likely to have created a new title for his successor, it is more probable that Aelius Verus was the first who was called Caesar when adopted by Hadrian. In Aelio Vero, 1002, W. Chapter 3, The Constitution, in the Age of the Antonines. Part 2. The tender respect of Augustus for a free constitution which he had destroyed can only be explained by an attentive consideration of the character of that subtle tyrant. A cool head, an unfeeling heart, and a cowardly disposition prompted him at the age of 19 to assume the mask of hypocrisy, which he never afterwards laid aside. With the same hand, and probably with the same temper, he signed the proscription of Cicero and the pardon of Cinna. His virtues and even his vices were artificial, and according to the various dictates of his interest, he was at first the enemy, and at last the father, of the Roman world. 26. When he framed the artful system of the imperial authority, his moderation was inspired by his fears. He wished to deceive the people by an image of civil liberty, and the armies by an image of civil government. 26. Return. As Octavianus advanced to the banquet of the Caesars, his color changed like that of the chameleon, pale at first, then red, afterwards black. He at last assumed the mild livery of Venus and the Graces, Caesars P339. This image, employed by Julian in his ingenious fiction, is just and elegant. But when he considers this change of character as real and ascribes it to the power of philosophy, he does too much honor to philosophy and to Octavianus. The death of Caesar was ever before his eyes. He had lavished wealth and honors on his adherents, but the most favored friends of his uncle were in the number of the conspirators. The fidelity of the legions might defend his authority against open rebellion, but their vigilance could not secure his person from the dagger of a determined republican, and the Romans, who revered the memory of Brutus 27, would applaud the imitation of his virtue. Caesar had provoked his fate, as much as by the ostentation of his power, as by his power itself. The consul or the tribune might have reigned in peace. The title of king had armed the Romans against his life. Augustus was sensible that mankind is governed by names, nor was he deceived in his expectation that the Senate and people would submit to slavery, provided they were respectfully assured that they still enjoyed their ancient freedom. A feeble Senate and enervated people cheerfully acquiesced in the pleasing illusion, as long as it was supported by the virtue or even by the prudence of the successors of Augustus. It was a motive of self-preservation, not a principle of liberty, that animated the conspirators against Caligula, Nero, and Domitian. They attacked the person of the tyrant without aiming their blow at the authority of the emperor. 27. Return. 2 centuries after the establishment of monarchy, the Emperor Marcus Antoninus recommends the character of Brutus as a perfect model of Roman virtue. Note, in a very ingenious essay, Gibbon has ventured to call in question the preeminent virtue of Brutus. Misk Works, Ivan 95. There appears indeed one memorable occasion in which the Senate, after 70 years of patience, made an ineffectual attempt to reassume its long-forgotten rights. When the throne was vacant by the murder of Caligula, the consuls convoked that assembly in the Capitol, condemned the memory of the Caesars, gave the watchword liberty to the few cohorts who faintly adhered to their standard, and during 48 hours acted as the independent chiefs of a free commonwealth. But while they deliberated, the Praetorian guards had resolved. The stupid Claudius, brother of Germanicus, was already in their camp, invested with the imperial purple, and prepared to support his election by arms. The dream of liberty was at an end, and the Senate awoke to all the horrors of inevitable servitude. Deserted by the people and threatened by a military force, that feeble assembly was compelled to ratify the choice of the Praetorians and to embrace the benefit of an amnesty, which Claudius had the prudence to offer and the generosity to observe. 2828 Return. It is much to be regretted that we have lost the part of Tacitus which treated of that transaction. We are forced to content ourselves with the popular rumors of Josephus and the imperfect hints of Dion and Suetonius. 2. Augustus summoned to his aid whatever remained in those fierce minds of Roman prejudices, enforced the rigor of discipline by the sanction of law, and, interposing the majesty of the Senate between the emperor and the army, boldly claimed their allegiance as the first magistrate of the Republic. During a long period of 220 years from the establishment of this artful system to the death of Commodus, the dangers inherent to a military government were, in a great measure, suspended. The soldiers were seldom roused to that fatal sense of their own strength, and of the weakness of the civil authority, which was, before and afterwards, productive of such dreadful calamities. Caligula and Domitian were assassinated in their palace by their own domestics. 281. The convulsions which agitated Rome on the death of the former were confined to the walls of the city. But Nero involved the whole empire in his ruin. In the space of 18 months, 4 princes perished by the sword, and the Roman world was shaken by the fury of the contending armies. Excepting only this short though violent eruption of military license, the 2 centuries from Augustus 29 to Commodus passed away unstained with civil blood and undisturbed by revolutions. The emperor was elected by the authority of the Senate and the consent of the soldiers. 30. The legions respected their oath of fidelity, and it requires a minute inspection of the Roman annals to discover 3 inconsiderable rebellions, which were all suppressed in a few months, and without even the hazard of a battle. 2881. Returned to Caligula, perished by a conspiracy formed by the officers of the Praetorian troops, and Domitian would not, perhaps, have been assassinated without the participation of the 2 chiefs of that guard in his death. 29. Return. Augustus restored the ancient severity of discipline. After the civil wars, he dropped the endearing name of fellow soldiers and called them only soldiers, suitons. In August, see the use Tiberius made of the Senate in the mutiny of the Pannonian legions, Cassit, Anno. E30 Return. These words seem to have been the constitutional language, see Tacit, Anno, Scii. 4. Note, this panegyric on the soldiery is rather too liberal. Claudius was obliged to purchase their consent to his coronation. The presents which he made, and those which the Praetorians received on other occasions, considerably embarrassed the finances. Moreover, this formidable guard favored in general the cruelties of the tyrants. The distant revolts were more frequent than Gibbon thinks. Already, under Tiberius, the legions of Germany would have seditiously constrained Germanicus to assume the imperial purple. On the revolt of Claudius Civilis under Vespasian, the legions of Gaul murdered their general and offered their assistance to the Gauls who were in insurrection. Julius Sabinus made himself be proclaimed emperor, and c. The wars, the merit, and the severe discipline of Trajan, Hadrian, and the 2 Antonines established for some time a greater degree of subordination. The first was Camillus Scribonianus, who took up arms in Dalmatia against Claudius and was deserted by his own troops in 5 days. The second, L. Antonius in Germany, who rebelled against Domitian, and the third, Avidius Cassius, in the reign of MMC. Antoninus. The two last reigned but a few months and were cut off by their own adherents. We may observe that both Camillus and Cassius colored their ambition with the design of restoring the Republic, a task, said Cassius, peculiarly reserved for his name and family. In elective monarchies, the vacancy of the throne is a moment big with danger and mischief. The Roman emperors, desirous to spare the legions that interval of suspense and the temptation of an irregular choice, invested their designed successor with so large a share of present power as should enable him, after their decease, to assume the remainder without suffering the empire to perceive the change of masters. Thus Augustus, after all his fairer prospects had been snatched from him by untimely deaths, rested his last hopes on Tiberius, obtained for his adopted son the censorial and tribunician powers, and dictated a law by which the future prince was invested with an authority equal to his own over the provinces and the armies. Thus Vespasian subdued the generous mind of his eldest son. Titus was adored by the Eastern legions which, under his command, had recently achieved the conquest of Judea. His power was dreaded, and as his virtues were clouded by the intemperance of youth, his designs were suspected. Instead of listening to such unworthy suspicions, the prudent monarch associated Titus to the full powers of the imperial dignity, and the grateful son ever approved himself the humble and faithful minister of so indulgent a father. The good sense of Vespasian engaged him indeed to embrace every measure that might confirm his recent and precarious elevation. The military oath and the fidelity of the troops had been consecrated by the habits of 100 years to the name and family of the Caesars, and although that family had been continued only by the fictitious right of adoption, the Romans still revered in the person of Nero, the grandson of Germanicus, and the lineal successor of Augustus. It was not without reluctance and remorse that the Praetorian Guards had been persuaded to abandon the cause of the tyrant. 34. The rapid downfall of Galba, Otho, and Vitellius taught the armies to consider the emperors as the creatures of their will and the instruments of their license. The birth of Vespasian was mean. His grandfather had been a private soldier, his father a petty officer of the revenue. 35, his own merit had raised him in an advanced age to the empire, but his merit was rather useful than shining, and his virtues were disgraced by a strict and even sordid parsimony. Such a prince consulted his true interest by the association of a son, whose more splendid and amiable character might turn the public attention from the obscure origin to the future glories of the Flavian house. Under the mild administration of Titus, the Roman world enjoyed a transient felicity, and his beloved memory served to protect, above 15 years, the vices of his brother Domitian. 34. Return. This idea is frequently and strongly inculcated by Tacitus. See Hist. I5 16 II 76. The Emperor Vespasian, with his usual good sense, laughed at the genealogists who deduced his family from Flavius, the founder of Rieti, his native country, and one of the companions of Hercules Suetin Vespasian. c. 12. Nerva had scarcely accepted the purple from the assassins of Domitian before he discovered that his feeble age was unable to stem the torrent of public disorders which had multiplied under the long tyranny of his predecessor. His mild disposition was respected by the good, but the degenerate Romans required a more vigorous character, whose justice should strike terror into the guilty. Though he had several relations, he fixed his choice on a stranger. He adopted Trajan, then about 40 years of age, and who commanded a powerful army in the Lower Germany, and immediately, by a decree of the Senate, declared him his colleague and successor in the empire. It is sincerely to be lamented that whilst we are fatigued with the disgustful relation of Nero's crimes and follies, we are reduced to collect the actions of Trajan from the glimmerings of an abridgment or the doubtful light of a panegyric. There remains, however, one panegyric far removed beyond the suspicion of flattery. Above 250 years after the death of Trajan, the Senate, in pouring out the customary acclamations on the accession of a new emperor, wished that he might surpass the felicity of Augustus and the virtue of Trajan. We may readily believe that the father of his country hesitated whether he ought to entrust the various and doubtful character of his kinsman Hadrian with sovereign power. In his last moments, the arts of the Empress Platina either fixed the irresolution of Trajan or boldly supposed a fictitious adoption. 38. The truth of which could not be safely disputed, and Hadrian was peaceably acknowledged as his lawful successor. Under his reign, as has been already mentioned, the empire flourished in peace and prosperity. He encouraged the arts, reformed the laws, asserted military discipline, and visited all his provinces in person. His vast and active genius was equally suited to the most enlarged views and the minute details of civil policy. But the ruling passions of his soul were curiosity and vanity. As they prevailed, and as they were attracted by different objects, Hadrian was, by turns, an excellent prince, a ridiculous sophist, and a jealous tyrant. The general tenor of his conduct deserved praise for its equity and moderation. Yet in the first days of his reign he put to death 4 consular senators, his personal enemies, and men who had been judged worthy of empire, and the tediousness of a painful illness rendered him, at last, peevish and cruel. The Senate doubted whether they should pronounce him a god or a tyrant, and the honors decreed to his memory were granted to the prayers of the pious Antonines. 38. Return. Dion, L. Lexix, p. 1249, affirms the whole to have been a fiction, on the authority of his father, who, being governor of the province where Trajan died, had very good opportunities of sifting this mysterious transaction. Yet Dodwell, prelect, XVI, has maintained that Hadrian was called to the certain hope of the empire during the lifetime of Trajan. The caprice of Hadrian influenced his choice of a successor. After revolving in his mind several men of distinguished merit whom he esteemed and hated, he adopted Aelius Verus, a gay and voluptuous nobleman, recommended by uncommon beauty to the lover of Antinous. 40. But whilst Hadrian was delighting himself with his own applause, and the acclamations of the soldiers whose consent had been secured by an immense donative, the new Caesar was ravished from his embraces by an untimely death. He left only one son. Hadrian commended the boy to the gratitude of the Antonines. He was adopted by Pius and, on the accession of Marcus, was invested with an equal share of sovereign power. Among the many vices of this younger Verus, he possessed one virtue, a dutiful reverence for his wiser colleague, to whom he willingly abandoned the ruder cares of empire. The philosophic emperor dissembled his follies, lamented his early death, and cast a decent veil over his memory. 40. Return. The deification of Antinous, his medals, his statues, temples, city oracles, and constellation are well known and still dishonor the memory of Hadrian. Yet we may remark that of the first 15 emperors, Claudius was the only one whose taste in love was entirely correct. For the honors of Antinous, see Spanheim, Commentaire sur les Caesars de Julian, p. 80. As soon as Hadrian's passion was either gratified or disappointed, he resolved to deserve the thanks of posterity by placing the most exalted merit on the Roman throne. His discerning eye easily discovered a senator about 50 years of age, blameless in all the offices of life, and a youth of about 17, whose riper years opened a fair prospect of every virtue. The elder of these was declared the son and successor of Hadrian, on condition, however, that he himself should immediately adopt the younger. The 2 Antonines, for it is of them that we are now speaking, governed the Roman world 42 years with the same invariable spirit of wisdom and virtue. Although Pius had 2 sons, 42 he preferred the welfare of Rome to the interest of his family, gave his daughter Faustina in marriage to young Marcus, obtained from the Senate the tribunician and proconsular powers, and, with a noble disdain or rather ignorance of jealousy, associated him to all the labors of government. Marcus, on the other hand, revered the character of his benefactor, loved him as a parent, obeyed him as his sovereign 43, and, after he was no more, regulated his own administration by the example and maxims of his predecessor. Their united reigns are possibly the only period of history in which the happiness of a great people was the sole object of government. 42. Return. Without the help of medals and inscriptions, we should be ignorant of this fact, so honorable to the memory of Pius. Note: Gibbon attributes to Antoninus Pius a merit which he either did not possess or was not in a situation to display. 1. He was adopted only on the condition that he would adopt, in his turn, Marcus Aurelius and L. Verus. 2. His 2 sons died children, and one of them, M. Galerius alone, appears to have survived for a few years his father's coronation. Gibbon is also mistaken when he says, note 42, that without the help of medals and inscriptions we should be ignorant that Antoninus had 2 sons. Capitolinus says expressly, cu. 1, Filiu mares duo, duae, Filminae, we only owe their names to the medals, Pagi, Comte, Baron, I-33, edit Paris. Major, in 223 years of Pius's reign, Marcus was only 2 nights absent from the palace, and even those were at different times. Hist. August, p. 25. Titus, Antoninus Pius has been justly denominated a second Numa. The same love of religion, justice, and peace was the distinguishing characteristic of both princes, but the situation of the latter opened a much larger field for the exercise of those virtues. Numa could only prevent a few neighboring villages from plundering each other's harvests. Antoninus diffused order and tranquility over the greatest part of the earth. His reign is marked by the rare advantage of furnishing very few materials for history, which is indeed little more than the register of the crimes, follies, and misfortunes of mankind. In private life he was an amiable as well as a good man. The native simplicity of his virtue was a stranger to vanity or affectation. He enjoyed with moderation the conveniences of his fortune and the innocent pleasures of society. 44. And the benevolence of his soul displayed itself in a cheerful serenity of temper. 44. Return. He was fond of the theatre and not insensible to the charms of the fair sex. Marcus Antoninus, I-16, Hist. August, p. 21. Julian in Caesar. The virtue of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus was of severer and more laborious kind. 45. He was the well-earned harvest of many a learned conference, of many a midnight lucubration. At the age of 12 years he embraced the rigid system of the Stoics, which taught him to submit his body to his mind, his passions to his reason, to consider virtue as the only good, vice as the only evil, all things external as things indifferent. 46. His meditations, composed in the tumult of the camp, are still extant, and he even condescended to give lessons of philosophy, in a more public manner than was perhaps consistent with the modesty of sage or the dignity of an emperor. 47. But his life was the noblest commentary on the precepts of Zeno. He was severe to himself, indulgent to the imperfections of others, just and beneficent to all mankind. He regretted that Avidius Cassius, who excited a rebellion in Syria, had disappointed him by a voluntary death, 471, of the pleasure of converting an enemy into a friend, and he justified the sincerity of that sentiment by moderating the zeal of the Senate against the adherents of the traitor. 408. He detested as the disgrace and calamity of human nature, 481. But when the necessity of a just defense called upon him to take up arms, he readily exposed his person to 8 winter campaigns on the frozen banks of the Danube, the severity of which was at last fatal to the weakness of his constitution. His memory was revered by a grateful posterity, and above a century after his death, many persons preserved the image of Marcus Antoninus among those of their household gods. 45. Return. The enemies of Marcus charged him with hypocrisy, and with a want of that simplicity which distinguished Pius and even Verus. Hist. August, 634. This suspicions, unjust as it was, may serve to account for the superior applause bestowed upon personal qualifications in preference to the social virtues. Even Marcus Antoninus has been called a hypocrite, but the wildest skepticism never insinuated that Caesar might probably be a coward or Tully a fool. Wit and valor are qualifications more easily ascertained than humanity or the love of justice. 46. Returned. Tacitus has characterized, in a few words, the principles of the Portico. Doctore sapientiae secutus est, qui sola bonaque honesta, main tantum quae torpia, potentiam, nobilitatem, aterac extra, bonis nece malis ad numerant. Tacit. E.V. 447. Return. Before he went on the second expedition against the Germans, he read lectures of philosophy to the Roman people during 3 days. He had already done the same in the cities of Greece and Asia. Hist. August, in Cassio, c. 471. Return. Cassius was murdered by his own partisans Vocat, Gallic, in Cassio, c. Dion, LXXI, c. 27-48. Return. LXXI, p. 1190. Hist. August, in Avid, Cassio, Note, see one of the newly discovered passages of Dion Cassius. Marcus wrote to the Senate, who urged the execution of the partisans of Cassius, in these words: "I entreat and beseech you to preserve my reign unstained by senatorial blood. None of your order must perish either by your desire or mine. Mai, Fragum, Vatican, IAT, for Edius Cassius." Barbarians, he said, with wise but vain sagacity, must not become acquainted with the dissensions of the Roman people. Mai. Fragum Vatican L. 224. Emin. If a man were called to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would, without hesitation, name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus. The vast extent of the Roman Empire was governed by absolute power, under the guidance of virtue and wisdom. The armies were restrained by the firm but gentle hand of 4 successive emperors, whose characters and authority commanded involuntary respect. The forms of the civil administration were carefully preserved by Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, and the Antonines, who delighted in the image of liberty and were pleased with considering themselves as the accountable ministers of the wars. Such princes deserved the honor of restoring the Republic had the Romans of their days been capable of enjoying a rational freedom. The labors of these monarchs were overpaid by the immense reward that inseparably waited on their success, by the honest pride of virtue, and by the exquisite delight of beholding the general happiness of which they were the authors. A just but melancholy reflection embittered, however, the noblest of human enjoyments. They must often have recollected the instability of a happiness which depended on the character of single man. The fatal moment was perhaps approaching, when some licentious youth or some jealous tyrant would abuse, to the destruction, that absolute power which they had exerted for the benefit of their people. The ideal restraints of the Senate and the laws might serve to display the virtues, but could never correct the vices, of the emperor. The military force was a blind and irresistible instrument of oppression, and the corruption of Roman manners would always supply flatterers eager to applaud, and ministers prepared to serve, the fear or the avarice, the lust or the cruelty of their master. These gloomy apprehensions had been already justified by the experience of the Romans. The annals of the emperors exhibit a strong and various picture of human nature, which we should vainly seek among the mixed and doubtful characters of modern history. In the conduct of those monarchs we may trace the utmost lines of vice and virtue, the most exalted perfection, and the meanest degeneracy of our own species. The golden age of Trajan and the Antonines had been preceded by an age of iron. It is almost superfluous to enumerate the unworthy successors of Augustus. Their unparalleled vices and the splendid theatre on which they were acted have saved them from oblivion. The dark, unrelenting Tiberius, the furious Caligula, the feeble Claudius, the profligate and cruel Nero, the beastly Vitellius, 50, and the timid, inhuman Domitian are condemned to everlasting infamy. During 80 years, excepting only the short and doubtful respite of Vespasian's reign, 51 Rome groaned beneath an unremitting tyranny, which exterminated the ancient families of the Republic and was fatal to almost every virtue and every talent that arose in that unhappy period. 50 Return. Vitellius consumed in mere eating at least 6 millions of our money in about 7 months. It is not easy to express his vices with dignity or even decency. Tacitus fairly calls him a hog, but it is by substituting for a coarse word a very fine image. Et Vitellius autorum abditus ut ignava animalia quibus si sibum sugeras jacent torpentque praeterita instantia futura pari oblivione dimiserat, atque illum ne more ericino decidem et malsentum ansi. Tacit. Hist. III. 36 IE 95 Suiton in Vitel c. 13 Dion. Cassius LXV P26-2 51 Returnis Deriscus, and of the virtues Eponina, disgraced the reign of Vespasian. Under the reign of these monsters, the slavery of the Romans was accompanied with 2 peculiar circumstances, the one occasioned by their former liberty, the other by their extensive conquests, which rendered their condition more completely wretched than that of the victims of tyranny in any other age or country. From these causes were derived: 1. The exquisite sensibility of escaping from the hand of the oppressor. When Persia was governed by the descendants of Sephi, a race of princes whose wanton cruelty often stained their divan, their table, and their bed with the blood of their favorites, there is a saying recorded of a young nobleman that he never departed from the Sultan's presence without satisfying himself whether his head was still on his shoulders. The experience of every day might almost justify the skepticism of Rustan. Yet the fatal sword, suspended above him by a single thread, seems not to have disturbed the slumbers or interrupted the tranquillity of the Persian. The monarch's frown, he well knew, could level him with the dust. But the stroke of lightning or apoplexy might be equally fatal, and it was the part of a wise man to forget the inevitable calamities of human life in the enjoyment of the fleeting hour. He was dignified with the appellation of the king's slave, had, perhaps, been purchased from obscure parents in a country which he had never known, and was trained up from his infancy in the severe discipline of the seraglio. 53. His name, his wealth, his honors were the gift of a master who might, without injustice, resume what he had bestowed. Rustan's knowledge, if he possessed any, could only serve to confirm his habits by prejudices. His language afforded not words for any form of government except absolute monarchy. The history of the East informed him that such had ever been the condition of mankind. 54. The Koran and the interpreters of that divine book inculcated to him that the Sultan was the descendant of the Prophet and the vicegerent of heaven, that patience was the first virtue of a Mussulman, and unlimited obedience the great duty of a subject. 53. Return. The practice of raising slaves to the great offices of state is still more common among the Turks than among the Persians. The miserable countries of Georgia and Circassia supply rulers to the greatest part of the East. To 54 Return says that European travelers have diffused among the Persians some ideas of the freedom and mildness of our governments. They have done them a very ill office. The minds of the Romans were very differently prepared for slavery. Oppressed beneath the weight of their own corruption and of military violence, they for a long while preserved the sentiments, or at least the ideas, of their free-born ancestors. The education of Helvidius and Thrasea, of Tacitus and Pliny, was the same as that of Cato and Cicero. From Grecian philosophy, they had imbibed the justest and most liberal notions of the dignity of human nature and the origin of civil society. The history of their own country had taught them to revere a free, a virtuous, and a victorious commonwealth, to abhor the successful crimes of Caesar and Augustus, and inwardly to despise those tyrants whom they adored with the most abject flattery. As magistrates and senators they were admitted into the great council, which had once dictated laws to the earth, whose authority was so often prostituted to the vilest purposes of tyranny. Tiberius and those emperors who adopted his maxims attempted to disguise their murders by the formalities of justice, and perhaps enjoyed a secret pleasure in rendering the Senate their accomplice as well as their victim. By this assembly, the last of the Romans were condemned for imaginary crimes and real virtues. Their infamous accusers assumed the language of independent patriots who arraigned a dangerous citizen before the tribunal of his country, and the public service was rewarded by riches and honors. 55. The servile judges professed to assert the majesty of the Commonwealth, violated in the person of its first magistrate, 56, whose clemency they most applauded when they trembled the most at his inexorable and impending cruelty. 57. The tyrant beheld their baseness with just contempt, and encountered their secret sentiments of detestation with sincere and avowed hatred for the whole body of the Senate. 55. Return. They alleged the example of Scipio and Cato, Tacit, Annal, i.e. 66. Marcellus Epirus and Crispus Vibius had acquired 2.5 millions under Nero. Their wealth, which aggravated their crimes, protected them under Vespasian. CEV 43. To Orator. For one accusation, Regulus, the just object of Pliny's satire, received from the Senate the consular ornaments and a present of £60,000. 56. Return. The crime of majesty was formerly a treasonable offense against the Roman people. As tribunes of the people, Augustus and Tiberius applied tit to their own persons and extended it to an infinite latitude. Note, it was Tiberius, not Augustus, who first took in this sense the words crimen laesae majestatis. Baci Trajanus, 27. 57 returned after the virtuous and unfortunate widow of Germanicus had been put to death. Tiberius received the thanks of the Senate for his clemency. She had not been publicly strangled, nor was the body drawn with a hook to the Germoniae, where those of common malefactors were exposed. See Tacit, Annal, Vi 25, Suce Shu. The division of Europe into a number of independent states, connected, however, with each other by the general resemblance of religion, language, and manners, is productive of the most beneficial consequences to the liberty of mankind. A modern tyrant who should find no resistance either in his own breast or in his people would soon experience a gentle restraint from the example of his equals, the dread of present censure, the advice of his allies, and the apprehension of his enemies. The object of his displeasure, escaping from the narrow limits of his dominions, would easily obtain in a happier climate a secure refuge, a new fortune adequate to his merit, the freedom of complaint, and perhaps the means of revenge. But the empire of the Romans filled the world, and when the empire fell into the hands of a single person, the world became a safe and dreary prison for his enemies. The slave of imperial despotism, whether he was condemned to drag his gilded chain in Rome and the Senate, or to wear out a life of exile on the barren rock of Severan or the frozen bank of the Danube, expected his fate in silent despair. 58. To resist was fatal, and it was impossible to fly. On every side he was encompassed with a vast extent of sea and land, which he could never hope to traverse without being discovered, seized, and restored to his irritated master. Beyond the frontiers, his anxious view could discover nothing except the ocean, inhospitable deserts, hostile tribes of barbarians, of fierce manners and unknown language, or dependent kings who would gladly purchase the emperor's protection by the sacrifice of an obnoxious fugitive. 59. Wherever you are, said Cicero to the exiled Marcellus, remember that you are equally within the power of the conqueror. 58. Return. Seriphus was a small rocky island in the Aegean Sea, the inhabitants of which were despised for their ignorance and obscurity. The place of Ovid's exile is well known by his just but unmanly lamentations. It should seem that he only received an order to leave Rome in so many days and to transport himself to Tomi. Guards and jailers were unnecessary. Into Tiberius, a Roman knight attempted to fly to the Parthians. He was stopped in the straits of Sicily, but so little danger did there appear in the example that the most jealous of tyrants disdained to punish it. Tacit, Annal, v. 14-20 years.